Oh, hello. Good morning. So my cat sat still for a really cute selfie, and then in classic cat fashion, she left. Oh, the music ended like perfectly. I love that I had to point that out. Hi, Marley. Hi, Maddie Bratty. Good morning. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome to I Week. Anyone else that's out there, I'm Avers. I play video games sometimes. But on Sundays, we look up things on Wikipedia and we learn together. So this is I Week. If you've got anything that starts with the letter I that you want to investigate, let me know and we will look into it. Marley, how are you? Maddie Bratty, good morning. By the way, Maddie Bratty got a capture card and is streaming again, and it's so exciting. So if you're not following Maddie Bratty, highly recommend. If you need some amazing Animal Crossing like content in your life, go follow Maddie Bratty. Okay, guys, here's the other thing. Real quick. I know I keep noticing this every time I start streaming, and I don't know why I don't notice it beforehand, but my little like sub thingy, it says February. It's not February, it's March. So give me a second. I want to fix that. Let's see. May I ask your advice? Yes, absolutely. What's up, Marley? Inuyasha. Okay, sorry, there's too many things. Okay, Inuyasha, remind me. Good morning, Alina. How are you? Let's see, Marley. Thinking about getting an industrial piercing today. Ooh, okay. Industrial, is that in your ear? Is it the? Explain it to me. I want to say it's like through the like cartilage in your ear. It will hurt, regardless of what kind of piercing you're getting. It will hurt. That's just how piercings are. But it's a really quick pain. And as long as it doesn't get infected, as long as you clean it and you're like diligent about it, you'll be fine. So it's just a quick boop and it hurts and then you're good. Double pierce with a bar in between. I think that would be cool personally. Yeah, it'll hurt. It might be a little bit weird if you sleep on your side. It might hurt when you're sleeping. Something to think about. Cartilage piercings, I feel like, well, let's see, it's been so long. So I have like this part of my cartilage pierced. Ever since COVID and wearing masks, I don't really wear earrings anymore, but I have like one in my top, like kind of cartilage, and then two in my lobes on each side, and then eyebrows, which I'm thinking about taking out my eyebrow rings actually. But I have two in my eyebrow. That was the worst. So the first one in the eyebrow was okay, but then the second one, I think my body used all of the adrenaline on the first one, so the second one kind of sucked. And then nose. So yeah, I mean, it's anyone that's like, do tattoos hurt? Do piercings hurt? It's like, yeah. But I think that piercings are a much more tolerable pain because they're so quick and then it's like over. You know what I mean? I think that'd be cool. I think if you want to do it, do it. Do it. It's not, I mean, I, you know, it's not like a nipple piercing. I've heard, I don't have my nipples pierced, but I have heard from friends that have their nipples pierced that that's like wildly terrible. But no, ears heal really quickly. Cartilage, I feel like, is maybe a little bit more gnarly than lobes, but even then, like, I think you're good. Make sure you go to a good shop that's clean and reputable, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. I say do it. And also, post pictures after. Post pictures in the Discord. Yeah, if you're feeling it, I highly recommend. Piercings are fun. Well, and I think for me too, as a person that's like into like harm prevention and also someone who has a history of self-harm, piercings and tattoos are a really great way to kind of like mitigate that. So like, yeah, I recommend. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, need to make some moves. You might do it. You can also, if you take ibuprofen, take some ibuprofen beforehand, and that'll help with like swelling and pain management. But like, again, it's such a quick pain. It's really not. It's like, it's kind of like stubbing your toe, right? In the moment, it's like, holy shit, this hurts real bad. And then you're like, fine. Or like biting your tongue. Well, like biting your tongue or biting your cheek is annoying because you continue to like fuck with it. So I would say biting the inside of your cheek or biting your tongue is like worse than getting a piercing in my opinion. But anyone else who's out there, if you've gotten piercings before and you have recommendations or ideas, let Marley know. Yeah, make some moves. You got my blessing. I love piercings and tattoos. I'm all about it. I think it's great. I really want to get more tattoos, but I don't have like a clear idea in mind of what I want to get. Like I have a little, it's No Face from Spirited Away, but it's like a, what do you call it? The little, like what it's cute little anime. How do you call that? Chibi anime. So it's like a cute little no face on my thigh, and I kind of want to just like make my thigh like my like a nerd collage. I kind of, you guys, I kind of want to get the Bubbers Papow. I kind of do. I kind of want to get a Bubbers tattoo. I think I might. I'll let you know. I'll keep you posted. But I kind of want to get a Bubbers tattoo. And by kinda, I mean I really want to get a Bubbers tattoo. I just have to figure out like how to go about it in a way that looks cool. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So I got my chibi no face tattoo. This was March 13th, 2020. So March 13th, Friday the 13th, if you're a tattoo or piercing person, by the way, let me put on music because that's going to bother me. But if you're a tattoo or piercing person, often throughout the US anyway, tattoo shops will do flash tattoos for Friday the 13th. So flash meaning it's like a set like designs, so you don't get to like personalize your design. It's like this is the design you get, and usually it's about like a $50 size, right? And so it was like Friday the 13th. I'm like, yes, I'm gonna do this. This is like such a cute little anime thing. I love Spirited Away. Why not? And I had always wanted to do a Friday the 13th tattoo, but it's funny because that was like the last day before like everything went down with like quarantine and COVID stuff where I lived. So it was like, I remember the tattoo shop was like, we're still doing it. So come in if you want to get your tattoo still. And that was like the last like normal thing I did before quarantine 2020 times. Isn't that wild? Yeah, you have my blessing. Let's see. If you turn in your sleep, recommend sleeping on a squishmallow. Yeah. Okay, that's smart. Yeah. Yeah, so just a cozy, nice pillow. Very smart. I like that. I like that a lot. Let me find some good chill hop vibes, my friends. Yeah, here. Come on, Pretzel Rocks. You can do it. I believe in you. You seem a little quiet, Pretzel Rocks. Eh? Let's try that and see. Hi, Fenaria. Good morning. Inconceivable. Is that your I word? Okay, we got Inuyasha. I have to do. I mean, there's so many things. Okay, hold on. Also, I think the chill hop it might have come in stronger than I was hoping. It's hard to tell. Oh man, this is a fun little vibe though. I'm into this already. Okay. All right, we've got our chill hop going. We're gonna change the stream label. I'm gonna look up Inuyasha. All the things, guys. All the things. Where are my stream labels? It's gonna really bother me. There it is. Okay. Slice Raven, good morning. How you doing? Let's see. Love the hair. Thanks. I here we can show you. This is my. I can't. I'm like, where's the camera? It's my like normal. Here's what I do normally. If it's cold outside, which it is in Colorado, we do a 2 faded into a 1 basically, and then hard part all the way around. Very, very into it. Feel fresh, feel clean. My mic is down here. I don't know if you heard any of that. But thank you. And then yeah, went a little bit more purple. So it's just more on the purple phase than on the blue phase of things. I don't know, guys. I don't know. The hair thing is like this constant thing where I'm like, do I want to go back to having normal hair? And I'm like, how would I even go about that at this point? What even is normal hair? But thank you. It's good to see you. Are you streaming today? Are you doing art today? Sometimes Raven does art on Sundays. So if they are, you should go check them out. Incan Empire. Okay. I love all of this. Okay, hold on. We're gonna get into it. I'm ready. I want to make sure I don't miss any of your guys' topics. Maddie Brady and I were talking about that earlier in his stream. Yeah, I wasn't sure either, actually. Okay, session restarted. All right, one moment. I'm sorry. I should have done this before streaming. It keeps happening every time I stream. I'm like, it's not February anymore. It's March. And I want to change it. But how do I do that? Come on, stream labels. Tell me how to do things. How about settings? Here we go. Don't be suspicious. Okay, save. And then go home. And then refresh. And then if we theoretically, it'll refresh it. Who knows though? Y'all, who knows? We're gonna go with it though, it's fine. Yay, it says March. Woo! I love it. Let's see. A little later, thinking of doing some, clay sculpting. That'll be fun. Internet culture. Okay, I do have internet memes as one. I'll see if internet culture is, okay, so hold on. Okay, so here's what we've got. We've got Inuyasha. But we were talking about how it's difficult. We have a few from the Notebook, actually. So internet meme is one from the Notebook. Intensifier is one from the Notebook. Idiomotor phenomenon is also another one. So there were a few from the Notebook, but I'm all about going with you guys prior to like prioritizing you all over the ones that are in the Notebook, obviously. So we've got, I think Inuyasha was the first one that I saw. And then what else did we have? So Inuyasha, talking about piercings. Inconceivable. I don't know. I wonder if inconceivable comes up on Wikipedia. Inconceivable. It might not. Let's see. Oh, there's a movie. Obviously, your quote, catchphrase. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say catchphrase from Princess Bride, which we love. What else did we have? We said Incan Empire. Here for it, into it, gonna do it. Okay, all right. Okay, cool. Yeah, so these are the topics we have so far. Please feel free to give me other eye topics, but these are the ones. Ooh, industrial piercing. We should totally look up industrial piercings. Okay, smart, love it, done. I didn't even think about that. It didn't even cross my mind. Of course we should look up industrial piercings. Okay, hold on. There we go. Oh my god, of course. Okay, so we're gonna do Inuyasha, then we're gonna do industrial piercings, then we're gonna do Inca Empire, then we've got intensifiers, internet memes, idiomotor phenomenon. This is what I have so far. And I was gonna say, I don't know if internet meme, let's look up internet culture. I wanna say internet meme kind of counts as internet culture, but let me look into it, Maddie. Internet culture is one. Okay. All right. Okay, here for it. Into it. Gonna do it. Thank you all for being here. So many folks in here already. Cheers. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Ireland. Okay. See, we were like, oh, it's gonna be so hard to come up with topics. We're good. We're good, fam. We have so many already. Okay. Oh, we're set. This is gonna be great. This is happening. I kind of want internet memes and internet culture to be next to each other in the list. Okay. All right. Here for it. Into it. Let me see. Have I missed anything? You made the appointment? Yay! See, and a week gives you time too. Because for most of my piercings, with the exception of my nose, they were just kind of spontaneous. My nose was planned out. I got my nose pierced for my 16th birthday, and I wanted to do it before I got my license picture, which it didn't even show up in my license picture, because generally, or at least when I was younger, I don't know if this is true anymore, but when you get it pierced, usually they just put a stud in. They don't give you a ring right away. I'm not sure why. So you couldn't even see it, and I remember my dad took me, because when you're that young, you need, like, permission, right? The first thing he said to me after I got it pierced was like, it looks like a blackhead. Thanks, Dad. But at least he took me and was cool enough to like give me permission, right? Oh man, good shit. But yeah, a week is good because it gives you time to like think about it, and then if you decide you don't want to, then you know you don't have to. But I think you should, Marley. I think you should if you want to. Let's see. You used to have an industrial for many years. Nice. Yeah. So Raven, you're a good person to ask then, because Marley was talking about, you know, how is it in terms of pain level and whatnot, and like management afterwards and everything. Marley had a nose stud for a couple years. Feel you, my parents tolerated it, but didn't love it. Yeah. I mean, I think my parents didn't really love that like any of their children were getting tattoos or whatever. And now my mom has a tattoo, so it's like, whatever, it's fine. All right, shall we read about the letter I? Are we prepared? Are we ready? The letter I. I, or I, is the 9th letter and the 3rd vowel of the modern English alphabet and the ISO basic Latin alphabet. Its name in English is I, pronounced I, plural, eyes. Did it. Here's how you draw an I in cursive. And now we know. It's been a minute since well, no, I use cursive in my bullet journal every now and again. Love piercings on other people. Yeah, totally. Yeah. I was saying, like, I've had my eyebrows since I was somewhere between 18 and 20. I don't even remember. But I kind of want to take my eyebrow piercings out, but then it means that, like, they will close up and then it's like done kind of a thing. So I'm like, do I want to? Or maybe just switch from rings to like studs instead. It's funny because I wear glasses, so like no one even knows that they're pierced. Yeah, let's see. Lee and I got my nose pierced in my 20s. As a sort of middle finger to my grandmother who was angry I refused to get a no job. Oh, Alina, that's so badass. That's such a power play. I fucking love that. I love that. Fuck a nose job. Well, I mean, first of all, if you feel empowered and you want to get a nose job, by all means get a nose job. But if someone else is telling you you need to get a nose job, just get the fuck out of here. I don't care if you're my grandma. All right. Egyptian hieroglyph. Look at this thing. Anyone have an interpretation of that? Phoenician yod. It's pretty cool. And Etruscan, they're like, no, we're just gonna go single line, make it simple, make it clean, make it elegant. And then we got the iota. Oh yeah, iota. Okay, so I'm trying to learn the Greek alphabet as we do this every week. So we've got alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon. Fuck, that's all I can only remember the first 5, and we're on week 9. Wah, wah. Well, now we know. Iota. Now we know. Let's see. Plural, eyes. Spark the eyes the by. Oh, the eyes the by. Now I know what that is. Fun. Now I know, because didn't you share it in the Discord after? I'm pretty sure you did. Let's see. She said no man would ever love me with this nose. Joke's on her. I like women. Boom. I love it. I love all of that. You're like, listen, I don't give a fuck. And also, even if you were straight, like, so many men are into like piercings and tattoos. Like, it's whatever. So many women are into piercings and tattoos. I love piercings and tattoos. I also think the naked body, like just like naked skin, is really beautiful. So like, basically, you do you. You know what I mean? Like whatever. This is my philosophy in life. Like, if it feels good for you, do it. If other people or societal pressures are telling you you should or you have to, fuck that noise. Not here. Not on my watch. Yeah, that's fucking great. That's fucking great, Alina. I love that. I remember fun. I remember it felt kind of pirate shanty-esque a little bit. Like a fisherman song. All right, shall we read about Inuyasha? Okay, Maddie Brady, I'm really glad that you requested Inuyasha, because this was one of my fave animes when I was a kid. And I haven't watched it in years, so I have no idea if it holds up. But as a kid, I really loved Inuyasha. All right, Inuyasha. Inuyasha is a Japanese manga series written and illustrated by Rumiko Takahashi. The series begins with Kagome Higurashi, a 15-year-old middle school girl from modern-day Tokyo who is transported to the Sengoku period after falling into a well in her family shrine, where she meets the half-dog demon, half-human Inuyasha. After the sacred Shikon jewel reemerges from deep inside Kagome's body, she accidentally shatters it into dozens of fragments that shatter across Japan. This is so... Can I just say, real quick, reading this summary, I'm realizing that I watched this show without ever knowing the plot. I didn't know this show was about this. I just thought of it as like an anime teen romance kind of a situation, which it is. But like, this is really funny to read about. I'm like, I had no idea. I had no idea that this was what was happening in that show. Not a clue. Not a clue. Let's see. So admire artful tattoos on people. Well, and also, can we talk about it? So my first tattoos, this is a no-no. Tattoo artists are not supposed to do this. You should, essentially, unless you are like fully tatted up already, tattoo artists are not supposed to tattoo your hands or your neck. I digress. So my first tattoos ever were on my knuckles. As you can see, years ago they have faded. But like, you're not supposed to get knuckle tattoos for your first tattoo. Who the fuck does that? And they're terrible. But over time they've faded and I don't really care. I've thought about maybe getting them removed, but honestly, it's just such a funny story that I don't give a fuck. Tattoo tour, ready? My next tattoo. No, wait, just kidding. This one was next. Then we got this guy, which is, it's the circle of fifths. So if you're a music nerd, like C major, boop, 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 there it is like all white keys on the piano. And then anytime you go clockwise, you just add a sharp to your key signature. If you go counterclockwise, you just add a flat to your key signature. It's called the circle of fifths because if you go clockwise, you're going up a fifth. If you go counterclockwise, you're going up a fourth, a perfect fourth. And so it's a cool music theory tool that I just fucking love. And so I made it like a compassy situation. And then this guy, which I don't know how I can show it on the camera. This is just song lyrics from a song that I really love, by a local singer-songwriter, Ian Cook, who's fantastic. And then I would show you the one on my hip, but I feel like it's gonna be a TOS moment to like get there. But yeah, my little Spirited Away tattoo. There you go, tattoo tour. But yeah, I love my tattoos, even my stupid knuckle ones. I don't know. There was a time where I was like, I hated them and resented them. I was like, this was really stupid. Why did you do this? But like, you know, when you're drunk and 20 years old, shit happens. Anyway, let's see. So many good advice. Okay. Can be a painful one after. Piercing is pretty quick, not painful at first. Healing time is a lot longer than other piercing. Good to know. Warm compress helps the pain management. Nice. That's good to know. I think that applies to most Newfie music, the like pirate sea shanty kind of thing. That makes sense. Yeah, super helpful advice, Raven. Covered in tats. Let's see. Covered in tats, so of course I love them. Yeah, definitely. Love hearing the stories behind others' tattoos. It's fun, right? Yeah, it's cool. Well, this one too. This one on my forearm. I have scars from self-harm when I was a kid. And so I wanted to, rather than like cover it up, I wanted to kind of like frame it with like love and intention. So yeah, I really love this one. This might be my favorite. But yeah, I want more. I always want more. Let's see. Just have a tiny moon on my wrist. Next, I'd love to get a Band-Aid above my... I love that idea. That's very cute. I love that. Yeah, I want to get a Bubbers tattoo. I think I might add Bubbers to my hip situation. We'll see. All right, anyway, Inuyasha. Okay, shatters dozens of fragments across Japan. Inuyasha and Kagome set to recover the jewel's fragments. Through their quest, they are joined by the lecherous monk Miroku, demon slayer Sango, and the fox demon Shippo. Together, they journey to restore the Shikan jewel before it falls into the hands of the evil half-demon Naraku. Inuyasha was serialized in Shogakukan's Weekly Shonen Sunday from November 1996 to June 2008. See, that makes sense. I'm like that 1996 to like 2001 era, that was my shit. Those were like the years that I was like deeply into Inuyasha, I feel like. With its chapters collected into 56 tankobon volumes by Shogakukan. In contrast to the typically comedic nature of much of Takahashi's previous work, Inuyasha deals with a darker, more serious subject matter, using the setting of the Sengoku period to easily display the violent content while still retaining some of the comedic elements. See, and I don't even remember it as being violent in my mind again. Like, I don't know. Well, and maybe two. Honestly, that's probably one, watching the TV show, not reading the manga. Two, watching the Americanized version of the TV show, not the Japanese version, right? Because if you're watching the American version of anime, you're gonna get a watered down like version of it. You just are. Let's see. Yeah, no, Maddie Brady, I love the Band-Aid idea. Well, and I love a cute little wrist tattoo also. I love it. Let's see. The manga was adapted into two anime television series produced by Sunrise. First was broadcast for 107 episodes to Yomiuri TV from October 2000 to September 2004. The second series, Inuyasha, The Final Act, ran for 26 episodes. So I must have only watched the first series then. October 2000. That's wild to me. That seems later to me. But clearly it's not. Yeah, so Inuyasha must have been this like new cool thing when I was watching it. That's really funny. Anyway, so the second series, Inuyasha, The Final Act, ran for 26 episodes from October 2009 to March 2010, covering the rest of the manga series. 4 feature films and an original video animation have also been released. Other merchandise includes video games and a light novel. A sequel anime television series titled Yashahime, Princess Half Demon, premiered in October 2020. Viz Media licensed the manga, the 2 anime series, and the movies for North America. Both Inuyasha and Inuyasha The Final Act aired in the United States on Adult Swim, later on Toonami. Yep, I remember the days of Toonami. Remember those days? Remember getting home from school and just watching Toonami and being a nerd? I do. Inuyasha Secret of the Cursed Mask on PS2. Oh! See, playing an Inuyasha video game would be really fun. I like that idea. Let's see. Toonami, 2002 to 2015. Okay, so I was in junior high. Let's think about it. 2001 to 2003-ish, right? And like middle school would have been like 1999, 2000-ish. So yeah, it makes sense. Because I feel like, so I switched from a private Christian school to public school when I was in 5th grade. So right around middle school age, but we had like elementary and then junior high. And so the kids that I like got in with were like anime nerds. So we'd like trade Pokemon cards and like watch Inuyasha and draw anime together. That was my shit in junior high, like late elementary school, early junior high. Let's see. Okay, so Maddie Bratty, this was your topic. Is there anything in particular that you want to hone in on? We could stage plays. I do kind of want to read about the stage plays. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe just overall plot, I think in general, but I don't necessarily want to get like too in the weeds with that because anime plot goes a little bit hard. Anime plot is like it's kind of Tolkien-esque in terms of the lore. It gets like real convoluted real quick. But yeah, let me know if there's anything in particular because I'm thinking my initial thoughts are let's read a little bit about the plot. I want to read about the stage plays because I find that to be fascinating. Video games, since you mentioned the video game, I thought would be kind of cool. Plot development, video game, stage play. Love it. Perfect. Love it. Here for it. Let's go. Okay, so plot. In modern-day Tokyo, Kagome Higurashi lives on the grounds of her family Shinto shrine with her mother, grandfather, and younger brother. On her 15th birthday, while searching for her cat, Kagome is dragged into the enshrined Bone Eater's well by a centipede demon that emerges from it. But rather than hit the bottom, Kagome finds herself in another universe, which is parallel to her universe, but in the past, during Japan's Sengoku period. The demon was originally defeated 50 years prior by Kikyo, a warrior priestess, who was the previous keeper of the Shikon Jewel. A powerfully magical artifact created from the sacrifice of the priestess Midoriko, which grants its holder any wish their heart desires. I was gonna say, where's Spice Pirate Ryoko when we need them? Because Ryoko is one of the characters, right, from Inuyasha. Anyway, side note. Kagome is revealed to be the reincarnation of the now dead Kikyo. The Shikon Jewel was burned along with Kikyo's body to cast it out of this world entirely in order to keep it safe from the hands of those who would use its power for evil. Kagome comes across a sleeping boy pinned by a sacred arrow to a tree, learning he is Inuyasha, a half-human, half-demon who Kikyo pinned to the tree as her final act when he attempted to steal the jewel. Kagome then gets attacked by the centipede demon and desperately frees Inuyasha to kill the centipede demon, but when he turns on her and tries to steal the jewel again, he is subdued with a magical beaded necklace to keep him in line with Kagome, saying "sit" or "sit, boy," which causes him to violently fall to the ground. The Shikon Jewel is extracted from Kagome's body and taken by a crow demon, which Kagome destroys with an arrow, but in doing so, inadvertently shatters the jewel into many shards that scatter across Japan and into the possession of various demons and humans. Let's see. Maybe reception, if there is one. Yeah, reception would be good category. I'm here for it. After Inuyasha gains his father's sword, Tesaiga, placing him in odds with his older half-brother, Sesshomaru, a powerful demon who seeks Tesaiga for himself, who is with the mortal girl named Rin, a kind of human. He aids Kagome in collecting the shards and dealing with the threats they come across as they are joined by Shippo, a young fox demon. I remember Shippo being really cute. Kikyo is later revived and revealed to have been Inuyasha's lover, but her version of how their falling out occurred to bring the events into question. It is when the group is joined by the perverted monk Miroku, whose hand is cursed with the wind tunnel that was passed on to him from his grandfather, that they learn his family's curse and the events which resulted in Inuyasha's imprisonment and Kikyo's death were all caused by the spider half-demon Naraku, who was born from the soul of the bandit Onigumu, who, longing for Kikyo, made a pact with the demons to acquire the Shikon jewel for his own ends. Naraku comes into possession of most shards while absorbing demons to increase his power and remove any weaknesses. Inuyasha's group is soon joined after by the demon slayer Sango and her two-tailed demon cat Kirara. Sango's entire clan was killed when they were tricked by Naraku, and her younger brother Kohaku fell under his control. Over time, Inuyasha enhances Tessaiga into stronger forms while he contends with Naraku's schemes and minions. Inuyasha's team is loosely allied with Sesshomaru, who also becomes an enemy of Naraku after he attempts to manipulate him into doing his bidding. Then resurrected Kikyo, who plans to destroy Naraku by purifying the Shikon jewel once it is completed, and him with it. And Koga, the leader of the Eastern Wolf Demon tribe, who seeks to avenge many of his comrades' death at the hands of Naraku. As Inuyasha and his companions journey together, he and Kagome begin to fall in love with one another, which is complicated due to Inuyasha's lingering feelings for Kikyo. We do need a Ryoko, right? We do. Sango was always your favorite. Okay, we might have to look at the characters too, and maybe even not even to read them, but just to see what they look like to jog my memory a little bit, because I many drugs ago. All right, let me sip of coffee. We'll continue. So many enemies, so many motives, so much to unpack here. Okay. Desperately hunted by his enemies, Naraku temporarily removes his human heart and mortally wounds Kikyo. Kohaku, having been previously killed but later revived by Naraku and kept alive and under his control by a Shikon jewel fragment, eventually regains his free will and memories and attempts to escape Naraku's grasp and avenge his slain family. During that time, Sesshomaru settles things with Inuyasha to enable his brother to perfect Tessaiga to its optimal abilities. Kikyo uses the last of her life force to give Kohaku a second chance at life, as Naraku fully resembles the Shikon jewel. Although Inuyasha and his allies defeat him for good, realizing his true desires for Kikyo's love, despite his hatred toward her and that it can never be granted, Naraku uses his wish to trap himself and Kagome inside the Shikon jewel before dying. Revealed to be sentient, the Shikon jewel intends for Kagome to make a selfish wish so that she and Naraku will be trapped in eternal conflict, thus prolonging its existence. But with Inuyasha by her side, Kagome wishes for the Shikon jewel to disappear forever, allowing Kagome to return to her time and with the well sealed, and she and Inuyasha lose contact for 3 years. In that time, the Sengoku period changes drastically. Sango and Miroku marry and have 3 children together. Kohaku resumes his journey to become a strong demon slayer with Kirara as his companion, and Shippo trains to make his demon magic stronger. Back in the present, 18-year-old Kagome graduates from high school before finally managing to get the Bone Eater's well in her backyard to work again. Kagome returns to the Sengoku period, where she reunites with Inuyasha, marries him, and continues to train with Kaede to become a topmost level priestess. The more you know. I've never seen this show, so boy, am I holding on to the plot with my fingertips here. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying, but I'm like, I remember watching the show. I do not remember holding on to plot points whatsoever. I just remember thinking of it as more of a, like, teen drama situation where there's, like, fighting. It was kind of, as I recall, it was kind of like Monster of the Week. So you have your, like, overall plot, and then every episode there's kind of like, okay, this is the demon we're going after this episode kind of a thing. That's like sort of how I remember it. Love it. Here for it. Okay, development. Takahashi wrote Inuyasha after finishing Ranma one half. Okay, this is like bringing back so many memories. In contrast to her previous comedic works such as Urusai Yatsura, Maison Ikoku, and One Pound Gospel, Takahashi wanted to create a darker storyline that was thematically closer to her mermaid saga stories. In order to portray violent themes softly, the story was set in the Sengoku period, when wars were common. Takahashi did no notable research for the designs of samurai or castles because she considered such topics common knowledge. By June 2001, a clear ending to the series had not been established because Takahashi was still unsure about how to end the relationship between Inuyasha and Kagome. Furthermore, Takahashi said that she did not have an ending to the previous manga she wrote during the beginning, having figured them out as their serialization progressed. That's always an interesting gamble, isn't it? If you don't necessarily have a destination to where you're going, it can be tricky tying things together at the end. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, Monster of the Week with overall plot. Yeah. Well, and that's where, again, it's kind of like Sailor Moon. Like, again, another one I was super into, and yet if you asked me the plot, like, I have no idea. All I know is that every week there was, like, magical fights that happened and, like, cute characters. That's pretty much it. Okay, we're going to skip through real quick. We're going to look at the stage play. Wait, video games. Go back. Here we go. Video games. Video games. 3 video games. I feel like I'm like 3. Whoops. 3 video games based on the series were released for Wonder Swan, Inuyasha Kagome no Sengoku Nikki. Cool. Inuyasha Kagome's Warring States Diary, Inuyasha Funemaki, Inuyasha the Sealed Scroll Picture, and Inuyasha Kagome no Yumi Nikki. A single title, Inuyasha Naraku no Wana, Mayoi no Mori no Shataijo, Inuyasha Naruko's Trap, Invitation to the Forest Illusion, was released for Game Boy Advance on January 23rd, 2003 in Japan. Inuyasha has been adapted into a mobile game released for Java and Brew handsets on June 21st, 2005. 2 titles were released for PlayStation. Here we go. An RPG simply titled Inuyasha, and the fighting game Inuyasha: A Feudal Fairy Tale, the latter of which was released in North America. For the PlayStation 2, 2 released games were the RPG Inuyasha: The Secret of the Cursed Mask, that's what you were talking about, right, Maddie Brady? And the fighting game Inuyasha: Feudal Combat, which also received an English version. An English-only RPG, Inuyasha: The Secret of the Divine Jewel, was released for Nintendo DS on January 23rd, 2007. Inuyasha appeared in the crossover video game Sunday vs. Magazine Shuketsu Shoujo Daikusen as a playable character. Inuyasha's sword, Tasaiga, has appeared in Monster Hunter, oh that's cool, as a craftable weapon using items gained from a special event. An English-language original collectible card game created by Score Entertainment that was first released on October 20th, 2004. Cool. With Berto, hi, good morning. Welcome to I Week. If you have any I topics, let me know. Right now we're reading about Inuyasha. I hope you're doing well. Sailor Moon Crystal is all plot. It's so good. It's so good. I would do a rewatch of Sailor Moon for sure. That would be a fun one. Because yeah, like I said, and for a lot of these too, it was like which episodes. I don't think I actually watched the entire series because it's like which episode could you catch kind of a thing, right? So to actually see the overall plot would be really cool. Like Cowboy Bebop is one, but I need to go back and rewatch. And I still haven't watched the live action adaptation. I still haven't. The casting looked amazing. But there was so much I don't know, anime nerds and just nerds in general get real defensive and intense about their shit, right? Let's see. Fenaria wasn't exposed to a lot of anime, but my friend group used to appropriate a little room off the library and watch Neon Genesis. Okay, yeah, Evangelion at lunchtime. Missed out on a lot of what the heck was going on besides big robot fights. Exactly. I think that's so much though in terms of anime, honestly fun, is there's this wild giant kind of lore that is happening, but also it's just like cool monsters fighting, big robots fighting, you know, like it's, yeah. So that's what's interesting, because it is very much like serial in terms of like the overall plot, but like episodic in that you could just kind of watch like one episode and like not fully understand what was going on with the plot, but like still enjoy the robot fights, you know what I mean? Anime. Let's see. Yeah, Neon Genesis Evangelion, that's another one. Yeah. Did not get any of it the first watch. No. I mean, even the second or third, there's too much probably. The RPG is a self-insert game. You can play all new character, boy or girl, and you can romance the characters to be better at battle. That's hilarious. That's great. Did we accidentally skip characters? I don't think we did. Characters is going to come next. I just wanted to make sure. Right? We have reception. Maybe they don't go into characters. Oh well, it's fine. Okay, so that was video games. Stage plays. I'm curious about stage plays. All right, in 2000, a Japanese live-action stage play ran from April through May at the Akasaka ACT Theater in Tokyo, around the same time the anime series began production. The play's script followed the general plotline of the original manga, with a few minor changes to save time. The second run of the play ran from January through February in 2001 at the Akasaka ACT Theater in Tokyo. In February 2017, it was announced that a stage play adaptation of Inuyasha would be performed at the Tanozu Galaxy Theater in Tokyo from April 6th to 15th of that same year, featuring Yutaka Kion from Golden Bomber as Inuyasha and Nogizaka 46's Yumi Wakatsuki? There we go. Yumi Wakatsuki as Kagome. There it is. Reception. Oh my god, Ryoko is from Inuyasha, right? Can I just to make sure? Or is Ryoko from something different? Am I mixing up two animes? Yeah. I don't know why I remember Ryoko being such a big character, but maybe Ryoko's not as big of a character as I thought. Who kills Inuyasha? Sorry, spoilers. All right, who knows? Anyway, just trying to jog my little kid memory. Because I didn't mention Ryoko, but I remember Ryoko being a big part of it. But maybe not? Maybe not. All right. The manga. Inuyasha had over 45 million copies in circulation as of February 2010. As of September 2020, the manga had over 50 million copies in circulation. Individual volumes from Inuyasha have been popular in Japan, taking high places in rankings listing sales. In 2002, the manga won the 47th Shogakukan Manga Award in the Shonen category. In North America, the manga volumes have appeared various times in the New York Times and Diamond Comic Distributors' top-selling lists. Moreover, in 2005, Inuyasha was one of the most researched series, according to Lycos. On TV Asahi's Manga Sosenkyo 2021 poll, in which 150,000 people voted for their top 100 manga series, Inuyasha ranked 28th. Reviewing Volume 2 for X.org, Iri Izawa wrote that Inuyasha combines many of Rumiko Takahashi's best elements: fast-paced action, interesting characters, deep doses of imaginative fantasy, a bit of horror, and those famous touches of Takahashi humor. She also praised the undeniably intelligent and observant Kagome as refreshing. Kagome is really cute. She's a cute main character for sure. Izawa described the faults of the series as subtle and minor, feeling that the action sometimes seems to drag a little, and that some of the characters are too familiar to those from Takahashi's previous works. I mean, if you're an artist, if you're a creator, your work eventually is going to be derivative of itself, right? Because it's just you, like, at the end of the day, so whatever. Rebecca Bundy began her review of Volume 23 of Inuyasha for Anime News Network by claiming, 23 volumes in, and this series still packs a serious punch. She called its balance of action, conversation, and reflection perfect, noted it had plenty of character development for the main cast, sans Koga. Bundy's sole complaint was that she felt the character designs had changed a modest amount since the beginning of the series. Fair. Even though they had not read Inuyasha since around volume 6, Manga Life's Penny Kenny said they were able to jump right in with volume 52 thanks in part to the sense of the familiarity provided by Takahashi's riffing on the same themes. Kenny stated that Takahashi's genius lies in her endless improvisations on the standard elements. By adding new enemies and monsters, she forces heroes to up their game and grow as individuals. The reviewer described the art as having little background detail, with Takahashi instead focusing on the characters and their actions. Kenny also noted that, like all of the manga artists' works, the drama is heightened by levity, with each character having their own style of humor. Anime. The anime... Excuse me, mouse. Excuse me. The anime of Inuyasha was ranked 20 by TVSI of the 100 best anime series in 2006, based on an online survey in Japan. In ICV2's Anime Awards from both 2004 and 2005, the series was the winner in the category of Property of the Year. In the Anime Grand Prix polls by Animage, probably? I don't know. Inuyasha has appeared various times in the category of Best Anime, taking third place in 2003. In the American Anime Awards from 2007, Inuyasha was a nominee in the categories of Best Cast, Best Long Series, and Best Anime Feature, but lost, to Full Metal Alchemist and Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, respectively. A 2019 NHK poll of 210,061 people saw Inuyasha named Takahashi's best animated work. Inuyasha and Sesshomaru, were voted first and third place, respectively, in her characters category. The English DVDs from the series had sold over 1 million copies between March 2003 and November 2004, with the film's first DVD topping the Nielsen Video Scan anime bestseller list for 3 weeks. As of 2016, Viz Media had sold more than 2 million Inuyasha home video units. Mania Entertainment listed the series in an article ranking anime series that required a reboot, criticizing the series' repetitiveness. Again, it feels very like Sailor Moon to me, because Sailor Moon feels really repetitive too, but like as a kid you love that shit. And also it's like, Monster of the Week. That's what Monster of the Week is. It's a little bit repetitive, but we love it. We love to see it. Advent Children. I don't know Advent Children. I'm not familiar with Advent Children. Final Fantasy is one I kind of missed out on a little bit. I remember a friend of mine had Final Fantasy VII, so I remember playing it with them at like sleepovers and stuff, but otherwise, yeah. There you go, Inuyasha. The more you know. Pretty good. Good shit. Good category, Maddie Brady. I like it. Yeah, it's so funny. Memories. Anime memories. Yeah, thank you. That's a good topic. Oh, guys, did I forget to turn on my screen captions? Ugh, the worst. I have a setting, theoretically, where it's supposed to remind me in chat if I forgot to turn it on. Now you can see, now my captions are on. I wish I was better at remembering to turn them on. But now we have closed captions for folks that need it. Okay, next. Industrial piercings. See, now I want to go get a piercing. Thanks a lot, Marley. Now I want a piercing. Now I want to go... Marley, what if I got a matching industrial piercing with you? It would be terrible with the headset. That's something to keep in mind. If you wear headphones or a headset, it's going to be rough. You're going to have to do earpods for a while. Keep that in mind. Oh gosh. Matching piercings with Marley. Maybe.
PogChamp.
PogChamp. Hi, Cheesy. Thank you for the resub. 15 months doesn't even make sense in my head. I don't even understand it. Thank you. 15 months. Cheesy, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. It's funny, Cheesy. I was thinking about you yesterday just because of the Hardcore Cup going on, and like I think Marley and I were talking about it a little bit, just feeling disconnected from hardcore at this point in time. But I was thinking about you because it was so fun, the solo hardcore cup that you and I both did, like running into you in the Barrens and stuff. Just like, yeah. Memories. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we'll get matching piercings. Who knows? Amazing. Let's see. Never mind. I'm mixing up my Final Fantasy subtitle names. Oh, fair. Spirits Within. Okay, yeah. I don't think I've seen any of the... Now that you say that, Fun, I don't think I've seen any of the Final Fantasy movies. Have I? Maybe I have. What's the girl that's missing a leg? What's her name? Yuffie? Which movie has Yuffie? Probably multiples. I feel as though I've seen one with Yuffie in it. I don't know. Memory is a weird thing. It was so fun, right? Like, because we were both fighting harpies, and you must have like finished your quest. You used one of your swiftness pots. You're like, bye. You like zoomed out of there. Incredible, amazing. Captain Gas, I miss you guys. Tell Captain Gab I say hello. I miss you all. When are we getting another? TBC, the biggest coaster. When are we getting another Gab and Cheesy amazing stream? Because we need it. We need it in our life. We need more roller coaster tycoon streams. I think that was so much fun. We do. Yeah, we need another TBC stream. It's so good to see you. Yes, please tell Captain Gab I say hi. I miss you guys. Actually, Cheesy, at some point in the future here, I might hit you up for a music project thing, if you'd be willing to help me out. So I'll keep you posted. All right, shall we read about industrial piercings? By the way, it's eye week. Cheesy, if you or Gab have any eye topics you want us to look up, let me know. Yes, of course. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll hit you up. Yay. All right, this one's for Marley. Industrial piercings. An industrial piercing, North America, sometimes called a scaffold piercing. I didn't know it was called different things in different places, which of course it is, but who knew? A scaffold piercing in the UK or Ireland, or a construction piercing, is any two pierced holes connected with a single straight piece of jewelry, compared to an orbital piercing. Yeah, okay. Orbital piercings are cool too. Okay, anyway. However, it typically refers to a double perforation of the upper ear cartilage specifically. Two piercings are made, one fairly close to the head, forward helix piercing, and a second further down the helix on the opposite side of the ear, helix piercing. A vertical industrial piercing is also referred to as a suicide industrial. I've never heard that before. The page does not exist. Industrial piercings are usually 14G gauges, right? And the barbell jewelry is worn during the healing period. Sometimes a pair of captive bead rings, CBRs. Let's see it. Captive bead ring, ball closing. Common example. Is that like my nose ring has a ball? Do you like, I'm like, pick my nose real quick? I think that's what that means. Anyway, captive bead rings are used instead and are exchanged for a barbell after the healing is complete. Although the use of CBRs often results in faster healing, proper alignment of the piercings is difficult when this technique is used. This is good to know. Industrials typically take anywhere from 6 months to 1 year to fully heal. That is a long healing time. Hardcore Karen! Okay, you're going to have to wait. We'll check out Prince Albert piercings on P Week. We're not on P Week yet because that one starts with a P. But come back on P Week, Karen, and we'll look into it. Why not? It's good to see you. What are you up to, Karen? Let's see. What else? 6 months to 1 year. That is a long healing period. That's good to know. Let's see. Considerably more painful than the conventional piercing. Okay, Marley, I didn't know this, and I'm glad Raven mentioned this too. So the healing time is something to consider in terms of pain. FYI. Let's see. This piercing should be cleaned regularly. Any piercing should be cleaned regularly, okay? Okay? Take care of your piercings. Take care of your tattoos. That's it. Industrial piercings. We did it. I don't think it's Twitch safe. I mean, It might not be. You guys, you know what I heard the other day? Can someone fact check this? I'm pretty sure it's true. I heard so my barber is also a streamer. I got my hair cut the other day. Shout out Still at Pones. But he was telling me that because Twitch is owned by Amazon, you can do watch parties on Twitch if it's on Amazon Prime Video. Is this true? Because if this is true, this opens up so many doors. Right? 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 Jay Punzel, it's true? Is that true? I'm just saying. That should be true. It's an interesting idea we could look into. Although I'd love to just do like a Discord movie night or something at some point anyway. So, yeah. Karen, what are you doing? How are you? It's good to see you. Jay Punzel, same question. How are you? Thank you all for being here. Next, we have the Inca Empire. I do need more coffee. It's going to be like a 2-second BRB. I'll be right back. Stick around. Or don't. That's your choice. I don't make your decisions. I'm going to get more coffee. I'll see you real soon. Real soon. See, I told you it'd be quick. Let's see. Let me get caught up on chat here. Good, just playing some Raft. Ooh, you know who's been playing Raft lately, who I absolutely adore? If y'all don't know Mercenary Jane is wonderful and amazing. And she and her husband have been playing Raft together, and it is hilarious and amazing. And she's also been doing hardcore Valheim runs. Highly recommend. You should go check her out. But yeah, okay, let's see. Maddie Brady, what did you say? With watch parties, Twitch communities can come together to watch, react, and discuss any movie or TV show that is available with their Amazon Prime or Prime Video subscription directly on Twitch. Watch Parties is currently available to all creators on desktop, web, and viewers, desktop, web, and the Twitch iOS and Android apps. Okay, I'm going to have to look into it. Because that could be fun. It might just be easier and better to do a Discord movie night, but doing like little react fun things like on stream would be kind of cool. It's worth investigating. Sent you the link on Discord how to set up watch parties. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll look into that later. It was a Raft or Val day. See? Yeah, if you don't know Mercenary Jane, she's great. Let's see. Baby Yoda. What the hell? Oh, okay. Wait, let me see. Today, glowing. You see to happy, so am I. Glowing. Thanks. That took me a minute. Yeah. Did you do that on purpose? You wrote everything backwards. It took me a minute. I was able to like see it. So happy to see you glowing today, BB. Hey, thanks. This was one of those days where I put on a lot of highlight. I went for it. The glow is thanks to a Wet n Wild highlight that I got that is a little out of control, and I'm kind of obsessed. Karen, if you do come here in May and we hang out, can I do your makeup? Can we go to gate clubs and can I do your makeup? Please. I would love that. All right. Inca Empire. The Inca Empire, also known as Incan Empire and the Inca Empire, and at the time known as the Realm of the Four Parts, was the largest empire in pre-Columbian America. The administrative, political, and military center of the empire was in the city of Cusco. The Inca civilization arose from the Peruvian highlands, sometimes in the early 13th century. The Spanish began the conquest of the Inca Empire in 1532, and its last stronghold was conquered in 1572. From 1438 to 1533, the Incas incorporated a large portion of western South America, centered on the Andean Mountains, using conquest and peaceful assimilation among other methods. At its largest, the empire joined Peru, western Ecuador, western and south-central Bolivia, northwest Argentina, and a large portion of what is today Chile. Wow, reading is hard. And the southwesternmost tip of Colombia into a state comparable to the historical empires of Eurasia. Yeah, Incan Empire was huge. Let's see. Its official language was Quechua. I spent some time in Bolivia in undergrad when I was getting my anthropology degree. I did what do you even call it? I did some sort of like anthropological research study thing in Bolivia, but I got to take Quechua lessons while I was there. It was really cool. It's a really interesting language. We should maybe do Quechua for Q Week. I'm gathering Q topics because I just have a feeling that Q Week might be a little bit sparse, but Quechua would be a good one. Incans are fascinating. They are. When I was going to say, I bet you know about Quechua quite a bit, but like Quechua as a language is fascinating because in terms of like formal written, they kind of took from Spanish to then develop a formal writing system for Quechua. But like, yeah, no, Quechua in terms of like word order and spell it, like it's so unique and distinct and interesting. Yeah, Quechua would be a good one. Add it to the list, to the notebook. Hi, Kuzak Rogue. See, we're talking about the Inca Empire. Welcome. You're here just in time. We're talking about Cusco. I hope you're doing well. Queer core for Q Week? Okay. All right. Okay. Let me write it down. We'll get to Q Week when we get to Q Week. But yeah, for sure. Queer core sounds great. That sounds right up my alley, to be honest with you. Okay, let's see. Kuzak Rogue, what are you up to? It's good to see you. Welcome to I Week. We're investigating things that start with the letter I. Right now, we're reading about the Inca Empire. So that is a good topic. Gonna add my Q idea in the Discord. I'm wondering, should I? Okay, guys. Okay, all right, everyone. If you're part of the Discord, you may notice there are so many tabs in the Discord, and that's because of how my brain works. I really like to put things into categories. So I'm wondering. First of all, I feel like I need to get rid of some of the categories because there's like too many. And at the same time, I'm like, should I add another category specifically for Wikipedia with me? Would it be helpful? Or do you want to just put it under whatever and I'll find it? Let me know. Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Okay, anyway. All right, here we go. From 1438 to 1533, the Incas incorporated a large portion of western South America, centered on the Andean Mountains, using conquest and peaceful assimilation, among other methods. At its largest, the empire joined... Did I already read this? Oh, yeah, we got to Quechua, and then okay, got it. Okay. Quechua. The Inca Empire was unique in that it lacked many of the features associated with civilization in the Old World. Anthropologist Gordon McEwen wrote that the Incas were able to construct one of the greatest imperial states in human history without the use of the wheel, draft animals, knowledge of iron or steel, or even a system of writing. See? The system of writing came later after Spanish conquest. Notable features of the Incan Empire included its monumental architecture, especially stonework, extensive road network reaching all the corners of the empire, finely woven textiles, use of knotted strings, quipu, for record keeping and communication, agricultural innovations and production in a difficult environment, and the organization and management fostered or imposed on its people and their labor. Real quick, I want to go back and fully grasp something. So, without the use of the wheel, draft animals, knowledge of iron or steel, or even a system of writing. This is interesting too. Jared Diamond, who's not really an anthropologist, I don't remember what his actual specialty is, but Jared Diamond wrote a book called Guns, Germs, and Steel. And there's flaws with this methodology. There's missing information, but the general kind of TLDR is that civilizations that had access to steel were then able to create weaponry and then able to kind of like conquer other areas. So much of when we look at like class disparity and racism and all of these different things, it kind of stems from what you had access to geographically, because part of it too is like food storage. So like if you lived in an area where you were able to store food, then you were able to kind of get away from hunter-gatherer lifestyle and therefore focus energy and time onto other things like creating weapons, right? It's interesting. It's just interesting stuff. Today I learned. Today I learned is perfect. Today I learned is great. Yeah, put it in the today I learned. Now fun, caveat, I might not remember to go back all the way, but at least it's there so that hopefully you and it gives us a better chance of remembering. I like it. No, today I learned is perfect. That's a great place to put it. Let's see. Central American civilizations have always been fascinating. Yes. Quetzalcoatl is a good one. Okay, we're going to be good. Because I was going to say, I know that we're going to look up quantum theory too. Quetzalcoatl is a great one. Yep. Let me write it down. Okay, so Q week's gonna be all right, guys. We're gonna be just fine for Q week, actually. Yeah, Quetzalcoatl's a good one. Mesoamerica is fascinating too, geographically and culturally, and yeah, all of that. I have to look at how you spelled Quetzalcoatl. Nice. For N week, Nahuatl would be kind of cool to look up if we're feeling the languages. There's so much, you guys. There's so much to Wiki. This is why I think my little brother, so I had dinner with my siblings. Here, I'll go back to here real quick. I had dinner with my siblings last night, and my little brother was asking me, he's like, so what are you going to do after you get to Z? He's like, are you going to do numbers after that? I was like, no, I think we'll just start over from A again. We'll just do season 2. Like and that's like if we want to continue doing this, right? But it's not like we're lacking for topics, honestly. Like anytime I'm like, oh, I don't know, this letter's a little hard. It's like easy to find shit. Easy. Like I feel like every week we get more and more topics, honestly. It's kind of amazing. I have a feeling if I do keep doing this at some point, I say we, like, and I mean it, like if we keep doing this, like I might have to find some sort of system for how to go about the different topics. But like thank you all for like being into this and like bringing topics and making it easy to look up stuff. It's really fun. Thank you for being passionately curious with me. I thoroughly enjoy it. I really do, and I really appreciate it. Okay, let's take a look here. Quetzalcoatlus, the pterosaur named after that deity. See, so many keywords. That's so good. We can look up both of those. I love it. Blizzard was always on point with the references. It's true. Facts. It's true. Okay. Talking about steel, talking about iron, talking about organizations and shit. Okay, so the Inca Empire functioned largely without money and without markets. Instead, exchange of goods and services was based on reciprocity between individuals and among individuals, groups, and Incan rulers. Taxes consisted of a labor obligation of a person to the empire. The Inca rulers, who theoretically owned all the means of production, reciprocated by granting access to land and goods and providing food and drink in celebratory feasts for their subjects. Many local forms of worship persisted in the empire, most of them concerning local sacred huacas. But the Inca leadership encouraged the sun worship of Inti, their sun god, and imposed a sovereignty above other cults such as that of Pachamama. Pachamama is really cool. That would be a good one for Pee Week. The Incas considered their king, Sapa Inca, to be the son of the sun. The Incan economy has been I'm gonna write down Pachamama. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna write it down. We're just gonna do it. Why not? Okay. The Incan economy has been described in contradictory ways by scholars. Daryl E. Lalonde, in his work The Inca as a Non-Market Economy, noted that the Inca economy has been described as feudal, slave, and socialist, and added, here, one may choose between socialist paradise or socialist tyranny. I was wondering, I was like, in some ways, that seems awesome. In other ways, it seems incredibly, like, authoritarian dictatorship in some ways. You know what I mean? Like it's I don't know. Oh my lord, the world has been warped by Warcraft. When you said pterosaur, I heard pterodox. That's really funny. See? They are on point with their references, though. Case in point, right there. Right there. All right, let's take a look. Okay, so, Alina, if you're there, are there specific kind of things that you want to look into and like hone in on here? Let me know, and we will do it. We will do it. I'm trying to see, because this is a pretty large article, so I'm gonna probably try to like narrow it down a little bit. I find etymology to be fascinating always. Is it bad to say I might skip history and go straight to like society and religion? Economy now I'm really curious about too. Arts and technology I'm really curious about. There's a lot here. I might just kind of like skip around. But seriously, Alina, if you're still there, if there's certain things you want us to look at, tell me and we will do it. All right, etymology. The Inca referred to their empire as Tawantinsuyu, the four Suyu. In Quechua, Tawa is four and Ntin is a suffix naming a group. So Tawantin is a quartet, a group of four things taken together. In this case, the four Suyu regions or provinces, whose corners met at the capital. The four Suyu were Chinchai Suyu, north, Antai Suyu, east, Amazon jungle, Kal Suyu, south, Kunti Suyu, west. The name Tawantinsuyu was, therefore, a descriptive term indicating the union of provinces. The Spanish transliterated the name to Tahuantinsuyu or Tahuantinsuyu. Suyu? Yeah, what are you thinking, Alina, in terms of like what you want to hone in on? Are there specific things that you are curious about or that you want to make sure that we get to? We've got etymology I'm reading right now, various pockets of history here. Society is interesting. I mean, it's all interesting, right? Religion, economy, government, arts and technology, adaptations to altitude. They're going to talk about the coca leaf, which I've definitely had, and it definitely helps. But yeah, let's see. I wonder what currencies the Incans use. Well, that's what they were saying, Kuzakro, so they didn't. That's what they were saying up here, which is really fascinating. So they didn't function largely without money. Instead, it was an exchange of goods and services based on reciprocity between individuals and among individual groups. So labor essentially is what they used as currency. Labor and like services and goods. But yeah, we'll read more about it with economy because I'm down to read about the economy. I think it's fascinating. So we'll get into it for sure. Now that's interesting, right? Totally. Because like in terms of our, like in the United States, our kind of concept of money comes from a lot of different places. But if you look at indigenous peoples of the United States, this kind of concept of money started with like indigenous tribes using like beads and shells as currency, which is really interesting. Sloths here. Hi. A cam. We do a cam once a week, Sloths, just because we're doing Wikipedia with me. It's something I started trying in January, and it has stuck. So once a week we read Wikipedia articles, and I do have my cam on. I don't have my cam on the rest of the time, but once a week we do it. And so we're reading about things that start with the letter I. How are you? I still haven't gotten a chance to check out your stream, but I definitely want to. When do you stream? Do you have a stream schedule so that we can check you out? And also, if you have any topic starting with the letter I that you'd like us to investigate, let me know and we'll do it. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Okay, let's see. The term Inca means ruler or lord in Quechua and was used to refer to the ruling class or the ruling family. The Incas were a very small percentage of the total population of the empire, probably numbering only 15,000 to 40,000, but ruling a population of around 10 million people. The Spanish adopted the term, transliterated as Inca in Spanish, as an ethnic term referring to all subject of the empire rather than simply the ruling class. That's interesting. As such, the name Imperio Inca Empire, referred to the nation that they encountered and subsequently conquered. Yeah. Okay. Again, Alina, tell me if there's certain things you want to hone in on. Otherwise, I'm going to kind of skip around a little bit. Let's see. Let's go to the origin. So, the Incan people were a pastoral tribe in the Cusco area around the 12th century. Peruvian oral history tells an origin story about 3 caves. The center cave at Tambutuku was named Kapaktuku. Let's see. The other caves were Marastuku and Sutiktuku. 4 brothers and 4 sisters stepped out of the middle cave. They were Ayar Manku, Ayar Kachi, Ayar Aqua, and Ayar Uchu. And Mama Aklo, Mama Raua, Mama Wako, bleh, Mama Kura. Out of the side caves came the people who were to be the ancestors of all the Inca clans. This is cool. I love like mythology and anthropology. I love this shit. Life stages. Okay. Life stages. Into it. Gonna do it. Here for it. Lovely to be here. I've been lurking a wee while. Finally can type for a moment. Yay! And thank you for lurking. I love all the lurkers. Love to the lurkers. Link it if you're here. That means you. Let's see. Cam's lovely. Hey, thanks. I do pretty much 5 days a week. Okay, weekends off. Okay. Work changes in the times a bit, but usually most of the day for me. Nice. Cool. Okay. So daytime, weekdays, go check out Sloths here. I definitely, as long as I'm not working, I'll try to check you out. I was going to say Fridays are going to be my best bet to be able to check you out probably, although it depends on like how late in the day you stream, because I tend to get out of work a little bit earlier than other people. Hi, Linkit. I love the lurkers. All right. Yeah. So life stages. We'll totally get into that. Let's see. Okay. So, and then we've got these cool pictures. See them? See these pictures? Also, this is a very cool picture. First Inca, one of 14 portraits of Inca kings, probably mid-18th century, oil on canvas. Cool. All right, so Ayar Manco carried a magic staff made of the finest gold. Where this staff landed, the people would live. They traveled for a long time. On the way, Ayar Kachi boasted about his strength and power. His siblings tricked him into returning to the cave to get a sacred llama. When he entered the cave, they trapped him inside to get rid of him. Amazing. There's so much. This is the thing too about like mythology and like indigenous religion, is that there's so much trickery, which I fucking love. It's like, I mean, I guess even in like Judeo-Christian like mythology, like there's trickery. Trickery is a big thing. It's like, I'm gonna make you go to this cave. Let's see. Stop it. You're too wholesome. Oh, jeez. Don't worry yourself whatsoever. Happy to find more adorable beans to hang with my 3 times. Same. Okay. I'm just going to say I've had a positive experience with it. I understand that other people are not into it, but I've had a really positive experience with Hover because it's allowed me to like find people to like meet and interact with. Here's what I didn't realize. This is so funny, Slots, here, because I met you through Breezionic, which shout out Breezionic, which so really Twitter is what brought us together, because Breezionic put out this awesome post about like being a cameraless streamer. And again, today I'm defying that, but generally speaking, I'm pretty stubborn about how I don't want my camera on. That's actually why face reveal is a channel point redemption. So if you really want to save the points and make me turn on my camera, I will, but otherwise no. Unless it's a Wikipedia day, or I want it to be on my terms if I'm going to use my camera, right? TLDR, Breezionic put out this really great post about being a cameraless streamer, and so that's how I found Breezy, which is how I found Sloths. And I didn't realize it, but I actually had found Breezy earlier on Hover because she has some clips on Hover, and I had like liked them and like gone through and been like, oh, this is a really cool streamer. They're really funny. Dropping things. That's my notebook. Point of story. I really like Hover because it's been bringing me to all sorts of like new people to hang out with. I very much enjoy it. Twitter is another one where I'm like, oh, like there's people on here to like hang out with. I like finding people to hang out with. I do. I enjoy it. You use it as well. Found a couple people on there. Hover is intriguing. Not been great for me. Fair. I was going to say, I know that other people have had negative experiences with it. Well, and another streamer friend of mine, the way that she explained it, shout out to Weaselbeth. I do think that she explained it really well. She's just so eloquent and so cool. I just love a Weaselbeth. If you don't know a Weaselbeth, I fucking love a Weaselbeth. But the way that she was describing it, she's like, Hover's interesting because like the analogy that she used was like essentially if you all own restaurants. So like I have an Italian restaurant, and you have a Chinese restaurant, and you've got a Mexican restaurant, and you've got like an American cuisine restaurant, like we all have these different restaurants. And so then it's like, here, check out my restaurant. It's like, but we're all trying to serve people food. So it's like, how do you do that? Which I think is a really good analogy. It's interesting because it's like, so it's a platform for streamers to post their clips. And so what you're doing is you're engaging with other streamers, right? And so there is this kind of like thing where it's like, okay, well, is that your demographic? If you're trying to grow, wouldn't you want to try to find like viewers rather than streamers? For me, and this is different for everyone in their like streaming journey and how you see streaming, but for me, they're one and the same. Like because I am both a viewer and a streamer. So I enjoy streaming, but I also very much enjoy hanging out in my friends' streams. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think so much of it is like, how do you engage with the platform? And also like, what are your goals? Like, what is your motivation for being on the platform? Right? I don't know. All of these things are so subjective and all about like how you use them and what you're trying to get from them, right? But I will say, it's lovely the way in which social media, there's so many things that are awful and evil about social media, but it is lovely to me that I can find new people to like hang out with because of social media. It's been really cool, especially in COVID land where it's like hard to go outside. It's a nice way to meet people. Okay, let's see. Weasel Gang, fucking love a Weasel Myth. I've come into chat and the first comment is like, hey, streamer, found you on Hover, follow me back now. And I'm like, no, this isn't the point. Totally. Well, and so I will go into people's chats and be like, hey, I found you on Hover. Like your clips are so funny. But I think that's very different than being like follow for follow. The follow for follow culture, it's toxic and it doesn't work. It's toxic and it also doesn't work. But I think that it is a nice way to find people that are like-minded in other spaces where you can like hang out. But yeah, the expectation in general that like, because I followed you, you should now follow me. It's just not how it works. So yeah, again, it all kind of depends on how you use it, right? How you go about it, for sure. Yeah, so I can definitely see that, Slots, because that was my other friend Red was mentioning the same kind of thing where she was like, I see it as a follow for follow kind of gimmick, and I don't really like that. And I can see how people use it that way, but I've also seen how people. Okay, I'm just gonna shout out all the people. I really love this streamer. Her name is Air Brandy. They are fucking fantastic. They stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday mornings. And I would not have found them if it weren't for Hover. And so now I have a fun place where I can hang out in the morning while I'm getting ready for work that just like uplifts me and makes me feel seen and is just fun. And like, so yeah, I don't know. It's all about how you use it. It's all about how you see it. And again, like, what is your motivation, right? Anyway, Incas, am I right? Ladies. Okay, tricking your brother into going into cave because of a sacred llama. Got it. Classic. Love it. Ayur Uchu decided to stay on the top of the cave to look over the Inca people. The minute he proclaimed that, he's turned to stone. They built a shrine around the stone and it became a sacred object. Ayar Auca grew tired of all of this and decided to travel alone. Only Ayar Manco and his 4 sisters remained. Finally, they reached Cusco. The staff sank into the ground. Before they arrived, Mama Aklo had already borne Ayar Manco a child, Sinchi Roca. The people who were already living in Cusco fought hard to keep their land, but Mama Huaca was a good fighter. When the enemy attacked, she threw her bolas, several stones tied together, that spun through the air when thrown at a soldier, Guaya, and killed him instantly. The other people who became afraid and ran away. After that, Ayar Manco became known as Manco Capac, the founder of the Inca. It is said that he and his sisters built the first Inca homes in the valley of their own hands. When the time came, Manco Capac turned to stone like his brothers before him. His son, Sinchi Roca, became the second emperor of the Inca. And now we know. Hydrate, baby, hydrate. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. I forget. And I just drink coffee. I'm like, yeah, hydrate. I do need to drink water. We're going to double fist it. It's fine. Yep, you're not wrong whatsoever. Some good beans. The majority just want you to, the majority want you to just be used for their gain. Yeah. I think, too, I'm a little bit idealistic. I think I'm a little bit naive sometimes when it comes to these things. I forget that humans are so self-serving. I forget. And that includes myself, right? We are all self-serving to a certain degree. But yeah, I forget sometimes in the internet space how self-serving people are. Either way, grateful I've met you and intend on sticking around. Thanks. I'm glad you like it here. I'm glad to have you. Yeah, you heard me. I said what I said. I shall go into lurk mode now. Enjoy reading and say hi to it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for being here. I'm excited to catch one of your streams. I really am. All right, let's see. Where are we at? Kingdom of Cusco. I feel like because of Kuzak Rogue, we have to read about the Kingdom of Cusco, right? Okay, let's see. Under the leadership of Manco Capac and Capac, the Inca formed the small city-state of Kingdom of Cusco. In 1438, they began a far-reaching expansion under the command of Sapa Inca, paramount leader, and Pachacuti Cusi Yupanqui, whose name meant Earthshaker. The name of Pachacuti was given to him after he conquered the tribe of the Chancas, modern Apurimac. Go with it. During his reign, he and his son Tupac Yupanqui brought much of the modern-day territory of Peru under Incan control. Wow. Geographically, that's wild. If you look at this map of Incan expansion. So we started here in this kind of darker orange spot, right? And then we kind of expanded north. And then expanded south. I don't even know what the dark red is. That's interesting. And then took over other places in the north. Wild. That's a huge spans. Spans? Is that the right word? That's a lot of land, is what I'm trying to say. Earthshaker is a sick name. Yeah, dude. Pachacuti Cusi Yupanqui. It's a mouthful, but damn, Earthshaker. I see now because of Grog, I keep going back to WoW, but I'm like, oh, Earthshaker would be a really good Tauren name, right? Somebody go make a Tauren named Earthshaker. I don't have an active WoW account. Go do it. Right? That'd be okay, Tauren Shaman, Earthshaker. It writes itself. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I might skip ahead just a little bit. I mean, the expansion and everything is fascinating and amazing. I might just kind of skip ahead. Incan Civil War and Spanish Conquest. Okay. So here we go. Oh God, I keep knocking over this thing. It's because my knee is in the way. Let's put it somewhere where I'm not going to knock it over, right? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. I said reading stuff. You're gonna hydrate again. All right. So, Inca Civil War and Spanish Conquest. Spanish conquistadors led by Francisco Pizarro and his brothers explored south from what is today Panama, reaching Incan territory by 1526. It was clear that they had reached a wealthy land with prospects of great treasure, and after another expedition in 1529, Pizarro traveled to Spain and received royal approval to conquer the region and be its viceroy. This approval was received as detailed in the following quote. In July 1529, the Queen of Spain signed a charter allowing Pizarro to conquer the Incas. Pizarro was named governor and captain of all conquests in Peru, or Newcastle, as the Spanish now called the land. Here we go, we got this cool picture. First image of the Inca in Europe, Pedro Cieza and de Leon, Crónica del Peru, 1553. What I find interesting, too, about South America and, indigenous religion and colonialism is the way in which, Catholicism, as a result of Spanish colonialism, so Catholicism became, spread and imposed on these other cultures. And so it's interesting if you go to like South America now, there's a really weird, cool mesh of indigenous religion and Catholicism. So it's fascinating. Like, I mean, there's awful implications and results of colonialism, obviously. But I also find it fascinating the way in which that kind of affects like cultural things like religion, you know? Okay, let's see. When the conquistadors returned to Peru in 1532, a war of succession between the sons of Sapa Inca, Huayna Capac, Huáscar, and Atahualpa, and unrest among newly conquered territories weakened the empire. Perhaps more importantly, smallpox, influenza, typhus, and measles spread from Central America. This first epidemic of European disease in the Incan Empire was probably in the 1520s, killing Huayna Capac, his designated heir, and an unknown, probably large number of other Incan subjects. The forces led by Pizarro consisted of 168 men. Okay, so part of me, I don't really want to read about Pizarro. I'm wondering if I skipped some things that would have been cooler. I was going to say expansion, consolation. You know what? I was going to say, I don't want to I don't necessarily want to read all about the conquest, although that's where we're at. The last Incas. Maybe we'll go here. Okay. So, the Spanish installed Atahualpa's brother, Manco Inca Yupanqui, in power. For some time, Manco cooperated with the Spanish while they fought to put down resistance in the north. Meanwhile, an associate of Pizarro, Diego de Almagro, attempted to claim Cusco. Manco tried to use this intra-Spanish feud to his advantage, recapturing Cusco in 1536, but the Spanish retook the city afterward. Manco Inca then retreated to the mountains of Vilcabamba, established in the small Neo-Inca state, where he and his successors ruled for another 36 years, sometimes raiding in the Spanish or inciting revolts against them. In 1572, the last Inca stronghold was conquered, and the last ruler, Tupac Amaru, Manco's son, was captured and executed. This ended resistance to the Spanish conquest under the political authority of the Incan state. Yeah, and you can see like the art style here is like very much like Spanish colonial art. Man, just look at. Fucking gorgeous. This is like definition picturesque. Wild. Absolutely wild. I'm just gonna skip ahead and look at pictures. Because there's so much here. Incan stronghold. This kind of shit too, when you look at like ancient architecture, like when you think about the kind of like manpower, like literal like labor that like went into that kind of architecture, my brain can't comprehend of it. Like it's incredible. It's incredible. And also usually a result of slavery, which is like fucked up, right? Yeah. All right, society. Let's read about society. You want to read about society? Let's read about society. Let's drink some coffee and then we'll read about society. Also, my mug has cute owls on it. I just thought you needed to know. All right, population. The number of people inhabiting Tawantinsuyu at its peak is uncertain, with estimates ranging from 4 to 37 million. Okay, that's a range. That's maybe 4 million, maybe 37 million. That's a huge difference. That's not. I mean, what are we even estimating at that point? Could have been big. Could have been really big, basically. Most population estimates are in the range of 6 to 14 million. Okay, that's a little bit more reasonable, right? In spite of the fact that the Inca kept excellent census records using their quipus, right? That's another one that now I'm like, maybe we should look into that on Q Week. We're gonna have it's so funny. My fear on Q Week now is that we're gonna have too many things for Q Week. I'm writing it down though. I don't care. I don't fucking care. All right, moving on. Let's see. Knowledge of how to read them was lost, as almost all fell into disuse and disintegrated over time or were destroyed by the Spaniards. There's so much knowledge that is lost as a result of like colonialism and also just like indigenous genocide, essentially. Like that's like heartbreaking. We've talked about this a little bit with like library burning down and whatnot. Like it's sad. It's sad. 2-part Q week. We might have to, Raven. We might have to. We'll see. Languages. Let's get into it. I love languages. I always find languages to be fascinating. Yeah, I mean, Q week just might be one of those. Okay. The empire was extremely linguistically diverse. Some of the most important languages were Quechua, Aymara, Puquina, Mochica, respectively, mainly spoken in the central Andes, the Altiplano or Kyosuyu, South Peruvian coast, Kuntisuyu, and the area of North Peruvian coast, Chinchaysuyu, around the Chanchan, today Trujillo. Other languages include Kignam, Jacaru, Leco, Chipaya languages, Kunza, Humahuaca, Kakan, Mapudungan, Kuye, Chapapoya, Katakao languages, Manta, and Barbacoan languages. Dude, like this area of South America is so linguistically diverse. It's wild. Like, I think that Bolivia has like 17 recognized official languages. I know Aymara is one. I know Quechua is one. But yeah, in terms of like the linguistic diversity of like indigenous languages, it's wild. It's wild. Okay, as well as numerous Amazonian languages on the frontier regions. The exact linguistic topography of the pre-Columbian and early colonial Andes remains incompletely understood, owing to the extinction of several languages and the loss of historical records. This is the thing, too, about languages that have an oral tradition but not a, like, formalized writing system, is that, like, if you kill the people that speak it, it's gone, right? That's it. It's just gone, which is sad. In order to manage this diversity, the Inca lords promoted the usage of Quechua, especially the variety that is now Lima, as the Capac Runa Somi, the great language of the people. Basically a lingua franca, right? The official language, lingua franca! I know things and stuff. Defined by mutual intelligibility, Quechua is actually a family of languages rather than one single language, parallel to the Romance or Slavic languages in Europe. That's a great way to describe it. Most communities within the empire, even those resistant to Inca rule, learned to speak a variety of Quechua, forming new regional varieties with distinct phonetics in order to communicate with the Inca lords and Mi'kmaq colonists, as well as the wider integrating society. Largely retained their native languages as well. The Incas also had their own ethnic language, referred to as Capac-Simi, royal language, which is thought to have been closely related to or dialect of Puquina. The split between Capac-Simi and Capac-Runa-Simi exemplifies the large split between Hatun and Hunin, high and low society in general. I think that's interesting too, like when we talk about like which dialects are considered like the high dialect, like the dialect of like the ruling class essentially, and then low dialect, right, which is generally like the working folk. Like, it's so cool, right, Alina? It's so interesting. So interesting. Alina, can I just say, I love finding another like language nerd. It's lovely to have met you. I'm glad you're here. It's fun to nerd out on linguistics with you. I feel like you're just such a wealth of knowledge. You know so much. All right, let's see. There are several common misconceptions about the history of Quechua, as it is frequently identified as the Inca language. Quechua did not originate with the Incas. It had been a lingua franca in multiple areas before the Incan expansion. Okay. Was diverse before the rise of the Incas, and it was not the native or original language of the Incas. That's interesting. However, the Incas left an impressive linguistic legacy in that they introduced Quechua to many areas where it is still widely spoken today. Yeah, including Ecuador, southern Bolivia, southern Colombia, and parts of the Amazon basin. Yeah, so when I spent time in Bolivia, I was in Cochabamba, which geographically I don't even know. I want to say it's like central Bolivia. But yeah, there's a large Quechua community there, as well as Aymara. Actually, Aymara is a big one in Bolivia. Yeah, we love languages. We love it. Let's see. The Spanish conquerors continued the official usage of Quechua during the early colonial period and transformed it into a literary language. Yeah, so the written form uses Spanish linguistic understanding. But again, because of the uniqueness of like Quechua in terms of like pronunciation and things, there are certain things that like the Spanish writing doesn't quite capture like the way that you need to pronounce it, you know? And again, I'm not fluent. I can't even remember. Well, Rekia, Gamri, that's like, hey, how you doing? Like, that's pretty much it. Like, I don't remember any of my Quechua, but I took some lessons from someone. It was really cool. It was really neat. Shout out to Ruthie. She was a sweetheart. So this girl that I met, okay, so when I was there, I stayed with a family, a host family, and they had ties with an English, like, actually just like a language, like, center, basically, like a little school that taught English to Spanish speakers and Quechua speakers, Quechua to Spanish speakers and English speakers, and then Spanish to Quechua speakers and English speakers. So, like, Spanish was definitely, like, the, like, predominant language in Bolivia. But a huge Quechua presence where I was. And so it was this really cool kind of like cultural like language exchange where I was able to teach some English lessons while I was there. I was able to get some Spanish and some Quechua lessons while I was there. It was really cool. It was really neat. Yeah, cool experience. It's hard. Traveling by yourself is really hard. It depends on who you are, but for me it's really hard, but it's also so rewarding. Yeah. Okay, let's see. The Incas were not known to develop a written form of language. However, they visually recorded narratives through paintings and on vases and cups, kirus. These paintings were usually accompanied by geometric patterns known as tokapu, which are also found in textiles. Let me just see these cups. Cool! Those are beautiful. Kiru is an ancient Andean drinking vessel used to drink liquids like alcohol, more specifically chicha. I want to say chicha is like fermented corn moonshine kind of a thing. They can be made from wood, ceramics, silver, or gold. They're traditionally used in Andean feasts. These paintings are usually accompanied by... Oh, wait, we read that. Researchers have speculated that tokapu patterns could have been served as a form of written communication, heraldry or glyphs, yeah. However, this remains unclear. The Incas also kept records by using quipus, which this is cool. I do want to know more about this. So quipus are recording devices fashioned from strings historically used by a number of cultures in the region of Andean South America. Knotted strings for collecting data, government management, and keeping records were also used by the ancient Chinese, Tibetans, and Japanese. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, age and defining gender. We'll get into, I'm curious about this. Let's look at this real quick. The maiden, one of, Yuyayako mummies. Incan human sacrifice, Salta prominence. Wow, what an interesting mummy. So when you think about mummification, at least for me, I think about Egypt usually, right? And like other cultures used mummification. But I usually think of them like having like a person that's like laid out straight. So it's interesting to have someone that's kind of like in this like, I don't know, like curved position. Anyway, age and defining gender. The high infant mortality rates that plagued the Inca Empire caused all newborn infants to be given the term wawa when they were born. Most families did not invest very much into their child until they reached the age of 2 or 3 years old. That makes sense. Once the child reached the age of 3, a coming of age ceremony occurred called the Rutuchikwe. For the Incas, this ceremony indicated that the child had entered the stage of ignorance. I love that. During the ceremony, the family would invite all relatives to their house for food and dance, and then each member of the family would receive a lock of hair from the child. After each family member had received a lock, the father would shave the child's head. What a ceremony! This stage of life was categorized by a stage of ignorance, inexperience, and lack of reason, a condition the child would overcome with time. For Incan society, in order to advance from the stage of ignorance to development, the child must learn the roles associated with their gender. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh my god, Mercenary Jane, hi! We were just talking about you because we were talking about Raft. again, if y'all don't know Mercenary Jane and you want to go watch someone play Raft and do Valheim hardcore runs, you should go hang out with Mercenary Jane. I don't feel I ever left the stage of ignorance, nor have I. I always go to, so Tolkien, if you've read Fellowship of the Rings, Fellowship starts out with Bilbo's birthday, and it also coincidentally is Frodo's birthday. They have the same birthday. It's Bilbo's 111st birthday. It's Frodo's 33rd birthday. And so in Hobbit lore, hobbits are not considered adults until they're 33. And I love that shit. However, I'm going to be 33 this year. Am I going to be an adult this year? I guess. Because I am a hobbit. Let's just be real about it. Raft is so much fun. It's fun to watch you. Jay Punzel is playing it right now too. So how are you? What have you been up to? It's I Week. Welcome to I Week. If you have a topic starting with I that you want us to investigate, let me know. But yeah, we're just reading Wikipedia articles, just drinking coffee and hanging out. I hope you're doing well. All right, let's see. The next important ritual, we're reading about Incas right now. Did I say that? We're reading about the Inca Empire. The next important ritual was to celebrate the maturity of a child. Unlike the coming of age ceremony, the celebration of maturity signified the child's sexual potency. There's a lot of cultures that go into this. The kind of like, when are you able to bear children is interesting. But anyway, the celebration of puberty was called Warachikui for boys and Kikuchikwe for girls. The Warachikyu ceremony included dancing, fasting, tasks to display strength, and family ceremonies. The boy would also be given new clothes and taught how to act as an unmarried man. The Kikuchikwe signified the onset of menstruation, upon which the girl would go into the forest alone. This is another one. It's like, go bleed elsewhere. Don't bleed here. That's another thing that's like cross-cultural. A lot of cultures are like, you're not gonna bleed in town. Go to the fucking forest by yourself and bleed. Anyway, go to the forest alone and return only once the bleeding had ended. In the forest, she would fast, and once returned, the girl would be given a new name, adult clothing, and advice. This folly stage of life was the time young adults were allowed to have sex without being a parent. Interesting. Huh. Let's see. Haha, just turned 34. Happy birthday. Been freaking out because subsequent studies say young adults is 18 to 34. I know. I'm with you on that. I'm like, ooh, we're getting to that phase where I don't get to be considered a young adult anymore. Whoopsie. I'm gonna try my best to live up to whatever that means, but also fuck it. I don't even know. Let's see. That's why Muslim faith is great for women. So tell me more about that, Jay, because I'm not familiar in terms of like the traditions that way. When it's dealing with bleeding, tell me more. I don't even know what is Muslim tradition with regard to bleeding. Because I find that fascinating. I was gonna say in Jewish tradition, there's kind of a similar thing where it's like go into a tent, go bleed in your tent, and then you can come back when you're done. Let's see. They don't have to pray if they're bleeding. Is that what you're saying? That's interesting. They get to just be women. Love that. And then in a lot of like, again, indigenous kind of Native American Indian like tradition, there's a similar kind of thing where it's like you can't go into other ceremonies while you're bleeding because that's considered to be a sacred time. So if there are other ceremonies going on, you have to like go and like honor and respect like menstruation as its own like sacred time and ceremony. It's interesting. It's an interesting ritual with like menstruation. Husband takes care, etc. I love that. Okay, let's see. Between the ages of 20 and 30, people were considered young adults. See, Mercenary Jane, we're not young adults anymore. Let's see. Young adults ripe for serious thought and labor. Young adults were able to retain their youthful status by living at home and assisting in their home community. Young adults only reached full maturity and independence once they had married. And that's another thing. What if you never get married? At the end of life, the terms for men and women denote loss of sexual vitality and humanity, specifically the decrepitude stage. The decrepitude stage signifies the loss of mental well-being and further physical decline. No! It's fine. It's a construct. These are all just human constructs. Mercenary Jane, live your life. Just live your life. You have my permission to be a young adult for as long as you want. And if anyone questions it, just be like, Abers gave me permission. Because that has meaning. Obviously. Obviously. Okay, let's see. So, here we go. We've got conception, so lesson 3 to 3. Wawa. Ignorance, not speaking. Warma. Development, so taski or makta. Folly. I love that they call it folly. Let's see. Sipas. Why not? Maturity, body and mind. Warmi. Kari. Infirmity. Paya, machu. Decrepitude. We're not in the infirmity decrepitude time yet. We're in the maturity time. Our bodies and minds are mature. This is the way. This is the way. All right, let's see. Marriage. In the Incan Empire, the age of marriage differed for men and women. Typically, men married at the age of 20, while women usually got married about 4 years earlier at the age of 16. Men who were highly ranked in society could have multiple wives, but those in lower ranks could only take a single wife. Marriages were typically with classes and resembled a more business-like agreement. Once married, the women were expected to cook, collect food, and watch over the children and livestock. Girls and mothers would also work around the house to keep it orderly to please the public inspectors. These duties remained the same even after wives became pregnant, and with added responsibility of praying and making offerings to the Kanopa, who was the god of pregnancy. It was typical for marriages to begin on a trial basis, with both men and women having a say in the longevity of the marriage. I kind of like that, a trial marriage. I mean, that's basically the same idea as like living together before you get married, right? Let's see. If the man felt that it wouldn't work out, or if the woman wanted to return to her parents' home, the marriage would end. Once the marriage was final, the only way the two could be divorced was if they did not have a child together. Interesting. Marriage within the empire was crucial for survival. A family was considered disadvantaged if there was not a married couple at the center, because everyday life centered around the balance of male and female tasks. Very interesting. It's funny because, like, in some ways it's progressive, and in other ways it's like the same old like gender roles that you see like nowadays, right? Yeah, it's fair. Well, yeah. All right, gender roles. Speaking of, here we go. According to some historians, such as Terence and Daltroy, sure, male and female roles were considered equal in Inca society. The indigenous culture saw the two genders as complementary parts of a whole. In other words, there was not a hierarchical structure in the domestic sphere for the Incas. Within the domestic sphere, women came to be known as weavers, although there is significant evidence to suggest that this gender role did not appear until colonizing Spaniards realized women's productive talents in this sphere and used it to their economic advantage. There's evidence to suggest that both men and women contributed equally to weaving tasks in pre-Hispanic Andean culture. Women's everyday tasks included spinning, watching the children, weaving cloth, cooking, brewing chichi, preparing fields for cultivation, planting seeds, bearing children, harvesting, weeding, hoeing, herding, and carrying water. Men, on the other hand, weeded, plowed, participated in combat, helped in the harvest, carried firewood, built houses, herded llama and alpaca, and spun and wove when necessary. This relationship between the genders may have been complementary. Unsurprisingly, onlooking Spaniards believed women were treated like slaves because women did not work in Spanish society to the same extent, and certainly did not work in fields. Women were sometimes allowed to own land and herds because inheritance was passed down from both the mother's and the father's side of the family. Interesting. Kinship within the Inca society followed a parallel line of descendant. That's interesting too. In other words, women ascended from women, men ascended from men. Due to the parallel descent, a woman had access to land and other necessities through her mother. That's kind of cool. Yeah, again, in some ways very progressive. In other ways, very much falls in line with the same kind of gender roles that we know today. Yeah. Religion? Let's get into it. Okay. Inca myths were transmitted orally until early Spanish colonists recorded them. However, some scholars claim that they were recorded on quipus, Andean knotted stringed records. The Inca believed in reincarnation. After death, the passage to the next world was fraught with difficulties. The spirit of the dead, Kamaquan, would need to follow a long road, and during the trip, the assistance of a black dog that could be that could see in the dark was required. Most Incas imagined the afterworld would be like an earthly paradise with flower-covered fields and snow-capped mountains. It was important to the Inca that they not die as a result of burning, or that the body of deceased would not be incinerated. Interesting. Burning would cause their vital force to disappear and threaten their passage to the afterworld. I feel like this is true for some other cultures too. The Inca notably practiced cranial deformation. Get ready, this might be weird. Artificial cranial deformation or modification, head flattening, head binding, is a form of body alteration in which the skull of a human being is deformed intentionally. It is done by distorting the normal growth of a child's skull by applying force. Yeah, it's a kind of similar idea to like feet binding, right? Or just like, yeah, body modification is something. That's another interesting thing. We were talking about piercings earlier, but like various forms of body modification and like beauty ritual. That's fascinating in terms of the history of those things and like what was considered like attractive or beautiful in various cultures, right? They wrapped tight cloth straps around the heads of newborns to shape their soft skulls into a more conical form, thus distinguishing nobility from other social classes. That's interesting. That's really interesting. The Incas made human sacrifices. As many as 4,000 servants, court officials, favorites, and concubines were killed upon the death of the Inca Huayna Capac in 1527. Wow, that's a lot of human sacrifices. The Incas performed child sacrifices around important events, such as the death of a Sapa Inca or during a famine. These sacrifices were known as Capac Hucha. Wow. Child sacrifices. That's really interesting. There we go. There's an example. Wow. Okay. Deities. We got a lot of deities. I'm not going to go into it because it's going to be a lot. But cool shit. Cool shit. Interesting shit. I mean, I guess I will. I'm gonna try. Let's see. We have a rain god. We have a hot-tempered god. We have goddess of lightning and thunder. We have a sun god. We have the rainbow god. Cute. We love to see it. We have moon mother. Wisdom something. Courage. Pachamama is really cool. The goddess of earth and wife of Viracocha. We have the goddess of the sea. We have Mother Tree. We have Mother Water. A lot of feminine deities too. Okay, economy. Kuzakrog, if you're there. We're talking about the economy now. All right, so the Inca Empire employed central planning. The Inca Empire traded with outside regions, although they did not operate a substantial internal market economy. While axe monies were used along the northern coast, what does that mean? Axe monies referred to bronze artifacts found in both western Mesoamerica and the northern Andes, based on ethno-historical, archaeological, chemical, and metallurgical analyses. The scholars Hostler, Lechtman, and Holm have argued for their use in both regions through trade. So this is maybe one example of currency, perhaps. So while axe monies were used along the northern coast, presumably by the provincial Mindalay trading class, most households in the empire lived in a traditional economy in which households were required to pay taxes, usually in the form of mita, corvée, labor, and military obligations through barter, trique. It was present in some areas, though barter was present in some areas. In return, the state provided security, food in times of hardship through the supply of emergency resources, agricultural products, e.g. aqueducts. Aqueducts are fascinating. Aqueducts and terraces to increase productivity, and occasional feasts hosted by Inca officials for their subjects. While mit'a was used by the state to obtain labor, individual villages had a pre-Inca system of communal work known as the minca. This system survives to the modern day, known as minca or faina. The economy rested on the material foundations of the vertical archipelago, a system of ecological complementarity in accessing resources, and the cultural foundation of aini, or reciprocal exchange. Yeah, so basically TLDR, I think, is like you kind of have a like socialist dictatorship a little bit, and you exchanged labor for what you needed, essentially. This is really cool. So illustration of Incan farmers using a chalky takla, an Andean foot plow. Neat. Neat. All right, government. I might skip it. Laws. Might skip it. Well, the laws is pretty short. Let's just see. Okay, the Inca state had no separate judiciary or codified laws. Customs, expectations, and traditional local power holders governed behavior. The state had legal force, such as through Tokyorikoke, he who sees all, or inspectors. Yeah, they were talking about inspectors earlier. The highest such inspector, typically a blood relative to the Sapa Inca, acted independently of the conventional hierarchy, providing a point of view for the Sapa Inca free of bureaucratic influence. The Inca had 3 moral precepts that govern their behavior. Amasua, do not steal. Amayuya, do not lie. Amakeya, do not be lazy. Don't steal, don't lie, don't be lazy. All right, fair. Arts and technology. There's so much here that I want to talk about. Let's just do it. Why not? This is our day. We can read about whatever we want. Okay, so listening to Wikipedia with me while basking in the sunlight is top tier Sunday morning, I have to say. I am so glad. Maddie Brady was saying it's a nice, like, chill, like, activity on Sunday. I'm glad people like it. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I've been having fun with it. Again, it's one of those things. Here's what I will say. Can I say it? Can we do like a PSA real quick? In general in life, or if you're a streamer on Twitch, if there are things that you were like, I don't know, that might be weird. I don't know if I should do it, but I kind of want to try it. Just do it. Just do it. Because worst case scenario, it's kind of awkward and it didn't work out the way you think it did, and it's fine. You can just move on and not do it again. Best case scenario, it ends up being a really fun thing that like people are into and you're into, and it's super fun. So just do it. If you're thinking about a new thing that you want to try and you're like, I don't know, don't get in your own way. Just do it. Just do it. Just try it. Because you never know. It might be really fun. I didn't know. I felt like I didn't know. Because if you like hear it, we're going to read Wikipedia articles on Twitch. It's like, okay, like, but it's fun. It's fun. I'm glad you're having fun. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, it's been fun. I didn't know how it would work out, but I'm glad I did it. I'm glad that you all are here for it. It's been awesome. Okay, let's look into monumental architecture. Architecture was the most important of the Incan arts, with textiles reflecting architectural motifs. The most notable example is Machu Picchu, which was constructed by Inca engineers. The prime Inca structures were made of stone blocks that fit together so well that a knife could not be fitted through the stonework. Damn. These constructs have survived for centuries with no use of mortar to sustain them. Shut up! I did not know that they didn't use mortar. That's wild. This process was first used on a large scale by the Pucara, so 300 BC to 300 AD. Peoples in the south in the Lake Titicaca and later in the city of Tiwanaku, so AD 400 to 1100 in present-day Bolivia. The rocks were sculpted to fit together exactly by repeatedly lowering a rock onto another and carving away any sections on the lower rock where the dust was compressed. The tight fit and concavity on the lower rocks made them extraordinarily stable despite the ongoing challenge of earthquakes and volcanic activity. Incas, the original Chads. The original Chads, link it. Like, basically, like, big old Lego pieces, essentially? Is that the idea? Really cool. Really cool. I had no idea. I'm shocked. But I really am. I did not know that. I just assumed there was some sort of mortar, you know? Because Egyptian pyramids and architecture has mortar, right? I love that the music stopped right there. It's like, oh. Okay, let's see. Measures, calendrics, and mathematics. Physical measures used by the Inca were based on the human body parts. I knew this. I think this is so funny. Units included fingers, the distance from thumb to forefinger, palms, cubits, which, by the way, cubits are fascinating. The cubit was an ancient... Sorry, bit. The cubit was an ancient unit of length based on the distance between the elbow to the middle finger. It was primarily associated with the Sumerians, Egyptians, and Israelites. Cubits are wild. Yeah, because Noah's Ark is measured in cubits. It's just funny. Okay, anyway. Cubits, wingspans. The most basic distance unit was the Thaitki, or 1 pace. The next largest unit was reported by Kobo to be the topo or tupu, measuring 6,000 thakis, or about 7.7 kilometers, 4.8 miles. Wild. Careful study has shown that a range of 4 to 6.3 kilometers, so 2.5 to 3.9 miles, is likely. Next, there was the Wamani, composed of 30 topos, roughly 232 kilometers or 144 miles. To measure area, 25 by 50 wingspans were used, reckoned in topos, roughly 3,280 kilometers squared or 1,270 square miles. It seemed likely that distance was often interpreted as 1 day's walk. The distance between Tambo way stations varies widely in terms of distance, but far less in terms of time to walk than that distance. Real quick, look at this Incan tunic and how pretty and amazing. Gorgeous. You'll love to see it. And then we'll look at these other textiles. So cool. Okay, anyway. Inca calendars were strongly tied to astronomy. Inca and astronomers understood equinoxes, solstices, and zenith passages, along with the Venus cycle. They could not, however, predict eclipses. The Inca calendar was essentially lunisolar. I'm assuming that just means moon and sun. A lunisolar calendar is a calendar in many cultures combining lunar calendars and solar calendars. Okay, yeah. The date of lunisolar calendars, therefore, indicates both moon phase and the time of the solar year, that is the position of the sun in the Earth's sky. Cool. I like it. Let's see. 2 calendars were maintained in parallel, 1 solar and 1 lunar. As 12 lunar months fall 11 days short of a full 365-day solar year, those in charge of the calendar had to adjust every winter solstice. Interesting. Let's see. Each lunar month was marked with festivals and rituals. Apparently, the days of the week were not named and days were not grouped into weeks. Similarly, months were not grouped into seasons. Time during a day was not measured in hours or minutes, but in terms of how far the sun had traveled or in how long it had taken to perform a task. That's interesting. That's kind of cool. I like that. Sophistication of Incan administration, calendrics, and engineering required facility with numbers. Numerical information was stored in the knots of quipu strings, allowing for compact storage of large numbers. These numbers were stored in base 10 digits, the same base used by Quechua language, and in administrative and military units. These numbers, stored in quipu, could be calculated on yupanas, grids with squares of positionally varying mathematical values, perhaps functioning as an abacus. Calculation was facilitated by moving piles of tokens, seeds, or pebbles between compartments of the yupana. It is likely that Inca mathematics at least allowed a division of integers into integers or fractions and multiplication of integers and fractions. The history of math. Math in general is like a whole other thing, but like the history of mathematics? Wild. Let's see, here's another quipu. Cool. Okay, according to the mid-17th century Jesuit chronicler Bernabe Cobo, the Inca designated officials to perform accounting-related tasks. These officials were called Quipo Camayos. Study of Quipu sample VA 42527 revealed that the numbers arranged in calendrically significant patterns were used for agricultural purposes in the farm account books kept by the Quipucamayuk, accountant or warehouse keeper, to facilitate the closing of accounting books. Damn. Tunics. Tunics were created by skilled Inca textile makers as a piece of warm clothing, but they also symbolized cultural and political status and power. Fashion and political status too is a whole thing. Like, and that holds true to today, right? Yeah, fashion is another one. Just the anthropology of beauty ritual in general, I find fascinating. So beauty ritual, body modification, fashion, like I find all these things to be very interesting. Let's see. Kumbi was the fine tapestry woven woolen cloth that was produced and necessary for the creation of tunics. Kumbi was produced by specially appointed women and men. Generally, textile making was practiced by both men and women, as emphasized. Woo. As emphasized by certain historians, only with European conquest was it deemed that women would become the primary weavers in society, as opposed to Incan society, where specialty textiles were produced by men and women equally. Yeah, this Incan tunic is really cool. The patterns are really neat. Complex patterns and designs were meant to convey information about order in Andean society as well as the universe. Tunics could also symbolize one's relationship to ancient rulers or important ancestors. These textiles were frequently designed to represent the physical order of a society. For example, the flow of tribute within an empire. Many tunics have a checkerboard effect, which is known as the kapata? According to historians Kenneth Mills, William B. Taylor, and Sandra Lauderdale Graham, the Koikapata patterns seem to have expressed concepts of commonality and, ultimately, unity of all ranks of people, representing a careful kind of foundation upon which the structure of Incaic universalism was built. Rulers wore various tunics throughout the year, switching them out for different occasions and feasts. The symbols represented within the tunics suggested the importance of pictographic expression within Incan and other Andean societies far before the iconographies of Spanish Christians. Unku. Unku was a men's garment similar to a tunic. It was upper body garment of knee length. Royals wore it with a mantle cloth called yakoya. Cool. Look at this weird little thingamabob. I don't even know what it is, but we're going to find out. Hold on, let's just read about it. Camelid canopa. Camelid, for sure. It's got some camel vibes. Let's see. So camelid canopa, small stone figurines or canopas of llamas and alpacas were most common ritual effigies. Oh, cool. Used in the highlands of Peru and Bolivia. These devotional objects were often buried in the animals' corrals to bring protection and prosperity to their owners and fertility to the herds. The cylindrical cavities in their backs was filled with offerings to the gods in the form of a mixture, including animal fat, coca leaves, maize kernels, and seashells. See, I thought it was like a watering can kind of a thing. Cool. Interesting. Okay, so ceramics, precious metals, and textiles. Ceramics were painted using the polychrome technique, portraying numerous motifs, including animals, birds, waves, felines, popular in the Chavin culture. What is this? Chavin culture is an extinct pre-Columbian civilization named for Chavin de Huantar, the principal archaeological site at which its artifacts had been found. Interesting. And geometric patterns found in the Nazca style of ceramics. Nothing more exciting in life than pulling something like that out of the ground while excavating. Dude, I know. So do you actually work in archaeology, or are you because I know that you're very interested in archaeology. I wasn't sure if you are an archaeologist or you've worked on. It sounds like you've worked on archaeological digs, which is really cool. But yeah, I imagine finding like a full a whole artifact in a dig would be like. Yeah, it would be. I can see that being incredibly exciting. Let's see. Yeah. In a culture without a written language, ceramics portrayed the basic scenes of everyday life, including the smelting of metals, relationships and scenes of tribal warfare. The most distinctive Inca ceramic objects are the Cusco bottles, or aribayos. Many of these pieces are on display in Lima, in the Larco Archaeological Museum, and the National Museum of Archaeology, Anthropology, and History. Ugh, I should have gone to there when I was in South America. I did not. Almost all the gold and silver work of the Incan empires was melted down by conquistadors and shipped back to Spain. Sad day. Let's see. Used to, but life took me in a different direction. Fair. Yeah. Haven't put a trowel in the ground in 20 years. Oh, That's really cool that you were able to in the past. Yeah, yeah, I can see missing it, and I can also see how like being an archaeologist is not necessarily conducive to like having a family life, right? Like in terms of like traveling all the time and like, yeah, yeah, I can see that, Linkit, for sure. But that's really cool. I would love to hear more about your like archaeological adventures. Let's see, communication and medicine. Okay, I see coca. I actually have coca leaf tea still, from when I was in South America, which was years ago. It's probably not like great anymore, but I do have it. I have coca leaf tea. Let's see. Yes, I have a family, which I wouldn't trade for the world. See, there you go. So you have your experiences in the past, and like, yeah, there are certain things that like, as we grow and change and prioritize different things, we have to leave other things behind, you know? And it's not necessarily like a bad thing or a good thing. It just is. Yeah. But I love that you love your family. I love that. That's important. Okay, let's see. Communications and medicine. The Inca recorded information on assemblages of knotted strings. They've talked about the quipu a lot, although they can no longer be decoded. Originally, it was thought that quipu were used as a mnemonic device or to record numerical data. Quipus are also believed to record history and literature. Wild. The Inca made many discoveries in medicine. They performed successful skull surgery. Shut up! Really? They performed successful skull surgery by cutting holes into the skull to alleviate fluid buildup and inflammation caused by head wounds. Many skull surgeries performed by Inca surgeons were successful. Survival rates were 80 to 90%. Shut up! What? Compared to 30% before Inca times. That's incredible. That is wild. That's incredible. Okay, coca. The Incas revered the coca plant as sacred and magical. Its leaves were used in moderate amounts to lessen hunger and pain during work, but mostly used for religious and health purposes. The Spaniards took advantage of the effects of chewing coca leaves. This is something that people still do to this day to help with altitude sickness. And it works. It works really well. Let's see. The Chasqui messengers who ran throughout the empire to deliver messages chewed coca leaves for extra energy. Coca leaves were also used as an anesthetic during surgeries. That makes sense. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Weapons, armor, and warfare. Let's talk about it. The Inca army was the most powerful army at that time because any ordinary villager or farmer could be recruited as a soldier as part of the Mitas system of mandatory public service. Every able-bodied male Inca of fighting age had to take part in war in some capacity at least once and to prepare for warfare again when needed. By the time the empire reached its largest size, every section of the empire contributed in setting up an army for war. The Incas had no iron or steel, and their weapons were not much more effective than those of their opponents, so they often defeated opponents by sheer force of numbers, or else by persuading them to surrender beforehand by offering generous terms. Inca weaponry included hardwood spears launched using throwers, arrows, javelins, slings, and the bolas, clubs, and maces with star-shaped heads made of copper or bronze. Rolling rocks downhill onto... It's just a funny strategy. I don't know why. It just makes me laugh. Rolling rocks downhill onto enemy was a common strategy, taking advantage of the hilly terrain. Smart. It makes total sense. Fighting was sometimes accompanied by drums and trumpets made of wood, shell, or bone. The match between music and warfare as well, I think, is interesting in terms of like using music as a like motivator and also as a way to like keep soldiers in step with each other. Like it's interesting. Let's see real quick this picture. The Battle of the Male between the Incas and the Mapuches. Ah, okay. Cool. All right, so armor included helmets made of wood, cane, or animal skin, often lined with copper or bronze. Some were adorned with feathers. Round or square shields made from wood or hide. Cloth tunics padded with cotton and small wooden planks to protect the spine. Ceremonial metal breastplates of copper, silver, and gold have been found in burial sites, some of which may have also been used in battle. Roads allowed quick movement on foot for the Inca army, and shelters called tambo and storage silos called kulkas were built were built 1 day's traveling distance from each other so that an army on campaign could always be fed and rested. This can be seen in names of ruins such as Olante Tambo or my Lord's Storehouse. These were set up so the Inca and his entourage would always have supplies and possibly shelter ready when they traveled. See the banner of the Inca. I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead again. Adaptations to altitude. The people of the Andes, including the Incas, were able to adapt to high altitude living through successful acclimatization. Acclimate, you know what I'm saying? Acclimatization, which is characterized by increasing oxygen supply to the blood tissues. For the native living in the Andean highlands, this was achieved through the development of a larger lung capacity and increase in red blood cell counts, hemoglobin concentration, and capillary beds. See, so I'm from Colorado, and I live in Denver, the Mile High City. So being from a higher altitude place, it's interesting going to sea level because you feel like you can just like breathe like so much more easily, and like for like working out or I know it from like playing music, like lung capacity and like playing saxophone. It's like if you go from high altitude to like low altitude, like it's wild. It's really interesting. And like having gone to Bolivia, going somewhere that is much higher altitude than Colorado, it was one of those things that like I felt like I had a little bit of an advantage, but still experienced some altitude sickness for sure. All right, let's see. Compared to other humans, the Andeans had slower heart rates, almost 1/3 larger lung capacity, about 2 liters, 4 pints more blood volume. Damn, that's a lot. And double the amount of hemoglobin, which transfers oxygen from the lungs to the rest of the body. While conquistadors may have been taller, the Inca had the advantage of coping with the extraordinary altitude. The Tibetans in Asia living in the Himalayas are also adapted to living in high altitudes, although the adaptation is different from that of the Andeans. It's very interesting. Very interesting. This is really cool. Elena, good topic. Everyone brings really good topics. I very much appreciate it. Okay, so when we come back, because I'm going to go take a little break, go stretch it out. I've been sitting here for a couple hours now, so I want to just go stretch it out, get more coffee, all that jazz. So when we come back, we're going to read about Ireland. We're going to read about intensifiers. We're going to read about internet culture, internet memes. We're going to read about ideomotor phenomenon. If anyone else has topics, let me know. I'll be back in like, 5 minutes-ish. 5 minutes, 10 minutes? I don't know. I'll be back soon. If you want to stick around, you should stick around. If you want to go check out other streamers, now's a great time to do that. I will see you soon. See you soon. All right, back in action. If you stuck around, thank you so much. If you didn't, hey, maybe you just don't like learning with friends. Just kidding. I feel the need to resituate the headphones. Make sure the hair is looking like hair. Yes? Okay, we're going to read about Ireland. I'm realizing right now that all of these topics are going to make me very wanderlusty, which is not a bad thing. Let's look. So, Ireland. Yes. Ireland. Ulster Scots. What am I reading? What? Erin? Is an island in the North Atlantic, northwestern Europe. It is separated from Great Britain to its east by the Northern Channel, the Irish Sea, and St. George's Channel. Ireland is the second largest island of the British Isles, the third largest in Europe, and the 20th largest on Earth. Geopolitically, Ireland is divided between Republic of Ireland, officially named Ireland, which covers 5/6 of the island, and Northern Ireland, which is part of the United Kingdom. In 2011, the population of Ireland was about 6.6 million, ranking it the second most populous island in Europe after Great Britain. As of 2016, 4.8 million lived in the Republic of Ireland, and about 1.8 million in Northern Ireland. Words, you know what I mean? Okay. The geography of Ireland comprises relatively low-lying mountains surrounding a central plain with several navigable rivers extending inland. Its lush vegetation is a product of its mild but changeable climate, which is free of extremes in temperature. Much of Ireland was woodland until the end of the Middle Ages. Today, woodland makes up about 10% of the island, compared with European average of over 33%, and most of it is non-native conifer plantations. That's interesting. There are 26 extant land mammal species native to Ireland. The Irish climate is influenced by the Atlantic Ocean and thus very moderate, and winters are milder than expected for such a northerly area, although summers are cooler than those in continental Europe. Rainfall and cloud cover are abundant. Gaelic Ireland has emerged by 1st century AD. The island was Christianized from the 5th century onwards. Following the 12th century Anglo-Norman invasion, England claimed sovereignty. However, English rule did not extend over the whole island until the 16th to 17th century Tudor conquest, which led to colonization by settlers from Britain. In the 1690s, a system of Protestant English rule was designed to materially disadvantage the Catholic majority and Protestant dissenters, and was extended during the 18th century. With Acts of the Union in 1801, Ireland became a part of the United Kingdom. A war of independence in the early 20th century was followed by a partition of the island, thus creating the Irish Free State, which became increasingly sovereign over the following decades, and Northern Ireland, which remained a part of the Northern Ireland, which remained part of the United Kingdom. Northern Ireland saw much civil unrest from the late 1960s until the 1990s. This subsided following the Good Friday Agreement in 1998. In 1973, the Republic of Ireland joined... Hold on, sorry, I want to go back to the Good Friday Agreement real quick. I just want to double check. I feel like I know what that is, but let's just learn together, eh? The Good Friday Agreement, GFA, or the Belfast Agreement, is a pair of agreements signed on 10 April 1998 that extended most of the violence of the Troubles, a political conflict in Northern Ireland that had ensued since the late 1960s. I bet this article will get more into it, but yeah, there's a lot of interesting and tumultuous history in Ireland that I don't know a whole lot about, to be honest. Let's see. In 1973, the Republic of Ireland joined the European Economic Community, while the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland, as part of it, did the same. In 2020, the United Kingdom, Northern Ireland included in 2020, the United Kingdom, Northern Ireland included, left what? What is happening to my brain and my mouth? We're gonna do it live. We're gonna take two. Here we go. In 2020, the United Kingdom, Northern Ireland included, left what was by then the European Union. I don't know why that sentence was so hard. Irish culture has had a significant influence on other cultures, especially in the field of literature. Alongside mainstream Western culture, a strong Indigenous culture exists, as expressed through Gaelic games, Irish music, Irish language, and Irish dance. The island's culture shares many features with that of Great Britain, including the English language and sports such as the association football, rugby, horse racing, golf, and boxing. Good Lord. Marley, if you're still there, this is your topic. So let me know if there's certain things you want to hone in on. I can definitely do that. Otherwise, I'll just kind of pop around like I do to things that I think are interesting. So we've got etymology. I always find fascinating. Let's see. I mean, history, it's all always fascinating, so it's always hard to kind of decide. Prehistoric Ireland, I think, is kind of interesting. Politics, I think, would be interesting to get into. Geography is interesting. Flora and fauna, I love. Languages, culture. We'll just bop around. But yeah, let me know. Etymology. The name Ireland, and I don't know if I'm going to say it right, Irie, derived from Old Irish, Eru, a goddess in Irish mythology. Oh, interesting. Here she is. In Irish mythology, Eru, daughter of Delbaith and Erinmas of the Tuatha de Danann, was the eponymous matron goddess of Ireland. And now we know. I did not know. First recorded in the 9th century, the etymology of... I don't know what's happening to me. Okay. I just got to slow down. The etymology of Eru is disputed, but may derive from the Proto-Indo-European root, hitur, referring to flowing water. And now we know. All right, wow, look at this cool map. History of Ireland. Very cool. Okay, prehistoric Ireland. During the last glacial period, and until about 10,000 BC, most of Ireland was periodically covered in ice. Sea levels were lower, and Ireland, like Great Britain, formed part of continental Europe. By 16,000 BC, rising sea levels caused by ice melting caused Ireland to become separated from Great Britain. Later, around 6000 BC, Great Britain became separated from continental Europe. Until recently, the earliest evidence of human activity in Ireland was dated at 12,500 years ago, demonstrated by a butchered bear bone, say that 5 times fast, found in a cave in County Clare. Since 2021, the earliest evidence of human activity in Ireland is dated to 33,000 years ago. By about 8000 BC, more sustained occupation of the island has been shown with evidence for Mesolithic communities around the island. Sometime before 4000 BC, Neolithic settlers introduced cereal cultivars, domesticated animals such as cattle and sheep, built large timber buildings and stone monuments. The earliest evidence for farming in Ireland or Great Britain is from Ferreter's Cove, County Kerry, where a flint knife, cattle bones, and sheep's tooth were carbon dated to circa 4350 BC. Field systems were developed in different parts of Ireland, including Sadie fields that have been preserved beneath a blanket of peat in present-day Tirwally. An extensive field system, arguably the oldest in the world, consisted of small divisions separated by dry stone walls. The fields were farmed for several centuries between 3500 BC and 3000 BC. Wheat and barley were the principal crops. That makes sense. The Bronze Age began around 2500 BC, with technology changing people's everyday lives during this period through innovations such as the wheel, harnessing oxen, weaving textiles, brewing alcohol, and skillful metalworking, which produced new weapons and tools, along with fine gold decoration and jewelry such as brooches and torques. A torque, also spelled torque or torque, is a large, rigid, or stiff neck ring in metal, made either as a single piece or from strands twisted together. The great majority are open at the front, although some had hook and ring closures, and a few had mortise and tenon locking catches. Okay. Emergence of Celtic Ireland, sure. How and when the island became Celtic has been debated for close to a century, with migrations of Celts being one of the more enduring themes of archaeological and linguistic studies. The most recent genetic research strongly associates the spread of Indo-European languages, including Celtic, throughout Western Europe, with a people bringing a composite beaker culture. Beaker culture? What's beaker culture? The bell beaker culture is an archaeological culture named after the inverted bell beaker drinking vessel used at the very beginning of the European Bronze Age. Wow. Wow. So is that where we get the modern name like beaker that you would use in like science labs? I would assume so, right? Okay. Anyway. Beaker culture. With its arrival in Britain and Ireland dated to around the middle of the 3rd millennium BC. According to John T. Koch, and others, Ireland in the late Bronze Age was part of a maritime trading network culture called the Atlantic Bronze Age that also included Britain, Western France, and Iberia. And that this is where Celtic languages developed. This contrasts with the traditional view that their origin lies in mainland Europe with Hallstatt culture. It was Hallstatt culture. Hallstatt culture was the predominant Western and Central European culture of the late Bronze Age from 12th to 8th century BC, and the early Iron Age of Europe from 8th to 6th century BC, developing out of Urnfield culture of 12th century BC, and followed by other cultures, BC's things. Yes. Irish hype! Marley, let me know. Marley, if there are certain things you want me to hone in on and look at with Ireland, let me know. Right now, we're reading about the history of Ireland, I think. Prehistoric Ireland, a little bit of, let me show you the list here. So we're reading about prehistoric Ireland, a little bit of like late antiquity, early medieval times, probably. I might look at the Gaelicization, because I don't know what that means. A little bit of politics, probably, a little bit of geography. But you let me know, whatever you think is interesting. Interested in the geography and natural history a little. Perfect. Okay, so yeah, geography for sure. And then when you say natural history, are you talking about... What are you talking about when you say natural history? For sure, geography we can get into. History we're kind of getting into. But help me with natural history. Regardless, we'll get into it. I'm here for it. Let's see. Wait, where am I? My heritage is from Munster, I think. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, so I know I've got some Irish in me. I have quite a bit of Irish to my knowledge. One of my last names is very Irish. But yeah, I don't know a whole lot about where. I'm not super connected to my Irish heritage. So that's cool. Munstral. Okay. All right. We'll look into it. Hallstatt culture. This is where we left off. Okay. The long-standing traditional view is that the Celtic language, Ogham script, and culture were brought to Ireland by waves of invading or migrating Celts from mainland Europe. This theory draws on the Lever Gabala Éireann, a medieval Christian pseudo-history of Ireland, along with the presence of Celtic culture, language, and artifacts found in Ireland, such as Celtic bronze spears, shields, torques, and other finely crafted Celtic-associated possessions. The theory holds that there were 4 separate Celtic invasions from Ireland. The Britanni were said to be the first, followed by the Belgae from northern Gaul and Britain. I bet that's where Belfast maybe. Well, I don't know. I don't actually know, but maybe. Maybe that's the idea. I love it all. Okay. Animal history. Okay. Yeah. Flora and fauna. Okay. So geography, flora and fauna. I got you, Marley. We'll get into it for sure. I was gonna say I'm kind of interested in like the Celtic thing versus the Gaelic thing, and like just these kind of like I don't know older traditions that have been like kept in Ireland, because again, like it's funny for like being of Irish descent, I really don't know a lot about like Irish history or like Irish culture. I was saying though, these articles, like reading about the Incas, reading about Ireland, I'm like I have so much wanderlust right now. Like I want to go travel to all the places, do all the things. Okay, let's see. Belgae from northern Gaul and Britain. Later, Lathin tribes from Armorica, present-day Brittany, were said to have invaded Ireland and Britain more or less simultaneously. Lastly, the Milesians, Gaels, were said to have reached Ireland from either northern Iberia or southern Gaul. It was claimed that the second wave, named the Urani, belonging to the Belgae people of northern Gaul, began arriving around the 6th century BC. They were said to have given their name to the island. The theory was advanced in part because of lack of archaeological evidence for large-scale Celtic immigration, though it is accepted that such movements are notoriously difficult to identify. Historical linguists are skeptical that this method alone could account for the absorption of Celtic language, with some saying that an assumed processual? I think so. An assumed processual view of Celtic linguistic information is an especially hazardous exercise. Genetic lineage investigation into the area of Celtic migration to Ireland has led to findings that showed no significant differences in mitochondrial DNA between Ireland and large areas of continental Europe, in contrast to parts of the Y chromosome pattern. When taking both into account, a study concluded that modern Celtic speakers in Ireland could be thought of as European Atlantic Celts, showing a shared ancestry throughout the Atlantic zone, from northern Iberia to western Scandinavia rather than substantially Central European. All right. In 2012, research showed that an occurrence of genetic markers for the earliest farmers was almost eliminated by beaker culture immigrants. They carried what was then a new Y chromosome R1b marker, believed to have originated in Iberia about 2500 BC. The prevalence amongst modern Irish men of this mutation is a remarkable 84%, the highest in the world, and closely matched other populations along the Atlantic fringes down to Spain. A similar genetic replacement happened with lineages in mitochondrial DNA. This conclusion is supported by recent research carried out by the geneticist David Reich, who says British and Irish skeletons from the Bronze Age that followed the Beaker period had at most 10% ancestry from the first farmers of these islands, with other 90% from people like those associated with the Bell Beaker culture in the Netherlands. He suggested that it was Beaker users who introduced an Indo-European language, represented here by Celtic, a new language and culture introduced directly by migration and genetic replacement. Okay. Late antiquity and early medieval times. Let's get into it. I'm here for it. The earliest written records of Ireland come from classical Greco-Roman geographers. Ptolemy, in his Almagest, refers to Ireland as Micra Britannia, Little Britain, in contrast to the larger island, which he calls Megal Britannia, Great Britain. In his later work, Geography, Ptolemy refers to Ireland as Laurenia and to Great Britain as Albion. These new names were likely to have been the local names for the islands at the time. The earlier names, in contrast, were likely to have been coined before direct contact with local peoples was made. There we go. Got it. Here are some stone tools found in Ireland. Here's a map. Let's continue. As I drink more coffee. Okay, let's see. The Romans referred to Ireland by this name, too, in its Latinized form, Hibernia or Scotia. Ptolemy records 16 nations inhabiting every part of Ireland in 100 AD. The relationship between Roman Empire and the kingdoms of ancient Ireland is unclear. However, a number of finds of Roman coins have been made. For example, at the Iron Age settlement of Freestone Hill near Gowron and Newgrange. Okay, so there's a lot of like Roman influence and Roman infiltration there, maybe, potentially. Ireland continued as a patchwork of rival kingdoms. However, beginning at the 7th century, a concept of national kingship gradually became articulated through the concept of a High King of Ireland. Medieval Irish literature portrays an almost unbroken sequence of high kings stretching back thousands of years, but modern historians believe the scheme was constructed in the 8th century to justify the status of powerful political groupings by projecting the origins of their rule into the remote past. All of the Irish kingdoms had their own kings, but were nominally subject to the High King. The High King was drawn from the ranks of provincial kings and ruled also the royal kingdom of Meath, the ceremonial capital of the Hill of Tara. The concept did not become political reality until the Viking Age, and even then was not a consistent one. Ireland did not have a culturally unifying rule of law. The early written judicial system, the Brehon laws, administered by a professional class of jurists known as Brehons. The Chronicle of Ireland records that in 431, Bishop Palladius arrived in Ireland on a mission from Pope Celestine I to minister to the Irish already believing in Christ. The same chronicle records that St. Patrick, Ireland's best-known patron saint, arrived the following year. There is continued debate over the missions of Palladius and Patrick, but the consensus is that they both took place and that the older Druid tradition collapsed in the face of new religion. Interesting. Let's see. Irish Christian scholars excelled in the study of Latin and Greek learning and Christian theology. In the monastic culture that followed the Christianization of Ireland, Latin and Greek learning was preserved in Ireland during the early Middle Ages, in contrast to elsewhere in Western Europe, where the Dark Ages followed the fall of the Western Roman Empire. The arts of manuscript illumination. Dude, manuscript illumination is so pretty and so cool. It's so cool. The arts of manuscript illumination, metalworking, and sculpture flourished and produced treasures such as the Book of Kells, ornate jewelry, and many carved stone crosses that still dot the island today. A mission founded in 563. Sometimes reading out loud is just a thing, you know what I mean? It's just a thing. Let's see. A mission founded in 563 on Iona by the Irish monk Saint Columba began a tradition of Irish missionary work that spread Celtic Christianity and learning to Scotland, England, and the Frankish Empire on continental Europe after the fall of Rome. These missions continued until the late Middle Ages, establishing monasteries and centers of learning, producing scholars such as Sedulius Scotus and Johannes Iriungiana. I'm not even going to try that one again. And exerting much influence in Europe. From the 9th century, waves of Viking raiders plundered Irish monasteries and towns. These raids added to a pattern of raiding and endemic warfare that was already deep-seated in Ireland. The Vikings were involved in establishing most of the major coastal settlements in Ireland: Dublin, Limerick, Cork, Wexford, Waterford, as well as other smaller settlements. Just want to look. So here we have some artwork. A folio of the Book of Kells showing Christ enthroned. Just like this ornate pattern work and artwork. I think it's so cool. It's so cool. And then when you talk about illuminated text, the idea of using calligraphy and very ornate forms of writing and making the first letter of a passage super ornate. It's just cool. It's just interesting. Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit here. We'll look at the pictures though. I'm gonna skip ahead, but we'll look at the pictures. Here we have the remains of the 12th century Trim Castle in County Meath, the largest Norman castle in Ireland. Here we've got political boundaries in Ireland in 1450, before the plantations. And here we have Irish soldiers in 1521. Okay, I'm curious about the Gaelicization, because again, the Celtic thing, the Gaelic thing, these are things that to me, these are kind of Irish buzzwords that I don't actually have any attached meaning towards, other than oh yeah, that's Irish culture, Gaelic and Celtic, but I don't actually know what any of that means, So let's learn about it. Gaelicization. From the mid 14th century, after the Black Death, the bubonic plague, Black Death, yeah, okay. Norman settlements in Ireland went into a period of decline. The Norman rulers and Gaelic Irish elites intermarried, and the areas under Norman rule became Gaelicized. Okay, so I'm still not exactly sure. Gaelicization, the act of or process of making something Gaelic or gaining characteristics of the Gaels. Okay, cool. A sub-branch of Celticization. Got it. So Celtic is the kind of umbrella. Gaelic is like a more specified like piece of that. Cool. The Gaels are an ethno-linguistic group traditionally viewed as having spread from Ireland to Scotland and the Isle of Man. Cool. Okay. All right. Okay, cool. So in some parts, a hybrid Hiberno-Norman culture emerged. In response, the Irish water. In response, the Irish Parliament passed the Statutes of Kilkenny in 1367. These were a set of laws designed to prevent the assimilation of the Normans into Irish society by requiring English subjects in Ireland to speak English, follow English customs, and abide by English law. Linguistic oppression is so powerful and so awful. But it's like forced assimilation, right? Yeah. Does it sound familiar? Forcing people to speak English if they want to live in your country? Anyway, by the end of the 15th century, Central English authority in Ireland had all but disappeared, and a renewed Irish culture and language, albeit with Norman influences, was dominant again. Cool. English crown control remained relatively unshaken, with an amorphous foothold in Dublin known as the Pale, and under the provisions of Poyning's Law of 1494, Irish parliamentary legislation was subject to the approval of the English Privy Council. Okay. Once again, going to skip ahead a little bit, but we'll look at the pictures. Here's a scene from the Image of Ireland showing a chieftain at a feast. Neat. Here we have a 16th century perception of Irish women and girls, illustrated in the manuscript Théâtre de tous les peuples et nations de la terre avec leurs habits et ornements divers tant anciens que modernes. I'm just assuming that's French, but I don't even know. Hello, Team Miller. Pew, 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 pew. Team Miller, hi. Hello, baby. It's I Week. If you have an I thing that you want us to look up, let me know and we can do it. How are you? I got time for another I word. For you? For you? For you? Always. Always I have time for another I word. Of course. Of course I do. Yeah, give me an I word. I'm into it. We're reading about Ireland right now. But yeah, give me your I word. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. I got another cup of coffee. Woo! So far, we've read about Inuyasha, we've read about industrial piercings, and we've read about the Incan Empire. We're currently reading about Ireland. We're going to read about intensifiers, internet culture, internet memes, and then idiomotor phenomenon. So you got a close-up and everything. You did. It's because you special. That's because you special. That's because you're my, don't tell the others you're my favorite. Obviously. But yeah, I got time. Absolutely. I'm here for it. Let's see. Here we go. Fancy women in Ireland. All sorts of things, all sorts of stuff. Oh boy. Half hanging of a suspected United Irishman. What does that mean? Oh gosh, maybe I should read about this history. Should I read about this history? I'm gonna skip it and just look at the pictures. I'm just gonna skip it. Ben lurking. I do love these sessions with Berto. I'm so glad you like them. Thank you for the lurk. I feel like it's a good lurk time. Like you can kind of put me on in the background as a podcast or something. So yeah, feel free to lurk. Thank you for lurking. And thank you for telling me that you're lurking. It's always fun to get a little like, hi, I'm lurking. Actually, you know what? I might make a like a cheap channel point redemption so that lurkers can just be like, hello, I'm lurking. Even though some lurkers don't want to be called out, which that's totally valid too. But yeah, it's good to see you. Lurking this morning, got grumpy doing my taxes. Ugh, I need to do my taxes. Yeah, I need to do my taxes. I'm nervous. I'm always nervous to do my taxes. Also don't really want to do my taxes, but I need to do my taxes. Yeah. Incognito. We love to see it. Let's do it. Especially in light of talking about lurkers. I like it. It's a good one. Oops, I spelled wiki wrong, but they figured it out. Yeah. On it. We got it. Done and done. Done and done. For real though, I've been playing WoW. Ooh. I haven't played WoW in a minute. What iteration of WoW are you playing? And also, if you ever just in case, with Berto comes back and starts streaming at some point, which again, no pressure, you do you, boo. But if you're not following with Berto, highly recommend, because if they start streaming again, it's gonna be a good time. Great emotes, some of the best emotes in the game, I'm telling you. All right, anyway, there's a lot happening here. I'm skipping the history, even though I want to learn about it. I don't know, there's a part of me that wants to learn about it. Okay, fine, we're gonna read about the Kingdom of Ireland. I say fine, but it's me making these choices. Okay, the Kingdom of Ireland. The title, King of Ireland, was recreated in 1542 by Henry VIII, the then King of England of the Tudor dynasty. English rule was reinforced and expanded in Ireland during the latter part of the 16th century, leading to the Tudor conquest of Ireland. A near-complete conquest was achieved by the turn of the 17th century, following the 9 Years' War and the flight of the Earls. Thank you for the shout-out. I'll be back sometime soon. You take your time. And you come back whenever you're ready. Funnily enough, I am playing Shadow Legends? Fuck. Is it called Shadow Legends? It's been long enough since I played WoW that I'm like, Shadow Legends, right? Help me. Let's see. Mostly actually playing within my garrison and pet battles. Nice. Shadowlands. I was so close. Fun. I was so close. I mean, you know I'm a classic neckbeard, Andy, so I don't really know anything beyond vanilla, to be honest. Fun, though. I'm glad you're having fun. I mean, the pet battles do seem like a good time. They do. They seem like fun. So I'm here for it. Shadowlands. Thank you, Fun. Yeah. Shadowlands. I got it. I know things about stuff. Okay, let's see. This control was consolidated during the wars and the conflicts of the 17th century, including the English and Scottish colonization of the plantations of Ireland, and the Wars of the Three Kingdoms and the Williamite War. Irish losses during the Wars of the Three Kingdoms, which in Ireland included the Irish Confederacy and the Cromwellian conquest of Ireland, are estimated to include 20,000 battlefield casualties. 200,000 civilians are estimated to have died as a result of combination of war-related famine, displacement, guerrilla activity, and pestilence throughout the war. A further 50,000 were sent into indentured servitude in the West Indies. Physician General William Petty estimated that 504,000 Catholic Irish and 112,000 Protestant settlers died, and 100,000 people were transported as a result of the war. If a pre-war population of 1.5 million is assumed, this would mean that the population was reduced by almost half. Wow. Let's see. Catching up on old stuff. It's calm and fun. Good. Calm and fun is what it should be. I mean, it could be exciting and fun too, but we love calm and fun. Calm and fun is really good. Necessary. Let's see. Pet battles were the thing that brought me back into Miss Pandaria after quitting Catalysm. Yeah. I remember during my trial, because I did a trial, of Miss Pandaria, and the pet battles. Chef's kiss. That is really fun. I do enjoy that. Oh, I did a little kiss noise, and my cat's over here sleeping. Did you like my kiss noise? Did that wake you up? I'm sorry it woke you up. She's been napping good. Taking good naps. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Where am I at? What's happening? Pet battles boring? I mean, fair. To each their own. Again, I'm a classic neckbeard, Andy. I don't really... I've tried playing the different versions after Classic, and I can't get immersed into them like I can with Classic. I just love Classic so much. And that doesn't even mean that the ones after Classic are bad. It's just, it's my jam. This part of the hair, I'm always like, what do I do with it? It's fine. Let's see. Been missing out. They're actually pretty fun. So many cute options. All right, Linket's a hater. It's fine. Linkett, you're allowed to be a hater. I have quite a ways to go before I have a level 3 menagerie. Fancy. All right, let's continue here. The religious struggles of the 17th century left a deep sectarian division in Ireland. Oh, here she comes. Oh, here she comes. It's my cat. She's coming over here. Hi, baby. Hello. Hello? Hello. You want to say hi to Twitch? She's like, no, mother. I want to sit on your lap and be comfy. Here she is. Look over here. Look over here. Look over here. See, you're looking at Twitch now. Cute. You're so cute. Yeah. Yeah, hi. Hi. Did you have a good nap? You can nap more on my lap? Okay. Okay. That was good cat time. Good cat moment. Cute cat. Cute cat. Cute cat. I have a cute one. I love her lots. Okay. She's so cute. She's so cute. Sloth's here, isn't she cute? I love my cat. I love her. She's a little stinker, but I love her. She's my little stinker. Okay, let's see. Sometimes, though, this is the thing. I feel like cats have silent farts. Sometimes she'll come up to me and be like, why do you stink? Why are you so stinky? Is it because you're crop dusting me sometimes? She's like, yes, mother. Don't tell my secrets. Okay, anyway. I can't hear you, but this is adorable. Yeah. This is my cat. Let me see. Let me get some cat emotes going. One moment. Here she comes. It's my cat. She's right here. Boom. Boom. There she is. There she is, my little baby. Let's see. They do. I'm like, why do you stink? You're just farting silently on me. Fucking cats, man. Lavender Town, hi. How are you? Couldn't miss another Wiki Sunday. We love a Wiki Sunday. Wiki Sundays have been so fun. I'm so into it. This rabbit hole is the letter I. So far, what have we learned about today? We have learned about Inuyasha. We learned about industrial piercings. We learned about the Incan Empire. We're about to read about, or we're reading currently about Ireland. We've also got intensifiers, internet culture, internet memes, idiomotor phenomenon, incognito on the list. So if you have an eye topic, let me know. We'll fit it in for you, Mr. Lavender Town. How you been? It's good to see you. But again, no pressure if you don't have one. I was gonna say we have plenty of topics, but feel free if you've got something. Sam is the king of silent farts. Yeah, he's a stinky boy, huh? Your cat, Sam. I was telling, I had dinner with my siblings last night, and T. Miller is an honorary sibling in my family because we've just been like best friends forever. But I was telling them about your cats, and they were laughing a lot, and they think that the concept of Sam and Stella is very cute, and they also love the names. So they were sending you some love. They want to say hi. Yeah. Let's see. I knew there'd be a day where Inuyasha and Ireland somehow connect. Yeah. Inuyasha, Ireland, Incan Empire. Totally makes sense, right? Totally makes sense. All right, let's see. The religious struggles of the 17th century left a deep sectarian division in Ireland. Religious allegiance now determined the perception of law and loyalty to the Irish king and parliament. After the passing of the Test Act in 1672, I'm struggling today. I mean, I think I struggle every week. Something today about reading things out loud. Sometimes my mouth betrays me. Okay, I don't even know where I was. The victory of the forces of dual monarchy of William and Mary over the Jacobites, Roman Catholics and non-conforming Protestant dissenters were barred from sitting as members of the Irish Parliament. Under emerging penal laws, Irish Roman Catholics and dissenters were increasingly deprived of various and sundry civil rights, even to the ownership of hereditary property. Additional regressive punitive legislation followed in 1703, 1709, and 1728. This completed a comprehensive systemic effort to materially disadvantage Roman Catholics and Protestant dissenters, while enriching a new ruling class of Anglican conformists. The new Anglo-Irish ruling class became known as the Protestant Ascendancy. All the cat drama. They loved the cat drama. They thought it was really funny. But they're also like, yeah, that's bound to happen. That's just how it is when you get a new animal and then you introduce it to your previous pet, right? Right? Okay, let's see. The Great Frost struck Ireland and the rest of Europe between December 1739 and September 1741, after a decade of relatively mild winters. The winters destroyed store crops of potatoes. Ah, here it is. Here it is. She's like asleep. She's like, please don't talk to me. The potato famine. Here it is. Here it is. I was wondering. Hi. I'm very distracted by the cuteness of my cat right now because she's being very sweet. You're being very sweet. Okay, let's see. So the Great Frost destroyed stored crops of potatoes and other staples. The poor summers severely damaged harvests. This resulted in the famine of 1740. Ow. I'm like, she's being very sweet. So she does this thing where she she stretches and like digs in her closet. It's not even like she's trying to scratch me. It's just like stretch and then you end up scratching me. Good times. Anyway, resulted in the famine of 1740. An estimated 250,000 people, about 1 in 8 of the population, died from the ensuing pestilence and disease. The Irish government halted export of corn and kept the army in quarters, but did little more. Local gentry and charitable organizations provided relief, but could do little to prevent the ensuing mortality. Yeah, wild. In the aftermath of the famine, an increase in industrial production and surge in trade brought a succession of construction booms. The population soared in the latter part of the century, and the architectural legacy of Georgian Ireland was built. In 1782, Poyning's Law was repealed, giving Ireland legislative independence from Great Britain for the first time since 1495. The British government, however, still retained the right to nominate the government of Ireland without consent of Irish Parliament. You're so cute and cozy, and at the same time, okay, if you're readjusting, I'm gonna readjust. I know, just stick with it. You're gonna be fine. just ragdolling out. Okay, there you go. Figure it out. My foot always is like falls asleep, and then I'm like, I gotta move, and I'm sorry. Okay, all right, cool. That's why I kind of wanted to read about this, because I wanted to know about the potato famine and how that all kind of came to be. I am now the Great Famine is the one that we're talking about. But there have been a few famines. They've had some rough patches. Rough patches? Yeah. Okay. So maybe I need to read about this one too then. I was gonna skip some of the history, but guys, I gotta read about it. I'm too curious and I need to learn things. Okay, let's see. In 1798, members of the Protestant dissenter tradition, mainly Presbyterian, made common cause with Roman Catholics in a Republican rebellion inspired and led by the Society of United Irishmen in the aim of creating an independent Ireland. Despite assistance from France, the rebellion was put down by British and Irish government and Yeomanry forces. Yeomanry. Yes, teach us. We're gonna learn. It's an educational stream. Let's learn about Ireland. Why not? That's why we're all here, right? And then to look at how cute my cat is. Although now she's gonna sleep down here again, so you don't really get to just see a lump, just a cat lump. Okay, let's see. Oh, hello. I am very distracted by my cat. Why are you so sweet? Why are you such a pretty baby? Huh? Why are you the sweetest baby in the world? Why? Who gave you permission to be this cute? All right. Anyway, gonna try to not be so distracted. She is adorable, though. What can I say? The sweetest baby. She is a very sweet baby. She's gonna be 4 in May. May 19th is your birthday, huh? And then our gotcha day is in October 13th. October 13th, I'll have had you for 4 years. Yeah. Yeah, you're a very sweet baby. We're talking about you. You are. When you're not trying to get my characters killed and step on the keyboard, you're a very sweet baby. Okay, all right. Where am I? What's happening? I'm just going to start at the beginning of this paragraph because I don't even know what I'm reading. In 1798, members of the Protestant dissenter tradition, mainly Presbyterian, made common cause with the Roman Catholics in a Republican rebellion inspired and led by the Society of United Irishmen with the aim of creating an independent Ireland. Despite assistance from France, the rebellion was put down by British and Irish government and yeomanry forces. I still don't know what yeomanry means. Oh, excuse me. Oh, are we going to bite my hair now? That's like a whole thing. Ma'am? Okay. I like how we're like, she's so sweet. Don't prove us wrong. Yeomanry. I just need to look up yeomanry because I have no idea what it means. Yeomanry, a group of men who held and cultivated small landed estates. Okay. All right. Fair. In 1800, the British and Irish Parliament both passed Acts of Union that, with effect from 1 January 1801, merged the Kingdom of Ireland and the Kingdom of Great Britain to create a united kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. I was today years old when I realized that's what United Kingdom was referring to. I just like never, mind blown. It makes too much sense. It's too logical. That's really cool. I didn't realize. Okay, the passage of the act in the Irish Parliament was ultimately achieved with substantial majorities, having failed on the first attempt in 1799. According to the contemporary documents and historical analysis, this was achieved through considerable degree of bribery, with funding provided by a British Secret Service office and the awarding of peerages placed in honors to secure votes. Thus, the Parliament in Ireland was abolished and replaced by United Parliament at Westminster in London, though resistance remained, as evidenced by Robert Emmet's failed Irish Rebellion of 1803. Aside from the development of the linen industry, Ireland was largely passed over by the Industrial Revolution, partly because it lacked coal and iron resources. That makes sense. And partly because of the impact of the sudden union with the structurally superior economy of England, which saw Ireland as a source of agricultural produce and capital. Real quick, we've gotten to that point where Pretzel Rocks is repeating songs, and my brain is like, time to not, which I liked this playlist, though. This is a good one. I like this one. It's just as soon as it starts replaying stuff, I feel the need to go to a different chill hop playlist. So one moment. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, for some reason, when I hear a repeat song, I'm like, okay, it's time to move on. Right. Okay. So, partly because of this impact of the sudden union with structurally superior economy of England, which saw Ireland as a source of agricultural produce and capital. Here we go. The Great Famine of 1845 and 1851 devastated Ireland, as in those years, Ireland's population fell by 1/3. More than 1 million people died from starvation and disease, with an additional 1 million people emigrating during the famine, mostly to the United States and Canada. So that's where my Irish ancestry comes from. It'd be on my mom's side, Irish-Scottish ancestry, I guess. But my maternal grandfather, I believe, was more on the Irish side of things, and then my maternal grandmother was more Scottish, I want to say. But yeah, definitely around this time period, I think, is when my ancestors came over. But yeah. So the Great Famine, in the century that followed, an economic depression caused by the famine resulted in further 1 million people emigrating. By the end of the decade, half of all the immigration to the United States was from Ireland. The period of period of civil unrest that followed until the end of the 19th century is referred to as land war. Mass emigration became deeply entrenched, and the population continued to decline until the mid-20th century. Immediately prior to the famine, the population was recorded as 8.2 million by the 1841 census. The population has never returned to this level since. Wow. The population continued to fall until 1961. County Leitrim was the final Irish county to record a population increased post-famine in 2006. Here we have a depiction of the Great Famine from Our Boys in Ireland by Henry Willard French, 1891. Okay. The 19th and early 20th centuries saw the rise of modern Irish nationalism, primarily among Roman Catholic population. The preeminent Irish political figure after the Union was Daniel O'Connell. He was elected member of Parliament for Ennis? Okay. A surprise result, and despite being unable to take his seat as a Roman Catholic. O'Connell spearheaded a vigorous campaign that was taken up by the Prime Minister, an Irish-born soldier and statesman, the Duke of Wellington. Steering the Catholic Relief Bill through the Parliament, aided by the future Prime Minister of Robert Peel, Wellington prevailed upon a reluctant George IV to sign the bill and proclaim it into law. George's father had opposed the plan of the earlier Prime Minister, Pitt the Younger, to introduce such a bill following the Union of 1801, fearing Catholic emancipation to be in conflict with the Act of Settlement in 1701. I might skip ahead because my brain is already like, meh, moving on. It's not bad. Sackville Street, now known as O'Connell Street, Dublin, after the 1916 Easter Rising. See, I want to know about the Easter Rising. Okay, well, we'll just go here. The Eastern Rising of 1916 was carried out by the latter group. Okay, see, now I have to go back. I keep trying to skip shit, and I'm like, I can't because I'm too interested. Let's see. Okay. All right. Daniel O'Connell led a subsequent campaign for the repeal of the Act of the Union, which failed. Later in the century, Charles Stewart Parnell and others campaigned for autonomy within the Union, or Home Rule. Unionists, especially those located in Ulster, were strongly opposed to Home Rule, which they thought would be dominated by Catholic interests. After several attempts to pass a Home Rule bill through Parliament, it looked certain that one would finally pass in 1914. To prevent this from happening, the Ulster's Volunteers were formed in 1913 under the leadership of Edward Carson. Their formation was followed in 1914 by the establishment of Irish Volunteers, whose aim was to ensure that the Home Rule Bill was passed. The act was passed, but with the temporary exclusion of the 6 counties of Ulster that would become Northern Ireland. Before it could be implemented, however, the act was suspended for the duration of the First World War. The Irish Volunteers split into 2 groups. The majority, approximately 175,000 in number, under John Redmond, took the name of National Volunteers and supported Irish involvement in the war. A minority, approximately 13,000, retained the Irish Volunteers' name and opposed Ireland involvement in the war. The Easter Rising of 1916 was carried out by the latter group, together with a smaller socialist militia, the Irish Citizen Army. The British response, executing 15 leaders of the Rising over a period of 10 days and imprisoning or interning more than 1,000 people, turned the mood of the country in favor of the rebels. Support for the Irish republicanism increased further due to the ongoing war in Europe, as well as the conscription crisis of 1918. The pro-independence Republican Party, Sinn Féin, received overwhelming endorsement in the general election of 1918, and in 1919 proclaimed an Irish Republic, setting up its own parliament and government. Simultaneously, the Volunteers, which became known as the Irish Republican Army, launched a 3-year guerrilla war, which ended in a truce in July 1921, although violence continued until June 1922, mostly in Northern Ireland. Let me see her again, because I'm going to uncross my legs. Hi, bud. I know, I'm so sorry. I know, you were so comfortable. My feet always fall asleep. There you go. There you go. There it is. How goes the reading? It's going well. We're reading about Ireland. There's a lot here. There's a lot happening, sloths. How are you? How goes the lurking? Okay, let's see. Partition. I kind of want to read about it and I kind of don't. I'm gonna move on. Okay, you can. Hi. Where are you going? You're gonna go. Okay, rub your face on my laptop. She's gonna go rub her face on my laptop. It's gonna shake the camera. Okay, but don't don't step on my keyboard though. That's the thing. This is the rule that we have. This is the agreement. Now I don't know where I was. There she goes. She's off. She's gone now. She's gone. We lost her. She's gone. She's got business to attend to by the window. But she was here for a cute amount of time. It was cute. And she also pressed a button that made it go to the beginning of the article, so that's fun. I love to see it. Good, just been doing bits around the house while also dying on the inside. Oh no! I think it's great that you're doing bits around the house. Be kind to yourself. Do something to help that dying on the inside part of yourself if you can. But it sounds like you're having a productive day. I understand the dying on the inside thing, though. I do. That's a mood. It's a mood, as the kids might say. Okay, let's go to Northern Ireland. Let's talk about it. Although, did I skip some pictures? I did, but they're not even interesting pictures. Let's move on. All right, Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland resulted from the division of the United Kingdom by the Government of the Ireland Act in 1920. And until 1972 was a self-governing jurisdiction within the United Kingdom, with its own parliament and prime minister. Northern Ireland, as part of the United Kingdom, was not neutral during the Second World War, and Belfast suffered four bombing raids in 1941. Conscription was not extended to Northern Ireland, and roughly an equal number volunteered from Northern Ireland as volunteered from the South. Okay, I kind of just wanted to know that, so we're gonna kind of skip ahead. Gonna skip ahead a little bit, just a little bit. Yeah, let's go ahead and go. Okay, so politics. Let's learn about it. Let's get into it. Okay, so the island is divided between the Republic of Ireland, an independent state, and Northern Ireland, a constituent country of the United Kingdom. They share an open border, and both are part of the common travel area. So I'm wondering, so is Wales part of the United Kingdom then, technically? I think it is, but someone who knows more about these things, feel free to correct me or explain to me. Just a pain in the butt of the migraine. Oh, I'm sorry. Gonna go lay down shortly. Got tattooing. Ooh, we were talking about piercings and tattoos earlier. That's very exciting. Yeah, go take care of yourself. You need to go lie down in a dark room or get yourself caffeine, whatever helps you with a migraine. I'm curious if you want to share what your plan is with the tattoo. That's very exciting. Very exciting. We love a good tattoo. Okay, let's see. The Republic of Ireland is a member of the European Union, while the United Kingdom is a former member, having both acceded to its precursory entity, the European Economic Community, in 1973. And as a consequence, there is a free movement of people, goods, services, and capital across the border. Let's see. The Republic of Ireland. The Republic of Ireland is a parliamentary democracy based on the British model, with a written constitution and popularity elected president, whose role is mostly ceremonial. The government is headed by a prime minister, Taoiseach. There he is. Anyway, was appointed by the president on the nomination of a lower house of parliament, the Dáil. Members of the government are chosen from both the Dáil and the upper house of parliament, the Seanad. Its capital is Dublin. The Irish Republic today ranks amongst the wealthiest countries in the world in terms of GDP per capita, and in 2015 was ranked the sixth most developed nation in the world by United Nations Human Development Index, A period of rapid economic expansion from 1995 onwards became known as the Celtic Tiger period, was brought to an end in 2008 with an unprecedented financial crisis and economic depression in 2009. Let's see. Ooh, Lincoln. Okay, so England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland make up the United Kingdom. Thank you. Now we know. Thank you, Lincoln. Cool. These slots to stay here for now. Getting a dead tree essentially revamped, if you will. Okay, nice. We did my elbow a couple weeks back with a moon and skull inside behind the back of the tree. And then plan on a few hours tomorrow redesigning the background, scenery, etc. Okay, cool. Nice. That sounds amazing. We love a dark Gothic theme. We love to see it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead again. Geography. Okay, this is what Marley wanted to get into, so let's get into the geography here. Okay, if I am sitting up straight, I'm going to give myself a posture check because I don't actually have that as a redemption because like I don't have my camera on that often, so like being called out on my posture doesn't really make sense. But if I am sitting up straight, theoretically, camera should be more like there. Okay, cool. Theoretically, if I'm sitting up straight, who knows? Who knows what will happen? But you know, theoretically, if I'm, being poised. Ireland is located in northwest of Europe, between latitude of 51 and 56 north, and longitudes of 11 and 5 west degrees. I didn't say the word degrees. Y'all get it. Y'all understand. Posture check. There we go. We did it. There it is. Thank you, sloths. Appreciate it. Yeah, just do a highlight my message posture check. Done. Easy. Okay, let's see. It is separated from Great Britain by the Irish Sea and the North Channel, which has a width of 23 kilometers, 14 miles, at its narrowest point. To the west is the North Atlantic Ocean, and to the south, the Celtic Sea, which lies between Ireland and Brittany in France. Ireland has a total area of 84,421 kilometers squared, 32,595 square miles, of which the Republic of Ireland occupies 83%. Ireland and Great Britain together, with many nearby smaller islands, are known collectively as the British Isles. I needed to reread that. Sorry. Ireland and Great Britain together, many nearby smaller islands. Okay, the British Isles. Cool. Okay, got it. Good. As the term British Isles is controversial in relation to Ireland, the alternate term Britain and Ireland is often used as a neutral term for the islands. Interesting. I didn't know that was like a controversial term. That's good to know. A ring of coastal mountains surround low plains in the center of the island. The highest of these is, oh boy, pronunciation, Carrowntu Hill. Go with it, in County Kerry, which rises to 1,038 meters, 3,406 feet above sea level. The most arable land lies in the province of Leinster. Western areas are mainly mountainous and rocky, with green panoramic vistas. River Shannon, the island's longest river at 386 kilometers, 240 miles long, rises in County Cavan, in the northwest and flows through Limerick in the Midwest. Diversion, hi! How are you? Welcome to Wikipedia with me. This is I Week. We're reading about things that start with the letter I. So right now we're reading about Ireland. Welcome. It's good to see you. What have you been up to today? Geology. Here we go. The island consists of varied geological provinces. In the west, around County Galway and County Donegal, is a medium to high-grade metamorphic and igneous complex of caledonide affinity, similar to the Scottish Highlands. Across southeast Ulster and extending southwest to Longford and south to Navan, is a province of Ordovician and Silurian rocks, with similarities to the southern uplands province of Scotland. Okay, so a lot of like similar geographical features to Scotland, it sounds like. Diversion, doing good, just some PvP and sleeving up. Ooh, Pokemon cards. Does that mean you're streaming later? Just in case, if you're not following Diversion, you should. She's fantastic, wonderful streamer. Been playing a lot of Arceus lately. Been doing some like Pokemon card unboxings and wrappings, as it were. Playing some Skyrim, a World of Warcraft guy, all sorts of stuff. You should go follow him. Let's see, where are we at? What's happening? Further south, along the County Wexford coastline, is an area of granite intrusives into more Ordovician and Silurian rocks like that found in Wales. Cool, 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 cool. Opened some packs on stream last night. Got some great ones. Nice. Good, good. Need to sleeve up. Sleeve up. So you're putting the protective casing on it. I gotcha. Nice. What did you get? Did you get some shinies and holographics? Whatever. Are there shiny Pokemon cards? I know shinies are a thing in the Pokemon games now. Back in my day, when there were only 151 Pokemon, the cool thing with Pokemon cards was getting a holographic. Yeah, you got some fancies. You got some good ones. That's good. That's always exciting. That's the best thing about opening a pack of cards, right? There are shiny cards too. Okay. Wish there were when I was younger. Yeah, the shiny concept is really interesting. I first learned about it playing Pokemon Go, and I didn't really realize what it was until a friend of mine explained Community Day to me, and I was like, oh, well, now I have to pay attention to Community Days. I actually haven't played Pokemon Go in a minute. It comes and goes in phases. I think part of it, too, is weather. I'm looking out my window. It's snowing like crazy here. It's snowing, a lot here right now. So it's one of those things where it's when it's warmer outside, I feel like during the summer I like playing Pokemon Go a lot, but winter time and really it's spring here, we get a lot of snow. But yeah, when it's warmer outside, I feel like I'm much more apt to walking around or riding my bike around and playing Pokemon Go, Flawless, hi, what are you up to? Welcome to Wikipedia with me. We're reading about things that start with the letter I today, so we're reading about Ireland right now. How are you? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Ooh, which set? Good question. Is this your homeland? I was going to say, so Marley requested this one because this is his homeland. He's got ancestry here. I have some ancestors in Ireland, too. In reading about it, in terms of the potato famine, and so other folks who live in the United States or Canada, there was so much emigration of Irish folks as a result of the famine that I think a lot of us, a lot of white folks that live in the United States and Canada, and if you're not white necessarily, it just depends, but I think for a lot of folks we have some Irish ancestry for sure. So from Cork and Sligo, nice. Marley was saying his family's from, oh man, let me scroll up and see if I can find the name of it, what it was. Hold on. It's an M word. Heritage is from Munstral. It's cool. I was gonna say I don't really know specific area, specific city as far as my ancestry is concerned. So might have to ask my mom about that. I don't know that she would know either, but it's interesting. You've met your cousins, aunts, and uncles there. Cool. All right, so it's close in terms of generation wise, because so my grandma on my dad's side was Prussian, so I feel kind of connected to Prussian culture and German culture because of that, but as far as Irish ancestry, for that one it goes back a couple generations for me, so I don't know, I don't feel as connected to it. That's really cool. That's really interesting. Celebrations, Chilling Reign, and a few others. See, Pokemon, since I was a kid, it's gotten so complicated, and nothing wrong with that. I just feel so behind the times. Do feel so behind. Okay, let's see. In the southwest, around Bantry Bay, in the mountains of McGillicuddy's Reeks, McGillicuddy's, that's amazing. Okay, anyway, is an area substantially deformed, lightly metamorphosed Devonian-aged rocks. This partial ring of hard rock geology is covered by a blanket of carboniferous limestone over the center of the country, giving rise to a comparatively fertile and lush landscape. The west coast district of the Burren, around Lisdoonvarna, has well-developed karst features. Significant stratiform lead-zinc mineralization is found in the limestones around silver mines in Tannog. Hydrocarbon exploration is ongoing following the first major find at the Kinsale Head gas field off Cork. Hey! Cork! You said Cork. Flawless, Cork. Sorry. That's really cool. Man, I would love to go to Ireland. Wanderlust for days. Let's see. In 1999, economically significant finds. Sorry, I think I stopped at Cork because I was like, the word Cork. Okay, so the first major find, Cork, mid-1970s. In 1999, economically significant finds of natural gas were made in the Corrib gas field off the County Mayo coast. This has increased activity off the west coast in parallel with the west of Shetland, step-out development from the North Sea hydrocarbon province. In 2000, the Helvig oil field was discovered, which was estimated to contain over 28 million barrels. Wow, of oil. So 4,500,000 meters cubed. That's a lot. That's a lot. Look at these beautiful landscapes. Can we just like admire the beauty for a second? Gorgeous. This is Dunluce Castle in County Antrim. We have Benbulben, County Sligo. Oh my God! You said Cork and Sligo. Sorry, I don't know why. I'm so excited to be like, flawless! Flawless, look! Connemara, County Galway. Glendalough, County Wicklow. God, just so pretty. So pretty. Ladies View, County Kerry. Glenbiglow, County Cork. County Cork. There it is. Let's see. Yes, all the good luck with the pulls. The pulls are really fun. It's a good time. It's a good time opening a pack of cards. God, I haven't done it in so long. I haven't opened, but it seems like fun. Maybe we should get back into it. I don't know. All right, let's see. Climate. The island's lush vegetation, a product of its mild climate and frequent rainfall, earns the sobriquet the Emerald Isle. Overall, Ireland has mild but changeable oceanic climate with a few extremes. The climate is typically insular and temperate, avoiding the extremes in temperature of many other areas of the world in similar latitudes. This is a result of the moist winds which ordinarily prevail from the southwestern Atlantic. Precipitation falls throughout the year, but is light overall, particularly in the east. The west tends to be wetter on average and prone to Atlantic storms, especially in the late autumn and winter months. These occasionally bring destructive winds and higher total rainfall to these areas, as well as sometimes snow and hail. The regions of North County Galway and East County Mayo have the highest incidence of recorded lightning annually for the island, with lightning occurring approximately 5 to 10 days per year within these areas. Munster! Here, it's, Marley, here's Munster! I'm so excited. I'm so excited that the article is mentioning the places that y'all's people are from. It's amazing. Too expensive. I know. I was going to say, like, getting into collecting things, I'm like, I don't need to add more stuff to my stuff pile because I have a lot of stuff. And then also, yeah, the expensive nature of collecting things. But I can just live vicariously through people like Diversion. So there you go. Let's see. So Munster in the south records the least snow, whereas Ulster in the north records the most. Inland areas are warmer in the summer and colder in the winter. Usually around 40 days of the year are below freezing at inland weather stations compared to 10 days at coastal stations. Ireland is sometimes affected by heat waves, most recently in 1995, 2003, 2006, and 2013 and 2018. In common with the rest of Europe, Ireland experienced unusually cold weather during the winter of 2010 to 11. Temperatures fell as low as negative 17.2 degrees Celsius, 1 degree Fahrenheit, in County Mayo on 20th December, and up to a meter, 3 feet of snow fell in mountainous areas. Interesting. All right, flora and fauna. Here we go. Okay. Because Ireland became isolated from mainland Europe by rising sea levels before the last ice age had completely finished, it has fewer land animal and plant species than Great Britain or mainland Europe. There are 55 mammal species in Ireland, and of them, only 26 land mammal species are considered native to Ireland. Some species, such as the red fox, hedgehog, and badger, are very common, whereas others, like the Irish hare, red deer, and pine marten, are less so. Aquatic wildlife, such as species of sea turtle, shark, seal, whale, and dolphin, are common off the coast. About 400 species of birds have been recorded in Ireland. Many of these are migratory, including the barn swallow. Look at these red deer. Look at these little foxes. Cute. Cute. Several different habitat types are found in Ireland, including farmland, open woodland, temperate broadleaf and mixed forests, conifer plantations, peat bogs, and a variety of coastal habitats. However, agriculture drives current land use patterns in Ireland, limiting natural habitat preserves, particularly for larger wild mammals with greater territorial needs. With no large apex predators in Ireland other than humans and dogs, such populations of animals as semi-wild deer that cannot be controlled by smaller predators, such as the fox, are controlled by annual culling. In biology, culling is the process of segregating organisms from a group according to desired or undesired characteristics. In animal breeding, it is the process of removing or segregating animals from a breeding stock based on a specific trait. Okay. There are no snakes in Ireland. Thanks, St. Patrick. You really did it. Happy Irish Day, everyone. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. Anyway, okie dokie, gonna be heading off for the night. Thanks for the company today. It's been lovely. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Hope you have a lovely rest of your day. I hope you do too. I hope your migraine feels better. I hope the tattoo session is lovely. I'm very excited to catch one of your streams at some point. I absolutely will. I'm excited to. You seem like a wonderful person, so I can't wait. Yeah, I'll see you soon, I'm sure. Let's see. All right. No snakes in Ireland. And only one species of reptile, the common lizard, is native to the island. Extinct species include the Irish elk, the great auk. Auk? What is this little guy? A little penguin guy? We love to see it. Okay, anyway. Brown bear and the wolf. Some previously extinct birds, such as the golden eagle, have been reintroduced after decades of extirpation. Swap it, hush. Okay. Ireland is now one of the least forested countries in Europe. Until the end of the Middle Ages, Ireland was heavily forested. Native species include deciduous trees such as oak, ash, hazel, birch, alder, willow, aspen, rowan, and hawthorn, as well as evergreen... Words are so hard. Evergreen trees such as Scots pine, yew, holly, strawberry trees. Strawberry trees? Hold on a minute. What? I'm outraged. I'm not outraged. What is this? Evergreen shrub or small tree in the flowering plant family of... Have we read about this before? I'm having major deja vu right now. Flowering plant family in the Iraceae, native to Mediterranean region as well as Western Europe. Have we read about strawberry trees before? This word looks familiar to me. What? Hold on. Iraceae? Wild. Anyway, wild. I don't know when we read about this. My brain was saying Australia, but they're saying it's native to the Mediterranean region in Western Europe, so who knows? Who knows? Strawberry tree. Okay. The great auk. Love that little guy. They look cute. They look like they've got some like puffin vibes, you know? Puffin penguin vibes. The great auk. Yeah, they look adorable. Okay, let's see. Strawberry trees really blew my mind. Only about 10% of Ireland today is woodland. Most of this is non-native conifer plantations, and only 2% is native woodland. The average woodland cover of European countries is over 33%. In the Republic, about 389,356 hectares, 3,089, wow, what? 3,893.56 kilometer squares, is owned by the state, mainly by the Forestry Service. Coils. Remnants of the native forest can be found scattered about the island, particularly in the Killarney National Park. Much of the land is now covered with pasture, and there are many species of wildflower. Gorse, Ulex europaeus, a wild furze, is commonly found growing in the uplands, and ferns are plentiful in the more moist regions, especially in the western parts. It is home to hundreds of plant species, some of them unique to the island, has been invaded by some grasses, such as Spartina anglica. The algal and seaweed flora is that of the cold temperate variety. The total number of species is 574. The island has been invaded by some algae, some of which are now well established. Because of its mild climate, many species, including subtropical species such as palm trees, are grown in Ireland. Wow! That's wild! Phytogeographically, Ireland belongs to the Atlantic Europe province of Circumboreal region within the Boreal Kingdom. The island can be subdivided into two ecoregions, the Celtic broadleaf forests and the North Atlantic moist mixed forests. I didn't realize how eco-diverse Ireland was, honestly. That's wild. Okay, I think we're gonna call it here. Well, no, let's read about impact of agriculture, and then we'll call it for Ireland, just because I want to make sure we've got time for all the other things that we're gonna read about. But I have learned so much about Ireland. I'm very excited about it. All right, impact of agriculture. The long history of agricultural production, coupled with modern intensive agricultural methods such as pesticide and fertilizer use and runoff from contaminants into streams, rivers, and lakes, has placed pressure on biodiversity in Ireland. A land of green fields for crop cultivation and cattle rearing limits the space available for the establishment of native wild species. Hedgerows, however, traditionally used for maintaining and demarcating land boundaries, act as a refuge for native wild flora. This ecosystem stretches across the countryside and acts as a network of connections to preserve remnants of the ecosystem that once covered the island. Subsidies under the Common Agricultural Policy, which supported agricultural practices that preserved hedgerow environments, are undergoing reforms. The Common Agricultural Policy had in the past subsided potentially destructive agricultural practices. For example, the emphasizing production without placing limits on indiscriminate use of fertilizers and pesticides. But reforms have gradually decoupled subsidies from production levels and introduced environmental and other requirements. 32% of Ireland's greenhouse gas emissions are correlated to agriculture. Yeah, agriculture's a rough one. Forested areas typically consist of monoculture plantations of non-native species. That's interesting too, that so much of it is non-native species, which may result in habitats that are not suitable for supporting native species of invertebrates. Yeah. Natural areas require fencing to prevent overgrazing by deer and sheep that roam over uncultivated areas. Grazing in this manner is one of the main factors in preventing the natural regeneration of forests across many regions of the country. There we go, Ireland. There's so much more to learn. There's so much more to read about. But I think we're gonna move on just so that right when I get to culture. Okay, just kidding. Okay, just kidding. Let me just read this little part about culture. I like how I'm saying "let me" as if any of you are like, "We're bored. We need to move on." You're all here for it. We're here for it. Okay. Ireland's culture comprises elements of the culture of ancient peoples, later immigrant and broadcast cultures. Good Lord. Okay. Ireland's culture comprises elements of the culture of ancient peoples, later immigrant and broadcast cultural influences, chiefly Gaelic culture, Anglicization, and Americanization, and aspects of broader European culture. In broad terms, Ireland is regarded as one of the Celtic nations of Europe, alongside Scotland, Wales, Cornwall, Isle of Man, and Brittany. This combination of cultural influences is visible in intricate designs termed Irish interlace or Celtic knotwork. These can be seen in ornamentation of Slow down. Anytime I'm reading terribly, it's because I'm reading too fast. Slow down. I just need to slow down. Slow down. It's called pressured speech. This is what psychologists called pressured speech. Do you know about this? ADD. Anyway, okay. This combination of cultural influences is visible in the intricate designs termed Irish interlace or Celtic knotwork. These can be seen in the ornamentation of medieval religious and secular works. The style is still popular today in jewelry and graphic art, and tattoos, as is the distinctive style of traditional Irish music and dance, and has become indicative of modern Celtic culture in general. Religion has played a significant role in the cultural life of the island since ancient times, and since the 17th century plantations has been the focus of political identity and divisions on the island. Ireland's pre-Christian heritage fused with Celtic church following the missions of St. Patrick of the 5th century. The Hiberno-Scottish missions began by the Irish monk Saint Columba, spread the Irish vision of Christianity to pagan England and the Frankish Empire. These missions brought written languages to an illiterate population of Europe during the Dark Ages that followed the fall of Rome, earning Ireland the sobriquet, the Islands of Saints and Scholars. I want to look at this picture real quick. So this is the Ardbow High Cross in County Tyrone. Cool. Since the 20th century, Irish pubs worldwide have become outposts of Irish culture, especially those with a full range of cultural and gastronomic offerings. The Republic of Ireland's national theatre is Abbey Theatre, which was founded in 1904, and the National Irish Language Theatre, sorry about it. It's you know, whenever a word has a lot of consonants in a row, my brain just stops. I don't know why I keep trying to say it. I'm not going to say it right. Which was established in 1928 in Galway. Playwrights such as Sean O'Casey, Brian Friel, Sebastian Barry, Connor McPherson, and Billy Roche are internationally renowned. Okay, for real, I'm gonna move on from Ireland now, but that, very interesting. Very good topic. Very much here for it. Here's what we've got left. We've got intensifiers. We've got internet culture. We've got internet memes. We've got ideomotor phenomenon. And we've got incognito. Quite a few, but most of these, as I check through them, are a little bit shorter. So it should be, well, actually, internet memes and internet culture are pretty long, but But the other ones are pretty short, so I think we can do it. I think we'll be okay. So I'm gonna take a little break from my computer once again. If you feel like sticking around, stick around. I'll be back in a few minutes. If you feel like going and checking out other streamers, do it. There's amazing streamers doing amazing things all the time on Twitch. If you need a snack, if you need some water, if you need to take your meds, do your thing. I'll see you soon. I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay. Okay. Bye. Okay. See you soon. Bye. All right. If you stuck around, thank you so much. If you didn't, I mean, honestly, I probably wouldn't have either. Shall we continue? Ready for I Week? We've already been doing it for, 4.5 hours. Okay, so I've got 5 more topics. We're going to see how quickly I can get through them while still honoring this whole learning thing. So thank you for sticking around. Thank you for being here. Shall we continue with intensifiers? Let's do it. So in linguistics, an intensifier is a lexical category, but not a traditional part of speech, for a modifier that makes no contribution to the propositional meaning of a clause, but serves to enhance or give additional emotional context to the word it modifies. I fucking love this shit. Okay, intensifiers are grammatical expletives, specifically expletive attributives, or equivalently, attributive expletives or attributive-only expletives. They also qualify as expressive attributives because they function as semantically vacuous filler. Sounds intense. I see what you did there, Linkit. Linkit. I see what you did there. It was pretty good. Pretty good. What does vacuous mean? Anyone know? Vacuous is just meaningless. Emptiness. Vacuous. Done. They're not necessary. Characteristically, English draws intensifiers from a class of words called degree modifiers, words that quantify the idea they modify. More specifically, they derive from a group of words called adverbs of degree, also known as degree adverbs. When used grammatically as intensifiers, these words cease to be degree adverbs because they no longer quantify the idea that they modify. Instead, they emphasize it emotionally. By contrast, the words moderately, slightly, barely are degree adverbs, but not intensifiers. The other hallmark of a prototypical intensifier is that they are adverbs which lack the primary characteristic of adverbs, the ability to modify verbs. Yeah, what? What did I just read? Fun, need to head out. Have a wonderful day. Fun, thank you for being here. It's so good to see you. If y'all don't know Fun and you need a late night streamer to hang out with, y'all should go hang out with Fun. I hope you have a wonderful day. It's always good to see you. Let's see. Okay. By contrast, the words moderately, slightly. No, wait, we read this. Right. The ability to modify verbs. Right. Intensifiers modify exclusively adjectives and adverbs. But this rule is insufficient to classify intensifiers, since there exist other words commonly classified as adverbs that never modify verbs but are not intensifiers. Questionably. Questionably doesn't modify a verb? If he ran questionably, wouldn't questionably be modifying the verb ran? I don't know about that, but okay. Anyway, I don't know, Wikipedia. All right. For these reasons, Huddleston argues that intensifier not be recognized as a primary grammatical or lexical category. Intensifier is a category with grammatical properties, but insufficiently defined unless its functional significance is also described, what Huddleston calls a notional definition. Technically, intensifiers roughly qualify a point on the affective semantic property, which is gradable. Syntactically, intensifiers pre-modify either adjectives or adverbs. Semantically, they increase the emotional content of an expression. The basic intensifier is very. Yeah, we use the word very a lot. Really is another one that we use a lot. A versatile word, English permits very to modify adjectives and adverbs, but not verbs. This is true. Other intensifiers often express the same intention as very. Very, really. Apparently questionably, but I question questionably. She raised her eyebrow questionably. See? That's modifying the word raised. I think questionably was a bad example before. I'm gonna get over it, but I'm still not. You know what I mean. Okay, so let's look at examples. Amazingly, ass, as in sweet ass ride. I love Wikipedia. Astoundingly, awful, as in awful good. What an awful good time we had. Bear jokes. Never heard that one before. Bloody hell. Crazy. Yeah, that one's a rough one. I was talking to T. Miller the other day about trying to like extricate ableist language from my the vocabulary. Crazy is one that I've done a pretty good job of, but every now and again it just pops up. I try to use the word like wild or ridiculous or bizarre instead. Stupid and dumb are two that I struggle with to find. Like, I think ridiculous is probably a good, I don't know. Yeah, no, stupid and dumb are ones that are really hard for me to like find substitutes for, and I know I need to. So if anyone has good substitute words for stupid and dumb, help me out, because trying to update your vocabulary to be like not ableist and to be honoring of people that have suffered, inequity is difficult, because the words that we use are so like connected to these like ideas, and so to like relearn that can be really, really tricky, but so necessary, right? All right, anyway, dead is in dead sexy or dead wrong, dreadfully, colossally, specially, exceptionally, excessively, extremely, extraordinarily, fantastically, frightfully, fucking, as in fucking awesome, fully, hella's a good one, incredibly, insanely, that's another one, like crazy kind of, right? Literally, mad is another one that's tricky in terms of ableist talk. Well, and then you talk about like anger and mad, and so it's like when are we? Language is interesting, but yeah, just want to respect people with the way that we use words, right? Dim is good. Dim is good, yeah. Okay, because dim, I went to the origins of dim, but dim I think of it like a light that is not super bright is dim. Dim, okay. Thanks, Linka. Let's see. Mad, mightily, most. Most is an interesting one. Outrageously, phenomenally, precious, quite, radically, rather, real, really, remarkably, ridiculously, right, sick, so. The word so is fascinating in English. Well, and I know in other languages we have these kind of words that are just like, they're just kind of placeholders, because so can be like, oh, it was so cold outside. It was very cold outside. It was extremely cold outside, right? But we also use so as just like a placeholder, like a pause word. It's kind of like the word well. We're just like, well, so, where it's like, it has no meaning. It's literally just a placeholder. Like, did you say literally is problematic? No, I don't think so. No, not to my knowledge. No, we were just talking about stupid and dumb. And then we were talking about, not literally, but, insanely, is the one that we were talking about that was like right above it. Staff, oh, hi. When you look into Aussie slang and the way, of English is a little bit different. Totally. Aussie slang is different from English slang. American English slang versus like UK English slang. Yeah, there's so many variations on English, right? But generally speaking, there's a lot of words that we use colloquially that really are harmful to people who are differently able, to who are disabled, to are neurodivergent, etc. And so, it's something that I'm trying to rectify and relearn in my vocabulary. Staffo, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Misheard. No worry, you're good. Yeah. I think it's because we were talking about insanely, and insanely was right before the word literally. I think that's where it came from. So no, you're totally good. You're good. Let's see. Somewhat, strikingly, super, supremely, surpassingly, terribly, terrifically, too, totally, veritable. A veritable smorgasbord of offerings. Very wicked. I do like wicked. I like wicked a lot. That's a very like East Coast United States thing for sure. I think of like Massachusetts and like Boston with the word wicked in a kind of slang context. Let's see. Not all intensifiers are the same syntactically. They vary on whether they can be used attributively or predicatively. Predicatively. For example, really and super can be used in both ways. The car is really expensive. The really expensive car. Yeah, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Today was super cold. A super cold day. Yeah, okay. I see. Interesting. Words such as so can only occur as a predicative intensifier, while others, such as ass, I love ass as a suffix. It's so funny, like dead ass, typically are only attributive intensifiers. The car is so expensive. The so expensive car. See, these are the questions I get from English language learners that are like, but why though? And I'm like, it's so much easier to just say because rather than being like, well, because it's an attributive intensifier and not a predicative intensifier. You know what I mean? But we sell ass as an arse. Do you pronounce it arse or do you pronounce it ass? Because to me, they're two different words with the same meaning. Right? And they're variations on the same word, but the pronunciation is different and the spelling is different. See? So again, like, and it totally makes sense. You don't really use the word arse or ass, right? You use the word arse. That's like I can't be arsed, right? As a phrase. Usually in American slang, we would say I can't be bothered. We don't say like I can't be asked, right? So it's interesting. Yeah, linguistic variation is fascinating to me. I really like it. And when you talk about like different dialects and different regional variations and things, like, yeah, the ass arse phenomenon, I do find interesting stuff. Let's see. There's a dialectal variation in the correctness of certain forms. Yeah, today was cold ass, a cold ass day. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. Today was cold ass, a cold ass day. Yeah, interesting. Cold ass day makes way more sense than today was cold ass, right? Am I wrong? I could be wrong. Some of the A's in words will be A's or R's. Yeah, totally. Well, and I think that Australian English is much more connected to British English because of history, and also because of size and everything. So like that kind of, I don't know, that speaks to some of the differences too, even though Australian English is completely unique in its own way, right? But I would say in terms of like preservation of things like AR, American English didn't hold on to it the way that like Australian English did. Let's see. Illocutionary force. Use of an intensifier subtly suggests to the reader what emotion he should feel. By naming an emotion within the predicate, the writer compels the reader to consider this emotion, and hence he begins to feel it. Persuasiveness, credibility. Legal. In general, overuse of intensifiers negatively affects the persuasiveness or credibility of a legal argument. This is true. It honestly, like, the overuse of intensifiers just makes things sound like less professional. Like it makes you sound less serious, which is interesting too. The way in which people interpret our use of language is, yeah, it's all fascinating. But if a judge's authoritative written opinion uses a high rate of intensifiers, a lawyer's written appeal of that opinion that also uses a high rate of intensifiers is associated with an increase in favorable outcomes for such appeals. Also, when judges disagree with each other in writing, they tend to use more intensifiers. Let's see. Yeah, and my Brit friend that streams, she says Australian English is the pos side of the Brits. I can see that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know enough about it, to be honest, but I can totally see that. That's interesting. Let's see. Business. A 2010 Stanford Graduate School of Business Study found that in quarterly earnings conference calls, deceptive CEOs use a greater percentage of quantity of extreme positive emotional words. I love this. Than CEOs telling the truth. This is so true. Okay. This finding agrees with the presumption that a CEO attempting to hide dude, okay, I love this shit. A CEO, sorry, I got so excited. Attempting to hide poor performance exerts herself more forcefully to persuade her listeners. I find it interesting that we're using the word her here. Why we gendered it in the feminine, something so negative. But anyway, David F. Larker and Zakuliolukinas give a list of 115 extreme positive emotion words, including intensifiers awful, deucedly, emphatically, excellently, fabulously, fantastically, genuinely, gloriously, immensely, incredibly, insanely, keenly, madly. Again, yeah, insanely and madly are not great. Magnificently, marvelously, splendidly, supremely, terrifically, truly, unquestionably, wonderfully, very good. Very good. It is something I think that for people who are assigned female at birth or femme presenting that we're kind of taught to like soften our language. So I do think it's something that probably femme folks, femme-identifying folks, and then AFAB folks were kind of conditioned to soften things because otherwise we come off as bitchy, basically. And so using intensifiers, positive intensifiers like this is one way to do that. But it also totally convolutes your messaging. So don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. 2013 Forbes magazine article about counterproductive modes of expression in English specifically discouraged use of really, observing that it provokes doubt and degrades the speaker's credibility. Yep. Really, Finder calls this a poor attempt to instill candor and truthfulness that makes clients and coworkers question whether you're really telling the truth. Interesting. Let's see. Philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, in Human, All Too Human, wrote, "The narrator. It is easy to tell whether a narrator is narrating because the subject matter interests him, or because he wants to evoke interest through his narrative. If the latter is the case, he will exaggerate, use superlatives, etc. Then he will usually narrate the worse because he's not thinking so much about the story as about himself." Entry. Insane madly in love with that. Yeah, they're just really ableist, Staffo. They're really ableist in terms of people that have been deemed insane or people that have been deemed mad, in terms of the way in which the mental health system has deeply, deeply harmed people that experience psychosis and experience a different way of thinking. So that's why I think it's really important to kind of look at the way that we use those words, because even if we're using it in a seemingly harmless way, it takes away the seriousness of those words for people that have experienced those words being weaponized against them. Does that make sense? Let's see. A quote often attributed to Mark Twain, but probably by newspaper editor William Allen White, is "Substitute damn." Every time you're inclined to write very, your editor will delete it and the writing will be just as it should be. Yeah. Say what you mean. Just cut to the chase. Say what you mean. It's interesting. Intensifiers. There we go. Very interesting. I just said very interesting, no? Okay. Internet culture. There's a whole lot here. Maddie Brady, I don't know if you're still here, but if you have anything in particular you want to look at, let me know. Otherwise, I think I'm going to do the TLDR and then move on to internet memes, because they're both kind of in a similar realm to me of topic. Let's see. Just joined again. That was perfect timing. It's like your ears were burning. Welcome. We're reading about internet culture now. You can move on. I'm leaving again. Well, we'll read a little bit about it. We'll at least read the beginning part. But yeah, no, you lurk, you leave, you do your thing. Okay. Boyfriend just came home. Yeah, go hang out with the boyfriend. Go do it. Internet culture. It's fascinating. It's totally different than pre-internet culture, right? All right, let's see. Internet culture, or cyber culture, is the culture based on the many manifestations of the use of computer networks for communication, entertainment, business, and recreation. Some features of internet culture include online communities, gaming, social media. Any of this sound familiar? Twitch! Sorry for screaming at you, Twitch. That's you in the chat box over there. Boop, boop, boop. And more, as well as topics related to identity and privacy. Due to the internet's large-scale use and adoption, the impacts of internet culture on society and non-digital cultures have been widespread. Additionally, due to the all-encompassing nature of the internet and internet culture, different facets of the internet are often studied individually rather than holistically, such as social media, gaming, specific communities, and more. Yeah, I think it's like so widespread that like you kind of have to pare it back to like smaller chunks, because it's there's so much there, right? Let's see. The cultural history of the internet involves unusually rapid change. The internet evolved in parallel with, wow, words, reading. Again, the internet evolved in parallel with rapid and sustained technological advances in computing and data communication, with also an increasing breadth of access as the coast structure declined over multiple orders of magnitude. Each technological era spawned a distinct cultural response. As its outset, digital cultural... the struggle. All right. Internet culture. Where am I? As its outset, digital culture tilted towards the Anglosphere. Due to computer technology's early reliance on textual coding systems, suited mainly to the English language, Anglophone societies, followed by other societies with language based on Latin script, mostly European, enjoyed privileged access to digital culture from the early beginnings in late 1960s, before globally multilingual software became ubiquitous in the 2010s. Even then, multilingual software is not the best, just because language is so complex. I find fascinating. But anyway, additionally, it was not until the advent of inexpensive smartphones that internet culture began to close the societal wealth divide. That makes a lot of sense. I never really thought about that connection, but that, in terms of accessibility, that's so true, right? Psychologically, electronic and digital culture is engrossing for many participants to such a degree that it sometimes seems to compete with physical reality. Twitch. I'm looking at you. It's fine. It's fine. Don't listen to them. They're talking about the metaverse. Okay, anyway. For many years, the term cyberspace was synonymous with digital culture, having first appeared in fiction in the 1980s in the work of cyberpunk science fiction author William Gibson, notably in his 1984 novel Neuromancer. Look at that fucking art. That book cover is incredible. Okay, this work romanticized digital culture as an alternate world of entirely different social order with distinct limitations and possibilities. Excessive neglect of the traditional physical and social world in favor of internet culture became codified as medical condition under the diagnosis of internet addiction disorder. Nevertheless, internet culture seems destined to plunge headlong into the metaverse. Oh my God, I was kidding about that, but here it is. Ugh. Okay, anyway. This is the avowed ambition of Facebook as rebranded Meta platforms in October 2021. No. Okay, but I do find this idea of internet addiction disorder fascinating because I'm curious what psychologists would say about internet addiction disorder in our kind of post-quarantine time. And depending on where you are, you might still have quarantine kind of situations happening. But we're still very much in the middle of this pandemic. And I think, at least for me, I can't speak for everyone, but communication and connection has been largely through the internet and not in real life physical proximity because it isn't safe, right? So I'm curious what psychiatrists would say about internet addiction disorder currently, and if there's a distinction between utilizing the internet as a tool for connection versus being addicted to the internet. I'm being defensive because I'm on the internet a lot, as are we all. Let's see. Oh my God, there's so much. Part of me wants to just go to social impact. Want to skip down to social impact? Okay. Get some more water going here. Let's see, Staffo. Here in Australia, we're at that point where we have to start taking COVID boost every 3 months. Okay. I've had 2 boosters so far. I haven't heard anything in terms of regulations and kind of next steps that way. I'm assuming it'll be something that we have to do kind of every year, like the flu shot. I haven't heard that we'll have to do it every 3 months, but it's totally possible. I haven't heard anything. But yeah, so far I've had the initial vaccine and then 2 boosters after that. Yeah. All right, social impact. The internet is one of the most popular forms of communication today, with billions of people using it every day. This is because the internet is full of a wide variety of tools that can allow for information retrieval and communication, which can occur between individuals, groups, or even within mass contexts. It has created a culture that many people are involved in, which has led to countless positive and negative impacts. The internet provides an array of tools for people to use for information retrieval and communication in individual, group, and mass contexts. Did I not say that before? Why did we repeat that? It's fine. Let's see. At the moment, we've stopped using masks and the QR code. What QR code are you talking about? We've dropped mask mandates here in many places. There are still places where I'm in Colorado, by the way, in the United States. So mask mandates have dropped. So it's much looser in terms of where and when you need to wear a mask. There's still places where you need to, but that's dropped. Yeah. What do you mean with the QR code? Curious about that. Are you talking about quarantine code? I think of QR code and I think of the digital like kind of square picture that you can like take with your phone and then it brings you to like a different website. So I'm not exactly sure, but please clarify if you feel so inclined. All right, so positive. Doyle High. I wonder if I can make that a meme at some point. Does that even look right? The Tyrannosaur one is so good. I wouldn't even want to touch it because Tyrannosaurs is like amazing and cannot be touched. Also, I'm always bothered by this. Let's see. Vaccine passports, I would assume. Oh, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense. So a QR code to say like, are you vaccinated? Interesting. That's really interesting because I just have like a physical card that says like, this is where and when I was vaccinated, right? Doyle, what are you up to? It's good to see you. It doesn't even look like I'm waving. How do I? Is it awkward? Do we like it? Should I stop? Yes. Anyway, we're reading about things that start with the letter I. We're trying to wrap up here. We meaning me. But there's so many interesting things on the internet. We're reading about internet culture. It's very metaverse. Okay, so positive. The creation of the internet has impacted our society greatly, giving us the ability to communicate with others online, store information such as files and pictures, and help maintain our government. As the internet progressed, digital and audio files could be created and shared on the internet. It became one of the main sources of information, business, and entertainment. And it led to the creation of different social media platforms such as Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and Snapchat. I love that they don't have TikTok in here yet. Communicating with others has never been easier in our day and age, allowing people to connect and interact with each other. The internet helps us maintain our relationships with others by acting as a supplement to physical interactions with our friends and family. People are also able to make forums to talk about different topics with each other, which can help form and build relationships. This gives people the ability to express their own views freely. Social groups created on the internet have also been connected to improving and maintaining our health in general. Interacting with social groups online can help prevent and possibly treat depression. In response to the rising prevalence of mental health disorders, including anxiety and depression, a 2019 study by Christo L. Moore and others demonstrated that York University students in Toronto were extremely interested in participating in an online mental health support community. The study mentions that many students prefer an anonymous online mental health community to a traditional in-person service due to the social stigmatization of mental health disorders. Overall, online communication with others gives people the sense that they are wanted and welcomed into social groups. Twitch, man. Let's see. Doyle was trying to do some normal blood elf leveling on a server. Couldn't get anyone to do dungeons, so now I'm working on hardcore instead. Nice. Good luck. Don't die. All that jazz. I'm sorry you couldn't find dungeon folks, but yeah, I hope the hardcore goes well. QR codes is an app for phones. Helps out if someone has COVID and sends you the message, so it lets you know the last place you went to. Oh, interesting. If you Google QR code using in Australia, it might be helpful, way better than me. Yeah, so QR code, just that idea is generic. You can use it. I keep doing this because it's square. So you can use QR codes for many different things. I didn't realize, though, places like Australia are using it to track folks that have COVID. So that's interesting. So yeah, I know what a QR code is, but yeah, it can be used for many different things. But the fact that it's been used specifically in Australia for that reason is really interesting. It sounds effective. It sounds legit. Seems legit. Yeah, it's a smart way to track COVID and try to keep people safe and aware, you know? It makes sense to me. Let's see, negative. With access to the internet becoming easier for people, it has led to a substantial amount of disadvantages. Addiction is a notable issue, as the internet is becoming increasingly relied on for various everyday tasks. There are, yeah, this idea of addiction I'm curious about. The word addiction. In general, the word addiction I find interesting, and I'm curious, like, I'm just curious about it. All right, anyway, there are a range of different symptoms connected to addiction, such as withdrawal, anxiety, and mood swings. Addiction to social media is very prevalent with adolescents, but the interaction they have with one another can be detrimental for their health. Rude comments on posts can lower individual self-esteem, making them feel unworthy and may lead to depression. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of evils to social media and the internet for sure. But yeah, this idea of like addiction I find fascinating, but certainly this idea of like contributing to like poor self-esteem and depression and anxiety, like I can see it. It's this weird double-edged sword, I think. Let's see. Social interaction online may substitute face-to-face interactions for some people instead of acting as a supplement. Again, I can tell that this article was very much written before 2020, right? Because I'm curious now what people would say, because our lives have changed in terms of necessity and what is safe. Everything's different now, you know? Okay, where am I? Sorry. This can negatively impact people's social skills and cause one to have feelings of loneliness. People may also have the chance of being cyberbullied when using online applications. Cyberbullying may include harassment, video shaming, impersonating, and much more. A concept called cyberbullying theory is now being used to describe that children who use social networking more frequently are more likely to become victims of cyberbullying. Well, yeah. Duh. Additionally, some evidence shows that too much internet use can stunt memory and attention development in children. That's interesting. Well, I mean, I don't mean to push back against this article, but like I think historically, so many things like that are true, right? When books became a thing, when the printing press became a thing, and then books were accessible to people, you no longer had to memorize information that you had to memorize in the past. Therefore, your memory in that regard is worsened, right? Phones, same idea, right? Once we had cell phones that saved everyone's phone number, you didn't have to memorize people's phone numbers anymore, right? And so this idea of like worsening it's I don't know, I push back against it a little bit because I think throughout time we've kind of been like, we being humans, we've kind of been like, oh God, technology is ruining our minds. And it's like, is it ruining it, or is it making room for a different way of thinking? And are we just changing? I don't know. I don't know the answer to these things, but I find it fascinating. Okay, anyway, so stunt memory and attention development in children. The ease of access to information, which the internet provides, discourages information retention. True. However, the cognitive consequences are not yet fully known. The staggering amount of available information online can lead to feelings of information overload. True. Some effects of this phenomenon include reduced comprehension, decision-making, and behavior control. Interesting. All right, I think we're probably going to move on to internet memes, since we're just on this, like, internet discussion. Let's talk about memes, shall we? All right. An internet meme, more commonly known simply as a meme, is an idea, behavior, image, or style that is spread via the internet, often through social media platforms. What is considered a meme may vary across different communities on the internet and is subject to change over time. Traditionally, they were a concept or catchphrase, but the concept has since become broader and more multifaceted, evolving to include more elaborate structures such as challenges, GIFs, videos, and viral sensations. The internet memes are considered a part of internet culture. We were just reading about that. They can spread from person to person via social networks, blogs, direct email, or news sources. Instant communication on the internet facilitates word-of-mouth transmission, resulting in fads and sensations that tend to grow rapidly. An example of such a fad is that of planking. Lying down in public places. Remember planking? Remember when that was a thing for like a minute? I remember planking. Okay, anyway. Posting a photo of someone planking online brings attention to the fad and allows it to reach many people in little time. The internet also facilitates the rapid evolution of memes. One hallmark. Cheers. One hallmark of internet memes is the appropriation of a part of a broader culture In particular, many memes use popular culture, especially in image macros of other media, which can sometimes lead to issues with copyright. Dank memes have emerged as a new form of image macros, and many modern memes take on inclusion of surreal, nonsensical, non sequitur themes. Colloquially, the terms meme and internet meme are used more loosely, having become umbrella terms for any piece of quickly consumed comedic content that may not necessarily be intended to spread or evolve. Yeah, intention is interesting. Now, meme is just another way of saying joking, silly, and so on. Well, I mean, really, I think from this definition, it depends on the definition you're using, Staffo, because this is talking specifically about internet meme culture and internet memes, which is what most people refer to as memes in general. When we talk about memes in a like sociological sense, a sociological meme is a like trend in like kind of like the cultural zeitgeist. So this place where like internet memes and social memes meet is really interesting. But I think the idea is it's a concept that either has visual representation or not, that is then spread quickly throughout the internet and becomes a fad. I think that's the idea. I think that most memes are joking and silly, but I think other memes kind of take a more like dark, nihilistic kind of like a dark humor, for sure. Like my favorite memes are like dark humor memes. But yeah, I mean, this is what we're learning about. Good question. Great question. We'll continue and find out, shall we? Still scratch my hand over the meme crap thing. Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is generational for sure. Because I think if you grew up with the internet as being like a normal part of your life, memes make sense. And I think if you didn't, and like, again, like not even generational, but also just like cultural too. But yeah, memes essentially are, if I find a thing that I think is funny or entertaining or a great observation, and I share it through social media and other people connect with it and they share it, it has this kind of like viral nature of people spreading it. And then it becomes an idea that people who are part of that inside joke, as it were, all just like innately understand at that point. But yeah. Like, I've been told that I've been memeing, and I'm like, what? I don't care. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to have more information about the particular, like, example that you're referring to, Staffo. But more than likely, you were doing something or saying something that reinforces an idea that had been spread around on the internet. And so it reminded people of that. I think people use this term memeing as in you're doing something satirically or almost maybe. I like this term, like when we're talking about like the inclusion of something surreal, nonsensical, and non sequitur. I feel like those. So surreal, nonsensical, that kind of goes to your like joking silly part, and then non sequitur, like it doesn't connect to like the situation at hand, but to someone it does. Like, so there's something like kind of unexpected about memes that also we connect with and we're like, ha, true. I think it is a form of comedy in so many ways. But yeah, I would have to know more about that specific situation, and I don't even know if I would have an answer to that question. It's an abstract concept for sure, so it's hard to like put into like tangible like terms, I think. Let's see. Okay, characteristics, evolution, and propagation. Oh man, this is a big one. This is another big one. Like origins of early memes, I think is kind of interesting. Let's look at characteristics. That might help, Staffo. And then I think we'll go to history. And then I think I might move on from there just to make sure that we have time for our other two topics. We have two more topics. But yeah, I think a lot of memes are like kind of like satire. Saw the word parody coming up, but like parody, satire kind of things. Comedic observation. Okay, there are two central attributes of internet memes: creative reproduction of materials and intertextuality. Intertextuality is huge. So intertextuality is the shaping of a text's meaning by another text, either through deliberate compositional strategies such as quotation, allusion, calque, I don't know what that is, plagiarism, translation, pastiche, or parody, or by interconnections between similar or related works perceived by an audience or reader. Yeah, so intertextuality, it's kind of this idea that it's like, it's an inside joke. I think the fact that you don't get it makes sense in some ways because it's an inside joke that you're either a part of or you're not a part of. Like, okay, for example, this is a generational thing that I don't understand, but like for a time, sheesh was a meme on TikTok. I don't know what it means. I don't know what was the origin of sheesh. I missed it. That is a meme that I'm not a part of. And me just now going sheesh is me memeing in so many ways, right? Like it's just one of those. Most of the time it's just tipping $1 with some jokes. That's one of the memes I've been told. Yeah. Let's see. Creative reproduction refers to parodies, remixes, or mashups, and include notable examples such as Hitler's Downfall parodies, Nyan Cat, among others. Intertextuality may be demonstrated through memes that combine different cultures. For example, a meme may combine United States politician Mitt Romney's assertion of the phrase "binders full of women" from a 2012 United States presidential debate with the Korean pop song Gangnam Style by overlaying the politician's quote onto a frame of Psy's music video where paper blows around him. The intertextuality in the example gives new meaning to the paper blowing around Psy. The meme indexes intertextual practices in political and cultural discourse of two nations. That's funny. Yeah. And like an unexpected combining of ideas that then has comedic effect. Maybe is kind of a way to describe it. The spread of internet memes has been described as occurring via two mechanisms: mimicry and remix. This is a great example. Mimicry and remix. I'm like, this is a great explanation. Duh, it's the Wikipedia article. Psh, okay. Let's see. Remix occurs when the original meme is altered in some way, while mimicry occurs when the meme is recreated in a different fashion to the original. The results in the study Online Memes, Affinities, and Cultural Production show that the internet directly adds some longevity in a meme's lifespan. There is no single format that memes must follow. Photographs of people or animals, especially stock photos, can be turned into memes by superimposing text, such as in Overly Attached Girlfriend. Yeah, Overly Attached Girlfriend is a good one. I was going to say, like, a lot of the emotes are kind of based on memes, right? Like, the Doyle used the, like, hi, like emote, and that's very memey, I feel like. She's just emotion, where it's like, she should emotion side. See, this is what I'm saying, though. You can explain it to me, and I'm still not part of the inside joke. I'm not part of the meme, right? I missed it. So that's part of how memes work. Because like if you missed it, you missed it. And you're not part of it, you know. But that's cool that you were part of it and that you understand it. Rage comics are a subcategory of memes which depict a series of human emotions and conclude with a satirical punchline. The sources for these memes often come from webcomics. Other memes are purely viral sensations such as Keyboard Cat. Love it. Love it. Okay, history. Let's look at the history. Oh my God. Go to a Wikipedia to check a single fact. Realize 3 hours later that you know everything about the Soviet Union. Welcome to Wikipedia and me. Okay, so. Origins and early memes. Here we go. We'll talk about okay. So the word meme was coined by Richard Dawkins in his 1976 book, The Selfish Gene, as an attempt to explain how ideas replicate, mutate, and evolve. Emoticons are one of the first resemblances of internet memes. See? In 1982, Scott E. Fahlman introduced the sideways smiley face formed by punctuation marks with an intention to create emotion and expressions with the use of digital imagery. The concept of the internet meme was first proposed by Mike Godwin in June 1993 issue of Wired. In 2013, Dawkins characterized an internet meme as being a meme deliberately altered by human creativity, distinguished from biological genes and his own pre-internet concept of a meme, which involved mutation by random change and spreading through accurate replication, as in Darwinian selection. Dawkins explains that internet memes are thus a hijacking of the original idea, the very idea of a meme having mutated and evolved in this new direction. Furthermore, internet memes carry an additional property of that ordinary memes do not. Internet memes leave a footprint in the media through which they propagate. For example, social networks that renders them traceable and analyzable, which is kind of cool. Just like the word meh, Meh is a shrug your shoulders with a little attitude. Yeah, I don't think that's quite a meme, but like meh is almost like that's more like a grammar kind of a thing. That's more of a like it's almost an onomatopoeia at that point, right? So not quite the same thing, but I can see what you're saying, Staffo. Let's see. So Dawkins explained the internet memes are thus a hijacking of the original idea, the very idea of a meme having mutated and evolved in this new direction. Furthermore, internet memes carry an additional property that ordinary memes do not. Internet memes leave a footprint in the media. Right. Traceable, analyzable. Already read it. Here we go. Internet memes grew as a concept in the mid-1990s. At the time, memes were just short clips that were shared between people in Usenet forums. As the internet evolved, so did memes. Over the years, many memes have originated on the 4chan website, which have been described as the cradle of memes, trolling, and alter culture. Major memes popularized on that site include lolcats as well as Pedo Bear. When YouTube was released in 2005, video memes became popular. Around this time, Rickrolling became popular, and the link to this video was sent around via email or other messaging sites. Video sharing also created memes such as Turn Down for What and the Harlem Shake. As social media websites such as Twitter, Facebook start appearing, it's now easy to share GIFs and image macros to a large audience. Meme generator websites were created to let users create their own memes out of existing templates. Memes during this time could remain popular for a long time, for a few months to a decade, which contrasts with the fast lifespan of modern memes. Early in the internet's history, memes were primarily spread via email or Usenet, discussion communities. Message boards and news groups were also popular because they allowed simple method for people to share information or memes with a diverse population of internet users in a short period. They encouraged communication between people and thus between meme sets that do not normally come in contact. Furthermore, they actively promote meme sharing within the message board or news group population by asking for feedback, comments, opinions, etc. This format is what gave rise to early internet memes like the hamster dance. God, as I'm like reading these, it's so funny because I like remember a lot of these. Another factor in the increased meme transmission observed over the internet is its interactive nature. Print matter, radio, and television are all essentially passive experiences. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Requiring the reader, listener, or viewer to perform all necessary cognitive processing. In contrast, the social nature of the internet allows phenomena to propagate more readily. Many phenomena are also spread via web search engines, internet forums, social networking services, social news sites, and video hosting services. Much of the internet's ability to spread information is assisted from results found through search engines, which can allow users to find memes even with obscure information. The earlier forms of image-based memes include the demotivator, image macro, photoshopped image, lolcats, advice animal, and comic. The demotivator image uses a black background with white capitalized text, often in Times New Roman. The objective of using this format was to parodize inspirational and motivational posters where the name demotivator is derived from. Image macros consist of an image with white impact font within a black border. The text/context of the meme is at the top and bottom of the image itself. The photoshopped image closely related to the macro image, but often is created without the use of text, mostly edited with another image. Advice animals contain a photoshopped image of an animal's head atop a rainbow color wheeled background. It includes the image macro at the top and bottom text with impact font. Lolcats incorporate the design of an image macro and advice animals, but instead of just the cat's head, is the entire picture unedited with top and bottom text, often with the usage of internet slang. Comics follow a typical newspaper comic strip format. There are a variety of different ways to create one, as multiple images and text can be used to create an overall meme. Rage comics such as Trollface were often used in creating comic memes. Let's see. I'm going to skip reading here, but we're going to just look at some examples of memes. So see, making small edit. breaking the entire page because of one slash. Accurate. Good. Yes. Modern internet meme on the subject of Wikipedia and pages breaking when certain characters are removed. Internet memes sometimes represent everyday problems. Yeah. Yeah. Irony and absurdism. That seems to be like a big like defining factor of internet memes. Example of a deep fried meme without any context. Surrealist and nonsensical themes are typical of modern day memes. Yeah. The way that memes evolve, I think that's a big part of it too. The like mutation and like variation on it. Oh gosh, Mr. Sully.
NASA rules.
NASA does rule. I love NASA. Hi. Thank you for the 100 bits. It's very sweet and very generous. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome to Wikipedia with me. We're wrapping up. We have a couple different topics we're still going to look into, but currently we're reading about internet memes. We're learning about meme culture. Welcome. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the bits. It's very sweet. Let's see. What else? Short form video, Vine, TikTok. A lot of memes now. The sheesh thing took off on TikTok, and I'm not a TikToker, so I think that's part of why I missed it. But yeah, things like Vine and TikTok and like Snapchat have like made memes just like kind of skyrocket in so many ways. Quick break in between chores. Wanted to say hi. Thank you for saying hi. I hope the chores are going well. Sunday chores are a great idea and also difficult to do. So take a break and come on now.
Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, Mr. Sully. Thank you again for 200 total bits. 200 total bits. Thank you, Mr. Sully. That's very, very sweet. It's very generous. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Please tell Mrs. Sully I say hi. I hope the chores go well. Be kind to yourself. Treat yourself well. And also get that shit done. You got this. You got this. I believe in you. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. It's very sweet. Let's see. Yeah, so we're talking about short form. Vine, TikTok, YouTube. Yep. Oh my God! Stop it, you two! You get out of here! I'm just kidding. You're obviously welcome to stay. Hi, Mrs. Sully. Thank you for the 300 bits. Why are you all so sweet? It's very generous. Very kind. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. We always use sheesh before TikTok was a damn thing. True, but did you say it like that? Because like, oh, sheesh, like using it like that, yes. But Steffo, again, I think it's a generational thing as to why memes are like difficult to comprehend because it's taken to a completely different level, the sheesh that I'm referring to. But you're right, it started from that. It stems from that and is related to that for sure. You think they're married? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I'm just kidding, Doyle. You don't have to shut up. Look at these cute little emotes. Look at how cute you all are. Y'all are real cute. You're real cute. Thank you again for the bits. Thank you for your generosity. Mrs. Sully, how are you? It's good to see you. Are you also doing the chores? Is this break time from chores for you? So again, be kind to yourself. Give yourself a treat. And also, you got this. I believe in you. I believe in you. Let's see. So we're talking about short form videos, reaction videos. Let's see. Anything else? We were talking about the Pepe meme. Yeah, politicized internet meme has been used both by the alt-right and Hong Kong protesters. Yeah. The Pepe one is really interesting in terms of varying uses on it. Well, and I think that's what's interesting too about memes in terms of the way that they evolved is because like they aren't necessarily used forever in the way in which they were originally intended, right? So memes, we get into this like weird kind of territory with memes in terms of the way in which people use it and the way in which people like connect to them, right? Let's see. Watching a movie. Hell yeah. I thought we were watching movies together, but I guess that's a chore. Oh, burn. What movie are you watching? That's hilarious. That was a good one. That was good, Mrs. Sully. I like that. Let's see. Doyle, read a lot of comic books growing up and words like sheesh, yeah, would be used and became a joke. Could be about that. I think it's referencing that originally. Like I said, I think it's taking that, but it takes it to this whole new level, right? But yeah, let's see. Became a note. Could be about that. Notice the word was parodied in the movie Sin City. Oh, I have not seen Sin City in a long time, but it's really good. As I recall, it's really good. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's what they were saying too, Doyle, is the way in which like web comics and things kind of have like evolved memes. Yeah. And memes, the concept of memes existed long before the internet, but I think the internet has taken memes to this whole other place. You know what I mean? You know what I meme? Huh? Sorry about it. Let's see. He's doing dishes and half-assed watching with me. Gotcha. Okay. Unable to move due to cat and lap. Nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. I hope the movie is good. Meme me alone. See? Staffo, you're memeing right now. Are you? I don't actually know, Staffo. I don't actually know, but that was good. See, you were memeing. See, Staffo? We did it, everyone. We did it. We beat the internet. Everyone congratulate yourselves. We really did it today. We beat the internet. We won. We won the internet game. You're welcome. Twitch? What? I don't even know what I'm talking about. Okay, politics, elections, fascinating shit. No step on Snick. That's a really good one. I've never seen this meme before, but I like this one a lot. A comic rendition of Gadsden flag, which pokes fun at political position of those who use it, such as libertarians. It's just funny. It's just a funny. Memeing about memeing. You know, I don't know. I don't know what you meme. I don't know what you meme. That's the secret to the internet. It is. That's what I mean. We did it. We crushed it. Absolutely crushed it. Anything else? This guy. Aww. Yeah, this guy, this meme guy. This image macro belongs to the public domain in the United States, as the background is taken from by the Department of Agriculture. I didn't even realize. But yeah, I didn't even think about like copyright law. Most of the time, things are protected from copyright law because it's parody. So let's read about it. I'm curious now about. Oh, this section has multiple issues. Just FYI. But let's read about copyright law. I'm curious. The eligibility of any memes to get copyright protection. Oh, this is about them getting copyright protection. Got it. I was wondering about like copyright infringement. JK, I don't care. Copyright infringement. Okay, we are going to read it. Just kidding. We are going to read it. The eligibility of any memes to get copyright protection depends on the copyright law of the country in which such protection is sought. Some of the most popular formats of memes include cinematographic. Where is the emphasis? Which syllable? Cinematographic. I'm just gonna keep saying it until it sounds normal. Cinematographic stills, personal or stock photographs, rage comics, and illustrations meant to be a meme. And the copyright implications differ for each of these different formats. There's precedent both for memes to be in violation of copyright and in other memes to have copyrights of their own. If it is found that the meme has made use of a copyrighted work, such as a movie still or photograph without due permission from the original owner, it would amount to copyright infringement. Would it though? Because of parody law and also, again, this multiple issues. Because of parody law and because of transformative acts. Because if you're transforming it and using it in a way other than intended. Yeah, there's a lot of gray area here, right? Let's see. That one picture of the little girl that gets captioned, Chris Farley Reborn. And that one gets used all the time. And I love her, by the way. She is me. I am her. We are one. That's like, do you know the one, Doyle, of the girl that's like holding up an owl? And it's like to have the confidence of this little girl holding up an owl. So good. So many good memes. Let's see. Rage comics and memes created for the sole purpose of becoming memes would normally be original works of the creator, and therefore the question of infringing other copyright work does not arise. In cinematographic, I still don't think I'm saying that right. Still, part of the entire end product is taken out of context and presented solely for its face value. The still is generally accompanied by a superimposed text of which conveys a distinctive idea or comment, such as the Boromir meme. Oh, the Boromir meme is so good. The Boromir meme is amazing. Or Gru's plan. This does not mean that all memes made from movie stills or photographs are infringing copyright. There are defenses available for such use in various jurisdictions, which could exempt the meme from attracting liability for the infringement. Yeah, there's a lot of good memes. A lot of good memes out there, Doyle. So many memes, so little time. Fair use. Fair use is another... didn't I say transformative acts? See, you see. I don't necessarily want to read all of these different law cases, but yeah, fair use is interesting. Transformative nature is interesting. Parody law is interesting. So yeah, I don't want to read about NFTs. It's going to depress me. But yeah, memes. Feel like we learned a lot about memes today. Hey guys, I really have to pee. So I'm going to go do that. And I'll be back in like 2 seconds. We're going to read about ideomotor phenomenon and incognito. Those are going to be our last two for the day. So I'll see you in like 2 minutes. Or not. But for real, I'll see you in 2 minutes. See, I told you it'd be 2 minutes. I don't actually know how much time it was. If you stuck around, thanks. If you didn't, what am I going to do about it? How am I going to know? Okay, ideomotor phenomenon. Are we prepared? Are we ready? Let's fucking go, queen. Okay, so the ideomotor phenomenon is a psychological phenomenon wherein a subject makes motions unconsciously. Also called ideomotor response or ideomotor reflex, and abbreviated to IMR, it is a concept in hypnosis and psychological research. So we were brought here because we were talking about like seances and Ouija boards, and then there was another one. Oh God, if someone was here that week, I do not remember what it was called, but using using rods to find water under the ground. That's another one that has to do with this. So we got on this idea from other ideas in previous weeks. They're like examples of that. But anyway, let's go with it. I'm curious. I want to know more. Let's do it. It is derived from the terms ideo, idea or mental representation, and motor, muscular action. The phrase is most commonly used in reference to a process whereby a thought or mental image brings about a seemingly reflexive or automatic muscular reaction, often of minuscule degree and potentially outside of the awareness of the subject. As in responses to pain, the body sometimes reacts reflexively with an ideomotor effect to ideas alone without the person consciously deciding to take action. The effects of automatic writing, dowsing is what we learned about. Yeah, dowsing. Dowsing is where you find water by holding these like rods and like something about the movement. You like know that there's water there. Anyway, interesting. Facilitated communication, applied kinesiology, and Ouija boards have been attributed to this phenomenon. As you can see, an example of table turning in the 19th century in France, a circle of participants press their hands against a table, and the ideomotor effect causes the table to tilt in such a way as to produce a written message in a manner similar to a Ouija board. Interesting, no? Okay, let's see. The associated term ideodynamic response, or reflex, applies to a wider domain and extends to the description of all bodily reactions, including ideomotor and ideosensory responses, caused in a similar manner by certain ideas, e.g., the salivation often caused by imagining sucking a lemon, which is a secretory response. The notion of an ideodynamic response contributed to James Braid's first neuropsychological explanation of the principle through which suggestion operated in hypnotism. This is very interesting. Let's look. Faraday's apparatus for experimental demonstration of ideomotor effect on table turning. I feel like this is a short one. We're just going to go for it. History of scientific investigation. Spiritualism. This is, yeah. All right. With the rise of spiritualism in the 1840s, mediums devised and refined a variety of techniques for communicating, ostensibly with the spirit world, including table turning, planchette writing boards, the precursor to Ouija boards. These phenomenon and devices quickly became the subject of scientific investigation. The term ideomotor was first used in a scientific paper discussing the means through which these spiritual phenomena produced effect by William Benjamin Carpenter in 1852, hence the alternative term Carpenter effect. Carpenter derived the word ideomotor from the components ideo, meaning idea or mental representation, and motor, meaning muscular action. In the paper, Carpenter explained his theory that muscular movement can be independent of conscious desires or emotions. This is true. The Charlie Challenge. Did not know about the Charlie Challenge. Wild. Okay. Relies on ideomotor phenomenon to produce answers to questions provided by its participants. The breathing from the participant anticipating a result causes the top pencil to rotate towards an answer. Cool. Okay, anyway, this is really cool and really interesting. Okay, Carpenter was a friend and collaborator of James Braid, founder of modern hypnotism. Braid soon adopted Carpenter's ideomotor terminology to facilitate the transmission of his most fundamental views based upon those of his teacher, the philosopher Thomas Brown, that the efficacy of hypnotic suggestion was contingent upon the subject's concentration upon a single, thus dominant, idea. In 1855, Braid explained his decision to abandon his earlier term mono-ideomotor, based on Carpenter's 1852 ideomotor principle, and adopt the more appropriate and more descriptive term mono-ideodynamic. His decision was based upon suggestion made to Carpenter in 1854 by their friend in common, Daniel Noble, that the activity that Carpenter was describing would be more accurately understood in its wider applications, vis-a-vis, wider than pendulums and Ouija boards, if it were to be denominated the ideodynamic principle. In order that I do may fold this into trends. I don't know why I'm reading it this way. Dark Light 9, thank you for the follow. Is it because of the way I read this sentence? I'm gonna skip it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Wikipedia with me. We are reading about things that start with the letter I this week. My name is Abers. We have one more topic after this, but right now we're reading about the ideomotor phenomenon. So welcome. And if you like this sort of thing, we do it every Sunday. So I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for the follow. Let's see. Scientific tests by the English scientist Michael Faraday, Manchester surgeon James Braid, the French chemist Michael Eugene Chevreul, and American psychologists William James and Ray Hyman have demonstrated that many phenomena attributed to the spiritual or paranormal forces or to mysterious energies are actually due to ideomotor action. Furthermore, these tests demonstrate that honest, intelligent people can unconsciously engage in muscular activity that is consistent with their expectations. They also show that suggestions can guide behavior, can be given by subtle clues. Makes sense. Some operators claim to use ideomotor responses to communicate with a subject's unconscious mind, using a system of physical signals such as finger movements for the unconscious mind to indicate yes or no, or I don't know, or I'm not ready to know that consciously. Interesting. A simple experiment to demonstrate the ideomotor effect is to allow a handheld pendulum to hover over a sheet of paper. The paper has words such as yes, no, and maybe printed on it. Small movements in the hand in response to the questions can cause the pendulum to move towards the words on the paper. This technique has been used for experiments in extrasensory perception, lie detection, and Ouija boards. This type of experiment was used by Kreskin and has also been used by illusionists such as Darren Brown. Interesting. This is really interesting. A 2019 study of automatic pendulum movements using a motion capture system showed that pendulum effect is produced when the fingers holding the pendulum generate an oscillating frequency close to the resonant frequency of the pendulum. At an appropriate frequency, very small driving movements of the arm are sufficient to produce relatively large pendulum motion. Uses: responding to questions. It is strongly associated with the practice of analytical hypnotherapy based on uncovering techniques such as Watkins' effect bridge, whereby a subject's yes, no, I don't know, I don't want to answer responses to an operator's questions are indicated by physical movements rather than verbal signals and are produced per medium of a predetermined, between operator and subject, and pre-calibrated set of responses. This is really cool. This is really interesting. Neat, dude. All right. Ideomotor phenomenon. We did it. All right. One more. Last Wikipedia article of the day. Incognito. Uh-oh. T. Miller, if you're still there, incognito is very short. And if there's a more specific thing with incognito, let me know. Incognito, it's okay that it's very short. I've been here for like 5.5 hours. But if you had something specific with an incognito, let me know. Incognito is an English adjective meaning in disguise, having taken steps to conceal one's identity. Let's see. Incognito may also refer to a few different films. A comedy film, so many films, a British game show. There's a Beavis and Butthead episode named Incognito. There's a Mexican TV show called Incognito. There's a character named Incognito in Mighty Med. I don't know what that is. Incognito is a character in Hellsing. So I think I've seen Hellsing before. I think I have. There's a band. There's an acid jazz group called Incognito. We might have to look up some acid jazz in a minute here. Although I'll probably get DMCA'd, so just kidding. Incognito. There's a Celine Dion album called Incognito. Everyone's using this word. There's an Amanda Lear album. I don't know who she is. No Use for a Name album. Spyro Gyra album. I do know Spyro Gyra. They're fun. The song by Celine Dion. And then Incognito, a song by the Judy Bats from Native Son. There's an Incognito operating system by Linux. Incognito Comics, published by Marvel. Okay. Woo! I was going to say, it's real short, T. Miller. There's not a whole lot about Incognito, but if there's a specific Incognito you want to look into, let me know. Let's see. Incognito, The Secret Lives of Brains, a book by David Eagleman. Incognito Entertainment, it's a video game company. Incognito Mode, feature of Google Chrome. Incognito, novel by Petru Dimitriou. Incognito, a novel by Cynthia Giorgio. Incognito, alias of professional wrestler Jose Jorge Ariaga Rodriguez. Sin cara! There isn't. It was just a word I thought of. It's a good word. It's a good word. We also have terra incognita. It's a term in cartography. It's hidden land. Richie Incognito, American football player. Ian Incognito, English stand-up comedian. All pages with titles beginning with incognito. The origin of the word, we could look into the etymology real quick. Do you want to? Let's look into it. I like etymology. Okay, why is it so small? You know what I'm going to do, T. Miller? I'm just going to look up incognito etymology. Okay, so incognito. Sorry you can't see it very well. My crop is not great, but it's from Latin origin. So in, that kind of prefix means not. And then cognoscene, cognitus, this is like know, like knowledge. So cog, that part of it is like about knowledge. So we have not knowledge. So incognitus, Latin. Then it goes to Italian, incognito. And then that's it. From the Italian, we use it because in English we borrow words from a lot of other languages. So yeah, that's where it started from. Started from Latin, then it went into Italian, but essentially we have like not known, unknown, essentially incognito. It's kind of like cognizant or like cognitive. We use those words when we're talking about like knowledge or like the way your brain functions, right? There we go. There it is. How do we feel? How do we feel about it? Woo! This has been I Week. Thank you all for being here. T. Miller, Mrs. Sully, Mr. Sully, Sloth's here, Doyle, Linkett, so many people, so many lovely, wonderful people stopped by. Staffo, Marley, Cheesy, Fanaria. I know I'm missing people, but thank you all for being here. It's always so lovely. It's always so fun. Y'all are so cute. I will be back on Wednesday to play whatever I want, probably Cuphead. And then Saturday Skyrim is a little bit up in the air this week because I've got a friend coming up to visit. So it kind of depends on what time she's planning on coming up. So I'm hoping in the morning, but Saturday Skyrim might not be a thing this week. But for sure, I'll see you Wednesday for Cuphead and or Lost. It might be. We'll see. It might be Last Campfire. It might be Cuphead. I'm not sure. We'll see what mood I'm in. And then maybe there's going to be some other surprise streams. Who knows? But I'll see you Wednesday, if not sooner. Let's figure out who to raid. Who's online? Who do we want to raid on Twitch? Who's going to be the one today? We're going to raid. Oh, man. So many people online right now. So many people online right now. I feel like it just makes sense to go hang out with Sliced Raven. After we all have a little Wikipedia time. Although, are they still live? Hold on, let me double check. It was like, who doesn't love a little art after a little Wikipedia education time? I go, yeah, they're live. Okay, cool. We're going to go hang out with Sliced Raven. If you don't know Sliced Raven, highly recommend. Go follow. Go say hi. I love y'all. You're very sweet. I appreciate you being here. Like I said, I'll see you Wednesday, if not sooner. Tell Raven I sent you. And by that, I mean, come hang out with me in Raven's stream, because I'll be there. They're making art right now. I think they were doing some sculpting, which is very exciting. Most of the time, they do acrylic pours, so it's going to be fun. We're going to do some artsy times. Thank you all again. It's always lovely to see you. I very much appreciate you. I'll see you real soon, okay? Okay, love you, bye. Love you, bye. Love you, bye. Bye.